Chapter 60 Konin was pressed to the ground and rubbed. Rasengan. The blue Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's palm spun rapidly, generating a fierce spiral gust of wind around him, and the three blood-red tails behind him were also dancing. Rasengan? Everyone in the audience was shocked. Everyone looked at the Rasengan in Uzumaki Naruto's palm, and they gradually felt incredible. You know, Rasengan is a very difficult form change, and Uzumaki Naruto can actually master this move. The dead white-haired man taught him. Tsunade looked at the light blue Rasengan, and a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. She could see that Uzumaki Naruto's chakra was very chaotic, and he was affected by Nine Tails and couldn't use chakra properly. But he could actually master the extremely difficult Rasengan that required chakra form change and applied to Ultimate. No matter how you think about it, it must be a good education by Yagyu Tsuki. How could Yagyu-sensei lose? I will kill you here with Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto bent his legs and bounced hard, causing cracks on the ground. He rose from the ground like a cannonball, and a scarlet airflow flashed by, and he blasted Konin's abdomen with Rasengan. The power of the tailed beasts is very strong. Nine Tails is the strongest tailed beast. You can't control this power yet. Konin turned slightly sideways, and the light blue Rasengan passed by her. She grabbed Uzumaki Naruto's wrist, and then gently exerted force, and cracked. Uzumaki Naruto's wrist was broken. Hiss, it hurts. Uzumaki Naruto took a breath of cold air, and his swollen wrist bent in a strange arc. The pain caused the Rasengan to dissipate directly. He was weak all over and knelt on the ground with weak legs. The gap in strength is too big. Successfully captured Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Konin clasped her hands together, and the ground around her turned into a large number of paper pieces, all of which rose from the ground and engulfed Naruto like waves. She was going to use the paper teleportation to transfer Naruto to Nagato's side. The scarlet airflow shook the paper pieces away, and all the paper pieces turned into ashes as if burned by flames, and the vortex Naruto's skin turned blood red, and the fourth blood-colored tail gradually emerged behind him. At this time, the sealed space. A dark area. Vortex Naruto held the iron bars tightly, staring at the huge Nine Tails, and shouted angrily, "Hey, stinky fox, it's time to pay the rent. Lend me your power. I must avenge Teacher Yagyu." Nine Tails lay on the ground, glanced at Naruto coldly with his pale golden animal eyes, and said in a low voice, "Stupid kid. Yagyu has a power beyond the first generation. How can such a power be able to deal with him? It has seen the power of the first Hokage, and even been suppressed by the first generation without any resistance. After it just saw the strength of Yagyu Tsuki, it can be said with certainty that 107 Yagyu Tsuki has completely surpassed the first Hokage. So how can a mere 3 billion detonating talismans possibly defeat Yagyu Tsuki? Although I hate Uchiha Madara and his damn dangerous Sharingan, no matter what, the power of Uchiha Madara's attack far exceeds 3 billion detonating talismans, and even such a strong Uchiha Madara can't defeat the first generation. And Yagyu Tsuki has the power to surpass the first generation. So a mere 3 billion detonating talismans is a joke? What do you mean? Uzumaki Naruto was at a loss. Humph. Nine Tails snorted coldly, closed his eyes, and fell asleep without paying attention to Uzumaki Naruto, although he also wanted to borrow Naruto's power now, and it would be best if he could directly explode Nine Tails. After exploding Nine Tails, he could leave the damn seal. But there was no way, because he knew that Yagyu was watching the show in secret. If he exploded more than 4 tails, he would be subdued by Yagyu in an instant, and there might even be a stronger seal imposed on him. So he had to put away his thoughts for the time being, and wait for the opportunity in the future. I will completely solve Yagyu. Stinky fox. No matter how Uzumaki Naruto shouted, Nine Tails ignored him, and he was driven out of the seal space after 2 seconds. Uzumaki Naruto lay on the ground like a fox. His whole body turned into a giant blood-red fox, and the 4 tails behind him danced slowly, exuding an astonishing and terrifying killing intent. But the tails stopped after 4 and did not continue to change, because Nine Tails refused to borrow chakra. 4 tails? It will be a bit troublesome. Konin jumped back and glanced at her burned palm. She had just been holding Naruto's wrist, but the blood-colored chakra burned her palm. Ding! Gained 20 growth points. Current growth value, 34 points. Since 4 tails are troublesome, what should we do now? But I think 4 tails are nothing to worry about. Tailed beasts are just slightly naughty pets. Yagyu Tsuki appeared out of thin air, hugged Konin's shoulders from behind, and looked at Naruto, who had turned into 4 tails indifferently. He had been hiding in the dark, and watching the show just now. He wanted to take this opportunity to test the strength of Team 7 and see if he could get some points. For this reason, he deliberately stopped Shizune and Tsunade from taking action. Even if there are unexpected events beyond the plan, I have the ability to solve everything. But to be honest, I didn't expect Ninetales to be able to use Rasengan. Obviously, Ninetales had not been able to master the second stage before, but with the help of the fox coat like a plugin, he directly skipped the training stage and used Rasengan on the spot. Of course, it may also be because of the blessing of anger that prompted Ninetales to use Rasengan. In any case, it is a good thing to get points. One step closer to the sign-in upgrade. I still have to thank Conan. This high-ranking flower can be regarded as a tool man. Drag him until he is exhausted. Conan stared at the Four Tails Naruto coldly and indifferently, not noticing that Yagyu was hugging his shoulders, and even subconsciously answered Yagyu's words. For Tails' chakra is indeed troublesome, but it is enough to drag Naruto until he is exhausted and then capture him. Really? Will the enemy let you do this? Lu Shengyue asked curiously, one hand around Conan's soft shoulders, the other hand wandering around Conan's slender waist, fingertips brushing the soft waist and then reaching the drum. Lu Shengyue pinched Conan's drum hard. A trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Good buttocks. After pinching hard, there is a sense of rebound. Is this the buttocks that have been trained to the right place? Very good. Conan is really good. Advertisement, eh? Even with Conan's cold personality, he was stunned for a moment on the spot. After reacting, his cold face blushed slightly, and his eyes showed anger and shame. He turned around and slapped Lu Shengyue in the face. This man is still alive? And he dared to touch. What a disgusting man. This is the first time since she was a child that someone took advantage of her so frivolously, and it was taken advantage of by a first-level enemy. In the past, she was the angel of Range Shinobi Village, the messenger of God in the eyes of the whole Range Shinobi Village, and everyone looked up to her with respect. Not to mention being touched. No one even dared to look at her lightly. Putting aside the title of the messenger of God in Range Shinobi Village, she was also a truly strong Kage-level strongman in the whole ninja world. But at this time, Lu Shengyue took advantage of her and even pinched her hard. It took you so long to react after talking to you. The natural character has been eliminated by history, or is it that you, a cold and arrogant *******, are sexually cold? Lu Shengyue grabbed Conan's hand, backhanded remembered grappling to press Conan to the ground, and then sat on Conan's waist with his legs crossed. Conan actually has some natural attributes, and it took so long to react after talking. Quite funny. Roar. Several vines rose from the ground, and after the vines were entangled together, they turned into a giant dragon, and Shenlong bit Conan's slender arms hard. Yagyu-sensei. After Sasuke and little Sakura saw Yagyu Tsuki, they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then saw Yagyu Tsuki's body was unharmed. Only his clothes became tattered, revealing a large area of angular muscles. Each muscle was not so big, but each muscle contained a sense of explosive power. Unharmed? Bombed by 3 billion detonating talismans, just a broken one? This? How outrageous. When Uchiha Sasuke saw Yagyu Tsuki appear, the anxious sense of crisis in his heart disappeared and was replaced by a sense of relief. He snorted and said, "Humph, I knew it was okay. How could such a small level of power match Yagyu-sensei? This is a lie." Although he couldn't understand how strong the enemy was, he only knew that the enemy was an S-rank rebel ninja similar to Itachi, but he could understand how terrible 3 billion detonating tags were. He was just thinking that Yagyu would be seriously injured if he didn't die, but he never thought that Yagyu would be able to appear unscathed after being swallowed by 3 billion detonating tags. That's right, unscathed. Not a single white hair was burnt. After being dragged into the canyon, what did Yagyu teacher do to be able to withstand the power of 3 billion detonating tags unscathed? Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and took a deep look at Yagyu's back. After appearing unscathed, he was able to subdue the enemy in an instant. This man's strength seems to be stronger than I imagined. Ada, so handsome. Haruno Sakura's pretty face flushed, with a light pink heart in her eyes. She looked at Yagyu Tsuki with a crazy expression, looking at the large area of explosive muscles exposed because of the tattered black yukata. Haruno Sakura felt a hot stream rushing up her nose, and scarlet blood flowed out of her nostrils. She turned her head in panic and wiped the blood from her nose with a handkerchief, and enviously glanced at the heroic Tsunade. Damn it, what a joke. B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************ How could she eat so well? Tsunade looked at Lu Shengyue coldly, and when she saw that Lu Shengyue was unharmed, she snorted and said, "Stupid, you are still alive." Tsunade glanced at the vines wrapped around her ankles, and then she pulled the vines with a little force and directly tore them off. Just when she was about to attack, she was suddenly entangled by a vine. At that moment, she instantly realized Lu Shengyue's intention. The reason why the dead white-haired man pretended to be dead was to take this opportunity to test Team 7. But the problem is, when the vines were wrapped around her ankles just now, the dead vines actually tickled her soles. Lu Shengyue must be poisonous. What if I couldn't help laughing just now? If I laughed just now, I would be embarrassed to death. Yagyu Tsuki smiled faintly, with a sense of sarcasm and said, "Don't say that, stinky old woman. I have the power to surpass your grandfather. Right, little granddaughter? Granddaughter? You are really looking for death." Tsunade bit her lips. Her face gradually turned cold. She wanted to tear Yagyu Tsuki's smiling face to pieces, but she hadn't solved the enemy yet. Let's deal with the dead white-haired guy later. When did I call the dead white-haired grandpa? At that time, I just thought that Yagyu Tsuki's sage mode gave me a feeling very similar to that of my great-grandfather Hashirama. Advertisement: this Yagyu Tsuki really knows how to climb up when he sees a pole. Roar. Uzumaki Naruto, who turned into 4 tails, danced his tails. Each tail contained a destructive breath, and the ground around him collapsed directly as his tails danced. He ran like a potato, raised his huge claws, and slapped Yagyu Tsuki. Uzumaki Naruto had lost consciousness and completely entered a rampage state. "Be careful," Tsunade exclaimed, and was about to go to help Yagyu Tsuki. "Be quiet, you little brat." Yagyu Tsuki flicked his finger and sent 4 tails Uzumaki Naruto flying. Roar. 4 tails Uzumaki Naruto got up and quickly attacked Yagyu Tsuki again. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Uzumaki Naruto indifferently and said in a commanding tone, "Naruto." 4 tails Uzumaki Naruto's whole body stiffened, and his fox-like giant claws suddenly stopped in front of Yagyu Tsuki's face. The scarlet chakra on his body gradually faded, and all flowed into the seal on his abdomen. Finally, Uzumaki Naruto returned to normal, lying on the ground weak and exhausted, with large scars of fire all over his body. Everyone was stunned. Konan, Tsunade, and Shizen were slightly confused. Yagyu Tsuki could stop Naruto's rampage with just one sentence. Naruto seemed to be very afraid of Yagyu Tsuki. Or Ninetales were afraid of Yagyu Tsuki. "Let me go." Konan's hands were bitten by the wooden dragon, and the chakra in her body was disappearing rapidly. It was more like being absorbed by the wooden dragon. This wooden dragon actually had a power similar to the Rinnegan, which could also absorb other people's chakra by touch. Konan gritted her teeth and struggled hard, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move. The dragon was suppressing her like a seal. This is the power that can easily suppress Ninetales. With your ability, no matter how you resist, it's futile. Yagyu Tsuki grabbed Konan's hair and forcibly grabbed Xiaonao's head. With a bad smile, he whispered in his ear with a lewd tone, "It means that you can't move now, but I can easily touch you. You understand what I mean." The wooden dragon can easily suppress the Ninetales in their full form. Even Konan, a strong shadow, can't resist this power. Not to mention it's a paper clone. Hee. Konan felt the heat in her ears. The itchy feeling made her shrink her neck. She bit her lips and said coldly, "You are very conceited. Even if you can defeat my clone, it's meaningless. Next time, I will use my real body to completely solve you. With your strength, you can't compete with Rinnegan." So annoying. What a disgusting man. Why did things turn out like this? She thought Yagyu Tsuki was a very bad and conceited man, and this conceited arrogance would definitely lead to Yagyu Tsuki's failure. Because no matter how strong Yagyu Tsuki is, he can't compete with the legendary Rinnegan. No matter how strong he is just an ordinary ninja. How can he possibly match the eye power of the Kidou Sage? When Nagato recovers his eye power, Yagyu Tsuki will definitely lose. What's more, here is just a paper clone. Although it has a strength close to the real body, it is still a world of difference from the real body. If the real body uses all its strength, how could it be easily pressed to the ground by Yagyu Tsuki? I will look forward to the next time, but let's get along well this time. Yagyu Tsuki slapped Konan's drum hard, and the crisp sound resounded throughout the venue, shocking everyone. Next time? Next time we meet, I will be a distinguished heavenly gods. It's hard to say whether distinguished heavenly gods is useful or not. Anyway, you have to try it to know the effect. You are a man who disgusts me. Konan gritted her teeth, her cold and beautiful face flushed. She turned around and glared at Yagyu Tsuki in shame and anger. This angry and vicious look seemed to want to eat Yagyu Tsuki alive. It was the first time she had seen such a disgusting man. I am the god's messenger in the range shinobi village, one of the top shadows in the whole ninja world. Yagyu Tsuki pressed me to the ground and beat my drum? If the Akatsuki members knew, they would laugh to death. But she was taciturn and rarely cursed, so she couldn't think of any curse words for a short time. In short, it was very annoying. Do you know why the drum is divided into two parts? It's okay to touch one part. Since I touch your left drum, you have to let me touch your right drum too. Yagyu Tsuki slapped Konan's right drum fiercely, and the crisp sound resounded throughout the audience again, and everyone present was completely stunned. Everyone in the audience had a stiff expression. Such a terrifying Kaga-level warrior was actually beaten on the ground by Yagyu. Next time, I will kill you completely in the name of God. Konan's eyes were filled with tears. She stared at Yagyu fiercely and angrily, and then her whole body turned into a white paper, flying into the sky with the breeze. Yagyu was really annoying. Others would directly deal with the enemy, but Yagyu teased the enemy in a very bad way. She swore, "Next time, Yagyu will definitely pay the price." Chapter 6 The Power of God. Feel the pain. Understand the pain. Tsuna. Kato Shizen turned his head to look at Tsunade, and saw Tsunade's extremely cold face. He thought to himself that it was not good, and took back all the words on his lips. Is Tsunade jealous? Come to think of it, seeing her ex-boyfriend flirting with other female ninjas in front of her, even the enemy she just fought, any woman would be very angry in this situation, right? And especially since Tsunade cares about Yagyu Tsuki very much. Damn pervert. Tsunade cursed inwardly. She was indeed very angry now, but she didn't feel jealous. Obviously, the dead white-haired man did those things that night, and he dared to flirt with other women in front of me. Does that mean that what happened that night was just a whim? Yagyu Tsuki deserves to die. Kato Shizen grabbed Tsunade's wrist, stole a glance at Yagyu Tsuki's back in the distance, and whispered in Tsunade's ear, "Tsunade-sama, if you ask me, forget it. Once since Yagyu Tsuki dared to flirt with other women in front of Tsunade, it means that he is likely to do so in the future. In this case, there is no point in forcing them to gather together. Moreover, with Tsunade-sama's strong personality, how could he tolerate such a thing? I'm afraid they might break up in the future. Stupid. How can I forget it?" Tsunade frowned slightly. Yagyu Tsuki had done those things to him for no reason. How could he forget it so easily? At least he should get back an acceptable price, right? But the question is, what price? Since he can't beat Yagyu Tsuki, and he can't do anything to Yagyu Tsuki, how can he make the dead white-haired man pay the price in this situation? So annoying. After waking up, Uzumaki Naruto raised his head and looked at the calm and composed Yagyu Tsuki. He shouted with surprise, "Teacher Yagyu, you are still alive. That's great." He just thought Yagyu Tsuki died in the battle and wanted to kill Konan in a rage. After using the Rasengan, he lost consciousness directly. His consciousness was swallowed by the scarlet chakra, and there was only anger and hatred in his heart. Yagyu Tsuki touched Uzumaki Naruto's head and said with a faint smile, "You did a good job this time. You are the first person in Team 7 to master the Rasengan. I won't reward you with a bowl of ramen." "Really? That's great. I want a big bowl of barbecued pork ramen." Uzumaki Naruto cheered happily, and the self-blame in his heart was swept away. How did I use the Rasengan just now? Strange. There's no point worrying about it. Anyway, I'm the one who has made the fastest progress in training in Team 7 this time, and I've completely surpassed Sasuke. Yagyu Tsuki said, "Okay, third-generation old dog account. Sugar and whip should be used reasonably. Let's praise Nine Tails for the time being, and we can also take this opportunity to put pressure on Sasuke and little Sakura. Rasengan is not difficult." Uzumaki Naruto raised his head proudly, touched his nose, and looked at Uchiha Sasuke proudly, as if telling Sasuke that you are still far away. Finally, it's my turn to shine. It used to be Sasuke and Yagyu-sensei who were in the spotlight. Now it's finally my turn. Uzumaki Naruto. Nine Tails Kid performed very well. After a pause, Yagyu Tsuki turned his head to look at Sasuke and little Sakura, and said in a cold tone, "But you?" "To be honest, I'm a little disappointed. I clearly want to gain power, but I can't do anything. It's really convenient to gain power just by talking. Using Nine Tails Kid to put pressure on Team 7 should have some miraculous effects." Haruno Sakura wanted to refute a few words, But in the end, he couldn't say anything. Feeling Yagyu Tsuki's disappointed gaze, a sense of pressure gradually surged in his heart. Obviously, his second-stage training speed was the fastest, but why was Naruto able to learn Rasengan in a short time? It would be fine if I was surpassed by Sasuke, but why was I surpassed by a mere Naruto? What a joke. B******************* D. I have to work harder. Uchiha Sasuke lowered his head, a surge of anger in his heart, glanced at the smug face of Uzumaki Naruto, and clenched his hands in his pockets into fists, and his nails dug into his flesh due to excessive force. A mere tailender, a mere super idiot. I was actually surpassed by Naruto? I am the one who wants to gain power the most, but why am I practicing so slowly? Moreover, what was that tyrannical power that Naruto just had? Could it be the power of the rumored Nine-Tails Demon Fox? Damn Naruto, he actually has such a hidden power. I must speed up my practice and gain further power. I must master the Rasengan completely in a short time. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Sasuke and little Sakura indifferently, thinking secretly in his heart. This time the pressure seems to be enough. Being Nine-Tails, it's not nice to see Tails surpass you. Anyway, work hard, you stinky cash cow. After all the members of Team 7 master the Rasengan, the sign-in reward should be able to break through. On the way back to the village later, I'll teach Nine-Tails the basics of the 100 healing power. Advertisement: this should further stimulate the desire to win of Sasuke and Sakura. Perfect. It's already progressing step by step. As long as someone completes the training first, they can use this person to put pressure on the other two. And you, stinky old woman, how did you find me? Yagyu Tsuki walked in front of Tsunade, touched her chin, and looked at Tsunade's cute and heroic face with an old uncle's attitude. What a good woman. Tsunade must have a place in the harem. The reason why Sister Juru found me should be because the old dog of the third generation is rude, right? The third generation said. Tsunade raised her little face and looked at Yagyu Tsuki coldly and forcefully. Yagyu Tsuki said with disdain, really? The third generation old dog is really rude. He still troubles me before he dies. After he dies, let's bury him with the dog. That's right. Buried with the dog, with the old dog named Danzo. He has decided to clean up all the troublesome old men in the upper echelons, including Shimura Danzo, the rat in the gutter, when Orochimaru, the dead demon, invades. Please explain clearly, what do you mean before you die? Tsunade grabbed Yagyu Tsuki's collar, raised her white toes, and looked at Yagyu Tsuki. Third generation before he dies? What does this mean? Is the dead white-haired man going to do it? She had heard some rumors before. The third generation always wanted Yagyu Tsuki's bloodline limit, and used Yagyu Tsuki cells to create some ninjas who can use the real wood-style power. But the third Hokage did not take action directly, nor did he express any attitude openly, which meant that Shimura Danzo was in the dark, looking for an opportunity to obtain Yagyu Tsuki's cells. One is bright, the other is dark, black cop and white cop. So the rumors that Yagyu Tsuki hated the third generation had already spread to the other shadows. Of course, she was not interested in participating in these things, she just heard about them. Yagyu Tsuki did not speak, but looked down at Tsunade's face lightly. Tsunade did not continue to ask, but stared at Yagyu Tsuki forcefully, waiting for Yagyu Tsuki's answer. The two looked into each other's eyes. 3 seconds later, Yagyu Tsuki hugged Tsunade and kissed Tsunade's slightly cold lips. Tsunade suddenly widened her eyes, her body trembled slightly, and in an instant she forgot to resist Yagyu Tsuki. Tsunade was confused. We were staring at each other and were about to fight. Why did the damn white-haired guy suddenly kiss me? So sweet. The damn white-haired guy even had candy in his mouth. Sweet as hell. What the hell is this idiot doing? Suddenly, the whole audience fell into silence. Everyone stared at Yagyu Tsuki and Tsunade in a daze. They never thought that Yagyu Tsuki would be so bold. Oh my god, they actually… Then they got tattoos? Haruno Sakura's mouth was trembling with excitement, and she covered her mouth with her little hand and looked at the scene in shock. Oh my god. My god. Teacher Yagyu is so bold. Although I have seen Naruto and Sasuke kiss before, can that scene be compared with this one? I have never had a tattoo in my life. What a great scene, Kato Shizen muttered. Since the two have kissed in public, it means that Yagyu Tsuki has decided to get back together. But what a great scene. Advertisement: one of the legendary Sannin, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, the strong and hot-tempered Lord Tsunade, was hugged and kissed by Yagyu Tsuki like a little girl. What a big contrast. Love is really great. A female ninja as strong as Tsunade actually has a love brain side. As expected of Yagyu teacher, Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly. Uzumaki Naruto took a step back, pointed at Uchiha Sasuke and yelled speechlessly, "Hey, hey, hey, Sasuke, what are you admiring? Before dying? Who knows? You should see interesting things when you return to the village." Lu Shangyue let go of Tsunade and teased with a faint smile. "Don't worry, I will tease even an old woman." Tsunade's fair face was red, and the blush even spread to her ears. Her heart was beating fast, and she felt shy in her heart. After reacting, she pinched Lu Shangyue's waist hard. "Zero, ask for flowers." Tsunade suddenly exerted force with 2 fingers and shouted in shame and anger, "Damn! White hair!" Lu Shangyue's smile froze. The corner of her mouth twitched slightly, and she took a breath of cold air in pain. Hiss. "This crazy woman is sick. It hurts so much. Pinching the waist hurts, and pinching the waist with the power of the 100 healings hurts even more. Anyway, if you want to watch the show, go back to the village. Your old friend is planning something interesting." Yagyu Tsuki jumped back, rubbed the skin on his waist that was pinched, and then picked up the 3 people from Team 7 and disappeared instantly. "Yagyu Tsuki, you idiot, wait for me." Tsunade's red face was burning, and her white neck was flushed. Her heart beat faster and faster. She clenched her fist and hit the ground hard, trying to vent the shame and anger in her heart. Boom, a super large pit appeared on the ground, which showed how terrible Tsunade's punch was. Kato Shizen was startled. Rain Shinobi Village, inside a black tower-shaped building. What's the situation? Uzumaki Nagato's skinny body was covered with black iron rods containing strange chakra. As he sat up, his whole body creaked. He raised his head to reveal the circle-shaped Rinnegan. His eyes exuded a destructive aura, and his aura was filled with a sacred feeling of looking down on all living things. 00 Conan stood beside Uzumaki Nagato. After receiving the information from the paper clone, he slowly opened his beautiful amber eyes and said indifferently, "The mission failed. Kakuzu and Haiden died in the battle." Uzumaki Nagato asked hoarsely, "How strong is Yagyu Tsuki?" He valued Conan very much. Conan was the person he trusted most now. He was relieved to let Conan do the work, but since the mission failed, it meant that Akatsuki completely underestimated Yagyu Tsuki's strength this time. Very strong, with the power to match the tailed beasts in one blow. Conan frowned slightly, feeling the pain left by the drum. A trace of shame and anger flashed in her cold eyes. All the information and touch that the paper clone knew would be transmitted back to her real body. "Yagyu Tsuki, you won't be so lucky next time." Uzumaki Nagato sensed Conan's anger and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" Conan rarely has mood changes, especially rarely gets angry with others. But why is Conan angry now? Am I wrong? Or what happened to the paper clone? Conan is the only most important person to him now. He didn't protect the important Yahiko. After Yahiko died, he swore that he would protect the important Conan. If anyone dares to hurt Conan, he will never forgive that guy, no matter who it is. Conan returned to normal and said briefly, "It's okay. Are you saying that you were forced to play the drum by Yagyu Tsuki? How is that possible? This is simply too embarrassing. Yagyu Tsuki is very strong, beyond our initial expectations, but after all, he is immortal. How can someone who has not experienced pain understand the truth?" Uzumaki Nagato did not ask any more questions. He trusted Conan from the bottom of his heart. "The pain of the past, the death of Yahiko, everything made me realize that I have gained extraordinary growth in infinite pain, and transformed from a mortal into a god. We will stop this war-torn world. This is God's mission. When my pupil power is restored, I will let Yagyu Tsuki feel pain." Pain's 6 paths appeared out of thin air and stood in front of Uzumaki Nagato. Uzumaki Nagato looked at Pain's face. His eyes revealed a look of grief, and a destructive anger surged in his heart. Feel the pain. Understand the pain. How could Yagyu Tsuki, who had never experienced grief, fight against the power of God? How could a mere mortal's power fight against the legendary Rinnegan? He wanted to use Yahiko's wreckage to fulfill Yahiko's dream before her death. Pain is Yahiko's dream, and he is also the god who changes the world. We will fulfill our dream. Conan bit his lips lightly, recalling the things he had experienced in the past. His family was destroyed because of the war. He fled because of the war. His country was destroyed because of the war, and he lost important friends because of the war. Uzumaki Nagato has the power to change the world, and has the legendary 6 paths creation moon power. No matter how strong Yagyu is, he can't match the Rinnegan. We will win, and the dream is just around the corner. Chapter 6 to register for the Chunin exam and learn the power of the 100 heroes. The sun is blazing and the sky is clear. The 7th training ground, Ding, gained 40 growth points, current growth points bronze, 74 points. 40 points. Lu Shengyue sat on the soft sofa, closed the Intimate Paradise novel in his hand, looked up at the panting Team 7 in the distance, and a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. 40 points? 40 points are meaningless. At first, I thought that after completing the Rasengan, I could directly get points to upgrade the sign-in reward. But there is still a long way to go before the sign-in upgrade. 3 days have passed since the Country of Waves, and the sign-in rewards in these 3 days are all garbage, such as Lightning-style Kirin, Fire-style gift pack, and Chakra Pill. Although it is not as good as expected, it is still a mediocre reward, because Kirin is a lightning style that can only be used in specific weather. Through the nature transformation of lightning-style chakra, it controls the real lightning in the sky. It is a rare S-level lightning style, and after he signs in to get the lightning-style Kirin as a reward, he can use the perfect lightning-style Kirin regardless of the weather. Fire-style gift pack, rubbish. But the Chakra Pill is also quite good. That is the Otsutsuki clan using the power of Rinnegan to refine a pill that can enhance their own chakra. In short, it's better than nothing. And the Chunin exam will be held tomorrow. If these stinky tools of Class 7 can complete the Rasengan before taking the Chunin exam, it is a good thing to look forward to. After all, almost all the Jōnin leaders now think that Class 7 will be eliminated in the Chunin exam, because the overall strength of Class 7 is mediocre in the eyes of Class 7. This is what we want. When the stinky brats of Class 7 use the Rasengan in the battle, everyone will sigh at their ability to educate people, and they can actually teach the last place to use the Rasengan. Teacher Yagyu, I have completely mastered the Rasengan. Uchiha Sasuke ran to Yagyu Tsuki's 207. He was obviously exhausted and panting, but he still put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yagyu Tsuki coldly, with an expectant look in his eyes, like a child showing off his grades to his parents. Haruno Sakura trotted all the way to Yagyu Tsuki, also looking at Yagyu Tsuki expectantly, and said with a smile, Teacher Yagyu, I have also learned the Rasengan. She clearly remembered the disappointed look on Yagyu Tsuki's face at that time. So now that she has learned the Rasengan, she hopes to get a change in Yagyu Tsuki's opinion. Really? Even if you stare at me eagerly, you can't get any reward. Yagyu Tsuki raised his hands and said with a faint smile, You use the Rasengan to attack me, and you must use your strongest power at present. To be honest, these two brats can master the Rasengan of ultimate form change within 10 days, which is indeed the top genius among geniuses. This talent alone is worthy of praise. As for the Ninetales brat who first mastered the Rasengan, that brat is completely cheating. Although I trained them well, these two people are very talented anyway, although I used to master the Rasengan within 3 minutes. In short, really excellent. Is it okay to use full strength? Haruno Sakura looked at the boulder destroyed by her Rasengan in the distance, and said hesitantly, Yagyu-sensei, you might. 15-inch her Rasengan has the power to destroy a boulder with one blow. If she attacks the defenseless Yagyu-sensei with full force, it is very likely that Yagyu-sensei's palm will be broken. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Haruno Sakura coldly and sneered, Idiot, how can you hurt Yagyu-sensei with your power? The enemy's strong attack before couldn't hurt Yagyu Tsuki. Haruno Sakura, this ugly girl, is actually worried that she can hurt Yagyu Tsuki with her full force attack? Dream on, idiot. Haruno Sakura felt angry. She felt that Sasuke was getting more and more annoying recently. He always mocked others with a condescending attitude, as if he was showing off in front of Yagyu-sensei. Who was the idiot? I am tolerating you for the last time. Well, the last 3 times. Uzumaki Naruto held the back of his head with both hands, looked at Sasuke's cold and arrogant face, curled his lips and complained, TSK, you are the last one to learn Rasengan. What are you so proud of? He has been very proud in recent days because he is the first one to learn Rasengan among the 3 people in Team 7. He taunts Sasuke with the first place every day because he rarely gets the first place. It used to be Sasuke who was in the limelight, and now it's finally my turn, Naruto. The last one. Uchiha Sasuke sneered. He could see that Uzumaki Naruto was in an accident, and he blamed himself and thought that he had killed Yagyu-sensei, so he used the Rasengan based on his feeling. Uzumaki Naruto was angry, with rage in his eyes. He pointed at Uchiha Sasuke and shouted angrily, Hey, what's wrong with you? I'm the first place. Why are you still so arrogant? I'm the first place, right? Advertisement Sasuke actually had the nerve to mock me? I'm so angry. Get out of here. Don't bother me. Yagyu Tsuki picked up Uzumaki Naruto and threw him far away, and then completely ignored Uzumaki Naruto, who was making trouble there. Yagyu Tsuki shook his palm and said, "Don't worry, use all your strength. If you can hurt me, you can become Hokage tomorrow. Third-generation old dogs can't hurt me. If Sasuke and little Sakura can hurt me, it's just as outrageous as the Arabian Nights. They are even qualified to compete for the 5th Hokage. Wishful thinking. Witness my power, teacher Yagyu." Uchiha Sasuke put away his concerns. His eyes turned into Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan, and a light blue Rasengan emerged from his palm. He used the Rasengan to hit Yagyu's palm with all his strength. Rasengan hit Yagyu's palm, generating a fierce gust of wind, blowing the dust around Yagyu to both sides. Yagyu felt the touch of his palm, thought for a moment and said, 8 points? Uchiha Brat opened Sharingan to use Rasengan. It's a bit more powerful than Nine-Tails Brat's Rasengan. But due to the current chakra amount, Uchiha Brat can only use it about 3 times a day, and can't use Rasengan almost unlimited times like Nine-Tails Brat. Of course, every time Uchiha Brat's Sharingan is upgraded, its own chakra amount can be greatly improved. Very good. Uchiha Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth slightly, put away the scarlet double-grooved Sharingan, and glanced proudly at the Vortex Naruto in the distance. Naruto, the idiot, had previously received 7 points, and he received 8 points. What's the meaning of first place? The strength of power is everything. Teacher Yagyu, please be careful. Haruno Sakura grasped the white wrist, and a light blue Rasengan emerged from his palm. He looked at Yagyu Tsuki's calm attitude, hesitated for a moment, and then used all his strength to hit Yagyu Tsuki's palm. Yagyu Tsuki felt the touch of his palm and said thoughtfully, 5 points, 2 little chakra was injected. Although it is impossible to break Gaara's sand armor, it can at least solve many Jōnin of this generation with one blow. The power is very weak, but it's okay. Haruno Sakura Rasengan is the weakest in Team 7 because the amount of chakra injected is too little. Although Rasengan is only an A-level move, it will change according to the amount of chakra injected. As long as chakra is injected hard, the power can be infinitely increased. Although Haruno Sakura Rasengan is very weak, it controls the flow of chakra very perfectly. Who is Gaara? Haruno Sakura didn't care about the so-called 5 points, because she knew very well that she was not as powerful as Naruto and Sasuke. Yagyu Tsuki said, "Your enemy tomorrow. Is there a mission tomorrow?" Uchiha Sasuke looked cold on the surface, but he was looking forward to the mission tomorrow because he had just mastered the Rasengan and wanted to test this new power. This time, even if I encounter an enemy like the Mist Ninja Demon, I should be able to fight with my current strength, right? As long as I follow Mr. Yagyu again, I will soon gain enough power for revenge. Yagyu Tsuki took out 3 registration forms, pointed to the contents of the registration forms and said, "There is an exam. Tomorrow is the Chōnin selection exam. Write your names, and I will help you register." Chōnin selection exam? Everyone in Class 7 was stunned. After a moment, everyone was excited and felt pressured. They had just become Jōnin not long ago, and they had to take the Chōnin exam? Write it, and you pay the registration fee yourself. Lu Shengyue's hand trembled slightly, and 3 wallets appeared out of thin air and fell into his palm. He cushioned the weight of the wallet and put the wallet into his pocket with satisfaction. My wallet. Haruno Sakura looked at the wallet that was taken away and said speechlessly, "There is no registration fee for taking the Chōnin exam, right?" She knew that there was no need to pay any registration fee for taking the village selection exam, no matter what exam it was. Mr. Lu Sheng just took the opportunity to rob money. That money was my last savings, and I was thinking about buying new clothes today. Yagyu Tsuki touched Haruno Sakura's head and said with a smile, "Money will make people fall into darkness. I will help you carry the burden forward." Haruno Sakura's mouth twitched slightly. She wanted to complain now, but she couldn't think of any rebuttal. Alas, when can I wear new clothes? Chōnin selection exam, very good. Uchiha Sasuke didn't care about the wallet. He quickly filled in his name on the form. He wanted to pass this Chōnin selection exam and tell everyone that he, Uchiha Sasuke, was the strongest Jōnin in this class. Just mastering a new powerful power, he will be very confident when taking the Chōnin exam. Everyone in Class 7 filled in the registration form. Haruno Sakura asked curiously, "Participating in the exam depends on the completion of the task, right? We have only completed one C-level task. Are we eligible to participate in the Chōnin selection exam?" She heard from Yamanaka Ino yesterday that if you want to participate in the Chōnin selection exam, you need to complete 5 D-level tasks and 3 C-level tasks. At present, Team 7 has not done any D-level tasks and has only completed one C-level task. The C-level task in Wave Country some time ago made her understand how terrible C-level tasks are. In C-level tasks, you will encounter A-level rebels and even a bunch of S-level rebels, but Team 10, where Ino is, can actually complete 3 C-level tasks. This is simply terrible. Is Team 10 so strong? Advertisement Yagyu Tsuki put away the registration form and said casually, "It's okay. I have someone above me. If you want to sign up for the Chunin exam, you do need to see how well you complete the mission." It stands to reason that all ninjas must follow the rules, but he ignores all the rules. Even if Team 7 hasn't completed any missions, it's just a matter of a word to participate in the Chunin exam. So dark? Haruno Sakura complained. If you have someone above you, you can ignore the rules. Is this the dirty adult world? The first round is a written test. You don't need to write anything. The examiner will definitely give me a face. As for the second round, Yagyu Tsuki took out 2 scrolls from his pocket. The 2 strange scrolls were one black and one white. One had the word Earth written on it, and the other had the word Sky written on it. Just take the Earth coiling axis to pass the level. The examiner of this Chunin exam had been beaten up by him before, so he would give him a face no matter what. Everyone in Class 7 looked at the Earth coiling axis, and everyone was speechless. Is it really okay to do this in the Chunin selection exam? Haruno Sakura picked up the Earth coiling axis and said hesitantly, "We will be eliminated if we are found cheating." Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I have someone above me." Yagyu Tsuki instructed. Besides, the first 2 games are meaningless. Just give your all in the third game, and use the Rasengan boldly. To be honest, with the current comprehensive strength of Class 7, even if they can use moves like Rasengan, they will definitely not be able to beat Gaara and his people. At present, the strongest person in this Chunin selection exam should be Gaara, followed by Rock Lee, Hyuganiji, and Little Hinata. Hinata's current strength is considerable. After all, she is a little lowly raised by herself, but at least using the Rasengan in public can help her pretend to be awesome. In short, things are unpredictable, and victory is possible. But the best development is that Team 7 uses Rasengan to show off, and then everyone loses before the finals. This will not only increase the pressure on Team 7, but also inspire Team 7 to become stronger. Don't worry, I will definitely use the power you taught me to win this Chunin selection exam. Uchiha Sasuke raised his head coldly and looked at Yagyu Tsuki's face confidently. He was very grateful for Yagyu Tsuki's teachings, and found that Yagyu Tsuki was a man who loved face, so he would defeat everyone no matter what and win this Chunin selection exam. If all members of Team 7 were defeated, Teacher Yagyu would be very embarrassed and would probably be disappointed with Team 7. So he must win. He is a person who has a clear distinction between love and hate. Moreover, I also want to prove to everyone that I, Uchiha Sasuke, am the only genius and the strongest ninja among all the genins of this year. Uzumaki Naruto punched his palm and said with a sunny and passionate smile, "I will defeat all opponents, win the Chunin exam, and make everyone look at me with new eyes. Finally, I have come to this step. After I defeat everyone and become a Chunin, Sakura-chan will also look at me with new eyes, right? Sakura-chan, take a good look at my performance. And Yagyu-sensei, open your eyes wide and watch my performance. I will pass this Chunin selection exam and make you recognize my existence even more." Very good. Perfect. It feels good just thinking about it. Haruno Sakura has no confidence and said with a forced smile, "I will also work hard." Yagyu Tsuki said casually, 0.5, right? Work hard. You little brats don't really win. It's fine if we can just make it to the finals. If all the members of Class 7 really win, how can I put pressure on them? You little brats, sit still. Yagyu waved his hands. Everyone in Class 7 looked confused, but they still sat on the ground. Yagyu took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, put it in his mouth, sipped it, and said lightly, "The Chunin exam is tomorrow, so let's start a new practice today." Although tomorrow is the Chunin exam, exams don't matter. The stinky tools are practicing hard like crazy. I can get better rewards after increasing the points, so even if the sky falls and the earth collapses, Team 7 must practice hard for me. As long as Team 7 practices hard, good rewards are just around the corner. It would be best to sign in some Zanpakuto, some Samsara Sharingan, some EX Curry Sticks, some One Punch Man, these impressive abilities beyond the scope of ninjas. With new powers, you can pretend more happily. Of course, immortality is the best. Haruno Sakura recalled Yagyu Tsuki's previous explanation and asked curiously, "Is Teacher Yagyu going to teach us the nature transformation of chakra attributes?" Nature transformation? Even Uchiha Sasuke was a little excited. He still clearly remembered that Yagyu Tsuki used lightning-style Rasengan. That's enough to destroy the QB mountain in an instant. If you can master the power that Yagyu teacher had at that time, you should be able to have the strength to kill that man, right? Uzumaki Naruto folded his hands in front of his chest, tilted his head, and muttered in confusion. What is the star transformation? Stupid. It's Chakra's nature transformation. You should listen to Yagyu teacher in the future. Haruno Sakura glared at Naruto unhappily. No hope, no hope. Don't be wishful thinking with your ability. There is no hope at all. Yagyu said lightly. What I want to teach you is the power of the 100 healings, which is the unique power of that crazy woman. Chapter 63. Capture Tsunade as free labor. Crazy B******ch? Team 7 was slightly startled. What is the power of 100 healings? Who is the crazy B******ch? After a moment of confusion, Team 7's heroic back appeared in their minds, and they gradually showed an expression of sudden realization. The crazy B******ch should be referring to Tsunade's wife, right? Haruno Sakura's pretty face was blank, and she asked hesitantly, what is the power of 100 healings? Is the power of 100 healings the power of Tsunade's wife? If I remember correctly, when fighting the enemy in the Land of Waves, Tsunade's wife never used ninjutsu from beginning to end, right? Yagyu Tsuki said lightly, the power of 100 healings? Strictly speaking, it is the power of 100 healings, which can be understood as a man-made acquired bloodline limit. The power of 100 healings is a very unique ability without classification. Its comprehensive effect is more like a bloodline limit. It is currently one of the best Super S-level skills in the entire ninja world, and its comprehensive effect is even more outrageous than many bloodline limits. If there is a category, it should be medical. Haruno Sakura complained. Saying so much is like saying nothing. You are no different from that idiot Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke glanced at Haruno Sakura coldly, then looked at the confused Uzumaki Naruto, sneered and said, Teacher Yagyu has already said it very clearly. The blood limit is a natural power, and the artificial acquired blood limit is very strong. To be honest, he didn't understand what the power of the 100 heroes was, but at least he knew that the blood limit was very rare, and the artificial acquired blood limit must be a very strong power. It's enough to know that it's very strong. Since completing the mission in the Land of Waves, Uchiha Sasuke has always had a knot in his heart. After witnessing Uzumaki Naruto's demon fox coat, he has always remembered that tyrannical power, and it is that power that makes him very annoyed. In addition, Uzumaki Naruto is the first person in Team 7 to fully master the Rasengan, which adds fuel to his anger. What a joke. A mere tale. I am a member of the Uchiha clan. Haruno Sakura was filled with anger and snorted. You didn't understand anything either? It's so annoying. What's wrong with Sasuke recently? Why does he always bring me along when he taunts Naruto? And, from what Sasuke said, we can tell that Sasuke didn't understand anything either. 03 is still forcing himself to explain to Mr. Yagyu. It's meaningless to talk about so many theories. Practice is the most effective way. Haruno Sakura. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand. Who is Ping Xiong? Hey! Haruno Sakura was about to refute Yagyu Tsuki, but when she heard Yagyu Tsuki calling her name, she walked towards Yagyu Tsuki with a surprised expression. Yagyu Tsuki stood up and walked to the tree, raised his hand and tapped the hard trunk. The trunk was very hard, so he nodded with satisfaction. He pointed at the tree and said, Stinky brat, hit it with all your strength. Haruno Sakura touched the tree, feeling the hardness of the tree that was almost as hard as steel, and asked with concern and hesitation on her pretty face, Will I get hurt if I hit it? Hit the tree with all my strength? I'm afraid my hand will be broken if I punch it. Yagyu Tsuki said, It's okay. Don't worry, hit it, and you must use all your strength. Okay. Haruno Sakura looked at Yagyu Tsuki's confident attitude, and she decided to believe Yagyu Tsuki's suggestion once. She clenched her fist and took a step back, then punched the tree with all her strength. Could it be any miraculous effect? Crack! Haruno Sakura's white fist hit the tree, and then the hand bones made a crisp sound, which made everyone in Team 7 feel numb. Hiss! Ah, it hurts. Haruno Sakura's expression was distorted, and she squatted on the ground with her broken hand, making a heart-wrenching roar. A full-strength blow broke the hand. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Sasuke and Naruto, chuckled and said, See, with your weak physical strength, without any support, hitting it with full strength will definitely bleed and break bones. Vortex Naruto looked at Haruno Sakura, who was kneeling on the ground, holding his broken hand and crying, and said cautiously and worriedly, Sakura, Sakura-chan? Are you sick? You knew it would hurt, but you asked me to hit the tree with full strength. Haruno Sakura's face was distorted with pain, and he looked at Yagyu Tsuki with tears in his eyes. There seemed to be anger in his eyes, as if he wanted to kill Yagyu Tsuki. I thought it would have some miraculous effect just now, but I didn't expect that Yagyu teacher wanted to use my broken hand to tell Team 7 that hitting a tree with pure physical strength would break a bone. Are you sick? I'm a girl. Let Naruto or Sasuke do it. Yagyu teacher is so biased. Advertisement, don't look at me like that. Treat the pain of failure as experience. It will make you stronger every time. Lu Shungyue grabbed Haruno Sakura's broken hand, and light blue chakra emerged from the palm. After the red and swollen wrist was covered by light blue chakra, the wrist gradually became intact. It doesn't hurt anymore. Haruno Sakura looked at his healed hand and tried to clench his fist. He didn't feel any pain at all. It was so painful just now, but now he can't feel any pain at all. What is the light blue chakra used by Lu Sheng teacher? What a magical ninjutsu. There's no need to think of me as the kind of man who bullies women for pleasure. I called you because you're the only one in Team 7 who can do what I'm going to say later. Lu Shungyue touched Haruno Sakura's head and smiled slightly, although it's quite exciting to see a woman cry. Among the 3 brats in Team 7, Haruno Sakura is the best at controlling chakra. The last sentence is unnecessary. Haruno Sakura complained, then looked at Lu Shungyue curiously and asked, what is the only thing I can do now? If you hit a tree with pure physical strength, it will break the bone. What if you add chakra? Lu Shungyue pointed at the tree and said, control chakra to flow to your hand, and then hit it with all your strength. Control chakra? Haruno Sakura looked at the tree in front of her. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she swallowed secretly when she recalled the heart-wrenching pain of the fracture just now. She was a little scared. Don't be afraid, believe me. Lu Shungyue slapped Haruno Sakura's drum, and the encouraging tone gave people a sense of security. Haruno Sakura looked at Lu Shungyue's handsome face, and the fear in her heart disappeared. Her delicate and fair face blushed slightly, and she answered subconsciously like a fangirl, okay? Wait a minute. The drum hurts. Teacher Yagyu is so annoying. Must he take advantage of me? Next time you take advantage of me, I will tell Master Tsunade. Haruno Sakura glared at Yagyu Tsuki shyly. Uzumaki Naruto pointed at Haruno Sakura and shouted angrily, hey, hey, hey. Teacher Yagyu broke your bones. Why are you blushing now? So annoying. Are handsome guys that good? Huh. Haruno Sakura ignored Uzumaki Naruto, slowly closed his eyes to feel the flow of chakra, and controlled the flow of chakra to all the acupuncture points on his right hand. After a few seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes and hit the tree with all his strength. Bang! After Haruno Sakura's fist hit the bark, the whole tree began to shake violently, and a large number of leaves fell to the ground like a downpour. A small and exquisite fist mark remained on the tree. Ding! The system said, gain 1 growth point. Current growth value is 75 bronze points. Did I hit this? Haruno Sakura felt the slight pain in her fist, looked at the indented fist mark on the tree, and gradually showed an unbelievable expression. She thought her hand would be broken, but she didn't expect it to be just a little painful. And the power of the punch containing chakra just now has completely surpassed the normal full-strength punch. It's like a layer of hard armor on the fist just now. You just used very little chakra. If you can control all the chakra to flow in one direction at the moment of attack, there will be miraculous effects that you can't imagine. Lu Shungyue raised his hand and tapped the bark of the tree with his fingertips. Lu Shungyue flicked his finger, and the tree as hard as steel trembled, and then the whole tree was uprooted and flew out, flying a distance of 10 sections before falling heavily on the ground. This is the so-called strange power, and it is also the power most commonly used by crazy women. Yagyu Tsuki patted the dust off his hands, turned around and looked at the people in Team 7 calmly, raised a finger, and a light blue chakra appeared on the tip of the finger. Wow! So powerful! Everyone in Team 7 was shocked, staring at the tree that was blown far away in amazement, and everyone felt a sense of fear in their hearts. When Mr. Yagyu flicks his fingers, there is a terrible power, which can kill people directly. Everyone in Team 7 is excited. If they can master such a powerful force, each punch can be more powerful than Rasengan. Yagyu said, as long as you can perfectly control the flow of chakra, you can strengthen the power of all parts of the body and even improve the defense of the body. This is the strange experience of Miao-ji. Yes, all parts. You can even strengthen that part, but I don't need to strengthen that part, because my part is already stronger than everything. Whoever uses it knows it, and those who have used it say it's good. Uchiha Sasuke frowned and asked, "Is this move difficult to learn?" Although Mr. Yagyu said it very easily, there should be few people in the whole ninja world who can do it one step, because it is extremely difficult to control the flow of chakra and make the whole body chakra flow to one point at the moment of attack. Yagyu Tsuki said, "It should be difficult. The power of 100 healings is a super S-level move, and it is also the most special S-level in the world. It can even crush many bloodline limits, because simply controlling the flow of chakra is meaningless. What needs to be controlled is the nature transformation of yang attribute chakra. The 100 healings is a kind of extraordinary absolute violence that uses the nature transformation of yang attribute chakra to ultimate, and even its omnipotent effect exceeds most bloodline limits. Of course, the powerful moves are just moves, and the extent to which they are used depends on the individual. Even if the stinky brats in Team 7 master the 100 healings now, they will still be instantly killed by other Tsunades of the strong Kage level, because the magnitude is more important than everything. Yagyu Tsuki raised 2 fingers and said, "There are only 2 people in the world who can use the 100 healings. One is me, and the other is the crazy woman. The 100 healings is Tsunade's unique secret, and it is also a skill created by Tsunade himself. Before that night, the only person who could use the 100 healings was Tsunade. Any ninja can master the power of the 100 healings through training, but if you want to master the power of the 100 healings, you must know the secret of the 100 healings. This power alone is meaningless. The strongest of the 100 healings is ninja art, mitotic regeneration. Even if you are cut in half, as long as you have chakra, you can heal instantly, but this level of recovery is not as strong as your own sage body recovery. Super S-Class. Everyone in Team 7 was excited. It was their first time to come into contact with the S-Class field. There should not be many ninjas in the world who can master the S-Class. No matter how you think about it, the S-Class is a kind of ultimate trump card. Advertisement and Mr. Yagyu is willing to give us such a powerful move. How can we live up to Mr. Yagyu's expectations? We must practice harder than before and do our best in the Chunin exam, and we must respond to Mr. Yagyu's expectations." After a moment of excitement, everyone in Class 7 stood up in awe and looked up at Yagyu Tsuki with admiration. Uzumaki Naruto's expression determined. He pushed his forehead protector and said firmly, "Mr. Yagyu, I will definitely respond to your expectations and work hard to become a Hokage for you to see. Since Mr. Yagyu taught me the S level, it means that he recognizes my existence, and I must respond to Mr. Yagyu's expectations." I blamed Mr. Yagyu. Haruno Sakura thought secretly in his heart as he looked at the handsome profile of Yagyu Tsuki. When I first met Mr. Yagyu, I thought he was a frivolous scumbag and a teacher who had no sense of responsibility at all. But Mr. Yagyu is indeed helping our Team 7 to become stronger again and again. Yagyu Tsuki is the most responsible teacher in the world. Her attitude has completely changed. But, taking advantage, I still have to scold him. I am still a girl who has never been in love. How can I let others take advantage of me? If Mr. Yagyu takes advantage of me, I will go and tell Tsunade-sensei about it. Uchiha Sasuke raised his mouth slightly. Since the Uchiha clan was exterminated, no one has ever taught him to practice. Although Yagyu Tsuki's attitude is bad, no matter what, under Yagyu Tsuki's teaching, Uchiha Sasuke is getting stronger quickly and gradually gaining enough power for revenge. In his eyes, Yagyu Tsuki is more like a brother than Uchiha Itachi who killed the whole clan. Really? Work hard. Yagyu Tsuki looked at everyone in Team 7 strangely. Judging from the expressions of Team 7, these brats seem to be imagining something, but it doesn't matter. It's troublesome to explain so many things. Although the power of 100 healings is very effective, it is just a trick of ordinary ninjas. The ninja art, mitotic regeneration that 100 healings actively uses, is just its passive ability. In short, practice hard for me. Only when the stinking cash cows become stronger like desperately can I gain stronger and more invincible abilities. Students work hard, and teachers become stronger. Students work hard, and teachers pretend to be cool. Perfect. Although the idea is very lazy, but people always have some desires. Yagyu Tsuki clapped his hands and said, "Line up, I will draw you the 100 healings mark." This is a seal that can store chakra and is also the core power of the power of 100 healings. The reason why the entire ninja world cannot use the 100 healings is because no one knows the secret of the 100 healings mark, and no one knows how to use it except Tsunade, that crazy woman. But he knows everything. A few minutes later, everyone in Class 7 has been engraved with the 100 Healings mark. They all have a strange diamond-shaped mark between their eyebrows. This strange diamond-shaped mark between their eyebrows gives everyone in Class 7 a strange feeling. Haruno Sakura stroked the diamond mark between his eyebrows and said in confusion, "Strange. There is no change." Yagyu Tsuki flicked Haruno Sakura's forehead and said, "Don't worry about it. Just leave it alone. Your chakra will overflow after the daily limit, and the overflowed chakra will be automatically stored here. When you want to use it, just unlock the 100 Healings mark. Trees are buried in the soil, and food is eaten with the mouth. Everyone has their own specialty. Stand still. Today, I will introduce you to a class teacher." As soon as the voice fell, Yagyu Tsuki disappeared out of thin air. Everyone in Class 7 waited in confusion. A few minutes later, Yagyu Tsuki appeared in an instant with Tsunade in her arms. "Idiot, let me go." Tsunade was carried by Yagyu Tsuki like a kitten, with her limbs dangling in the air and a bottle of wine in her hand. She was just in a very shizun, was drinking happily, and was a little tipsy when she was taken away by Yagyu Tsuki, who suddenly appeared. The reason why she stayed in the village temporarily was to wait for the big show that Yagyu Tsuki said. She was a little confused about what happened that would endanger the life and death of the third Hokage, and what did the old friend mean? Yagyu Tsuki lifted Tsunade to her face, looked at Tsunade's cute drunken face, and said with a faint smile, "You teach the brat super strength. I believe in your ability to teach people. Sister Juru can teach Team 7 super strength more effectively, because the 100 Healings is a skill developed by Sister Juru. For now, let's catch Sister Juru and be a free laborer. As for me, I will be a hands-off boss for the time being, because there are still many things to deal with." Huh? Tsunade was still carried by Yagyu Tsuki, looking at Yagyu Tsuki's face close at hand strangely. The grinning old white-haired guy, teaching the 7th team super strength? You want me to be a free laborer, right? You are dreaming. I am drinking happily with Shizen, and you want to use me as a free laborer? You are so bold. If I agree to this troublesome thing, I will change my last name to Yagyu. Chapter 6-4 Challenge Scroll. Hyuga Hinata? Yagyu Tsuki said, "Anyway, teach them your 100 Healings. I still have some things to deal with here. I have no obligation to teach these idiots." Tsunade opened Yagyu Tsuki's hand, dropped to the ground and glanced at the people in Team 7. Seeing the silly face of Uzumaki Naruto, he said heroically and forcefully, "You look silly. I have nothing to teach you." Teach people? Dream on. I would be drinking happily if I had time to teach people, and I haven't played in the latest casino in the village yet. The most important thing is, the damn white-haired man actually asked me to teach Team 7 the 100 Healings? With the talents of these stinky brats in Team 7, how could they master my unique 100 Healings? If they want to master the 100 Healings, they need to become medical ninjas first and be able to perfectly control the flow of chakra before they can start learning the nature transformation of yang power. The nature transformation of yang power is several times more difficult than the nature transformation of fire, wind, and thunder, and the 100 Healings is the ultimate of the yang attribute nature transformation. And the 100 Healings mark in the power of 100 Healings is a unique ability in the entire ninja world. It is an original ability that only she can use. Who would have nothing better to do than to teach her trump card to the silly strangers of Team 7? In her eyes, Team 7 is a stranger, and Yagyu Tsuki is just a dead white-haired guy. Huh. Suddenly, just as Tsunade was about to punch Yagyu Tsuki, she suddenly turned back and looked at Team 7 again, glancing at the mark between the eyebrows of all the members of Team 7. This is 100 Healings mark, right? Even with Tsunade's personality, after seeing the 100 Healings mark of Team 7, the whole person gradually widened his eyes and was stunned. Why does Team 7 have the 100 Healings mark? No matter how you think about it, it must be the trick of the dead white-haired guy. But the problem is, 100 Healings mark is a seal that I developed myself. How to use it is a secret that only I know in the world. Why does the dead white-haired guy know this secret? Will you use my ability? Tsunade turned around and grabbed the collar of Yagyu Tsuki fiercely, but this time she did not stand on tiptoe to look at Yagyu Tsuki, but kept a distance from him intentionally or unintentionally, as if she was afraid of being kissed by Yagyu Tsuki suddenly. I have never had contact with the dead white hair before. How could the dead white hair use his ability? There is no need to be so far away. What are you afraid of? Lu Shengwei took a step forward. Tsunade took a step back in panic. He took 2 steps forward again. Tsunade took 2 steps back in panic. Don't mind me? Tsunade was wary of Lu Shengwei. She was really afraid of being kissed by Lu Shengyue. She asked coldly, "Stupid. Answer me quickly. Why did you use my ability? What's yours and mine? If I use it, it's mine, and what's yours is mine. We don't need to be so clear about our family." Lu Shengyue instantly came behind Tsunade, hugged Tsunade from behind, and said in a sexy tone in Tsunade's ear, "You know my strengths and weaknesses, so I naturally know your secrets. I know more than you think. Get lost. Who is your family?" Tsunade's delicate and heroic face blushed slightly, and he turned around and shook off the hand that was hugged by Lu Shengyue and said emphatically, "The 100 Healings is the art I developed. The 100 Healings was obviously developed by me, and the 100 Healings mark was also developed with great effort. The dead white-haired man is quite good at getting close. How dare you say that we are a family?" Lu Shengyue said speechlessly, "You have a strong sense of copyright. The second Hokage also has a strong sense of copyright. Do all the Senju lineage pay so much attention to copyright? I still have something to do, and I will leave the little brats to you. Work hard, little master's wife." Lu Shengyue patted Tsunade's head, and then used his body to disappear out of thin air. After Lu Shengyue disappeared, the whole audience fell into silence, and everyone in Team 7 did not dare to speak, because they knew how hot-tempered Tsunade was. Tsunade did not speak, staring at everyone in Team 7 indifferently, and after a moment, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he sighed secretly in his heart. "I give in. What can a dead white-haired person do? He should have gone to find Yuhi Kurenai, right? Being a hands-off boss, he went to find women to play with, leaving me here as a free labor calendar?" Tsunade stared at Class 7 for a while, thinking freely in his heart. "Okay, let's go on strike." Advertisement. Wait a minute. We can go on strike, but with the character of the dead white-haired person, I'm afraid he will find a way to bully me. What if he does the same thing as that night? It's so troublesome no matter what. Teach him. Teach him. Suddenly, Tsunade knelt on the ground, covered his mouth, and made a slight retching sound. Ugh. Haruno Sakura hurried over, supported Tsunade, who looked pale, and said worriedly, "Master's wife, are you okay? You can sober up if you drink too much." "Very good. Since the teacher in charge is the master's wife, I should be able to impress the master's wife if I take the initiative to care about her." "Stupid. How could I vomit after drinking?" Tsunade shook off Haruno Sakura's hand. She had already used chakra to evaporate the alcohol, but why did she feel nauseous? Could it be? Tsunade suddenly thought of something, but gave up the idea after a moment. "How is it possible? I have no obligation to teach you, but since you have already agreed, just start practicing. What is your progress now?" Tsunade adjusted her state and looked at the people in Team 7 coldly. "Just started practicing." Everyone in Class 7 sat down obediently. The reason why they sat down obediently and put on an attitude of listening seriously was because in their eyes, Tsunade was Yagyu Tsuki's girlfriend. Since she was the master's wife, of course she should be respected, and they were also looking forward to mastering the Super S level 100 healings power as soon as possible. The most important thing was, they felt that Master Tsunade was the kind of person who would beat others to death. If they, Class 7, messed around with Teacher Yagyu would also mess around with them depending on the situation. But if you mess around with Master Tsunade, you will probably be beaten badly. "You are quite honest." Tsunade was surprised. "The dead white-haired man taught you well. Start learning from the basics. The dead white-haired man asked me to teach you super strength, so there is no need to learn medical knowledge. After you master the Yang attributed nature transformation, you can heal your wounds by unsealing the seal on your forehead." Tsunade said. Although Yagyu Tsuki didn't say so much, she could roughly understand Yagyu Tsuki's intention. The reason why the dead white-haired man first set the 100 healings mark for Team 7 should be to skip the medical training directly and let Team 7 learn only the super strength and 100 healings mark among the 100 healings. It should be to pave the way for the later training, right? But with the character of dead white-haired man who does whatever he wants, he actually really educates Team 7 seriously. To be honest, this matter is a bit outrageous. Wait a minute. Dead white-haired man seems to hate the old men in the upper echelons of the village very much, and the ones he hates the most are Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo. Could it be that dead white-haired man specially educates Team 7 to cultivate a force that can be fully controlled from the bottom of the village? Very likely. Otherwise, with dead white-haired man's character, how could he specially cultivate Team 7? Haruno Sakura knelt on the ground, looking at Tsunade, who was in deep thought, and whispered, "Master's wife? Please continue to explain." Tsunade glared at Haruno Sakura and accused him, Don't call me master's wife. Haruno Sakura was startled. Everyone in Team 7 was confused. What should they call the hand? Tsunade-sensei? Tsunade-sister? Tsunade-sama? Uchiha Sasuke raised his lips slightly, showing a confident smile, and glanced at Haruno Sakura with an idiotic look. Since Tsunade is Yagyu-sensei's girlfriend, there is only one name that will satisfy Tsunade. Mrs. Yagyu. Uchiha Sasuke sneered. Bang! Uchiha Sasuke was knocked away by a punch, and after rolling on the ground for several circles, a large mouthful of scarlet blood spurted out of his mouth, and then his head tilted and he fainted. Who taught you to call like that? Tsunade's face was terribly cold, and he looked at the unconscious Sasuke coldly and forcefully. Light blue chakra emerged from his palm, instantly healing Uchiha Sasuke's injuries, and then he slapped Sasuke, who was in a sleeping state, to wake him up with 2 slaps. The master's wife is already shy enough. He even called out the more shameful Mrs. Yagyu, as if I was married to Yagyu Tsuki. The damn white-haired man specifically asked me to teach Team 7, in order to get Team 7's help, right? What a show. Naruto and little Sakura looked terrified, sitting neatly on the ground. Their heartbeats gradually began to speed up. Cold sweat rolled down their backs. They didn't dare to move or look back at Sasuke. Tsunade's wife is so scary. Tsunade-sama. Tsunade-sama. Even Uchiha Sasuke showed a trace of trepidation. Start practicing. Tsunade's expression eased a little, walked to the side of a big tree, looked at Haruno Sakura who was sitting with a forced smile, pointed at the big tree next to him and said, "You are Haruno Sakura. Hit this tree with all your strength." I hit it. Haruno Sakura's mouth twitched slightly. She just hit the tree with all her strength and her hand was broken. Now Tsunade actually wants her to hit the tree again. It seems just like Teacher Yagyu. Tsunade asked, "Really?" In other words, the dead white-haired man taught you how to use super strength, but you can't use it well at present, right? Advertisement. Haruno Sakura replied obediently, "Yes, Inze." Uzumaki Naruto was flustered and thought secretly in his heart, "Teacher Yagyu, please come back soon. Master Tsunade is too scary." Fortunately, Sasuke, that arrogant guy, was the one who showed off before me, otherwise I would have been the one who got beaten just now. Since you know the theory, let's start the actual combat directly. The 3 of you will attack me with all your strength. Tsunade, through the green coat back, clenched his white little fist and sneered at the people in Team 7. "I am the best medical ninja. Even if I beat you to the point of death, I can easily heal you. Don't worry, I am the legendary Sannin. 1 finger is enough to deal with little brats like you." Tsunade raised a finger and looked down at Team 7 confidently. It really seems. Everyone in Team 7 complained in their hearts at the same time. Tsunade is very similar to Teacher Yagyu, just like a female version of Yagyu. At this time, in the distance, Yagyu put her hands on her eyes and looked at Team 7 that was infinitely beaten away in the distance. She nodded with satisfaction. "It seems to be going well. The crazy woman can actually understand my intention, then I will try my best here. First of all, I will skip work for a day to drink." Yagyu stretched comfortably. "Chunin exam. Tomorrow? Since you like to do things together, let's die together." Time passed slowly. The bright moon was in the sky, and the stars were twinkling. The entire 7th training ground was full of potholes and had become a concave wasteland, with huge pits everywhere, and the members of the 7th team were lying on the ground in a mess with blood all over their bodies. "Let's stop here." Tsunade picked up the coat on the ground and looked at Haruno Sakura with admiration. Haruno Sakura? In terms of controlling chakra, she is a very talented ninja. It can even be said that Haruno Sakura is the most talented in controlling chakra among all the people she has met. If she can learn medical knowledge well, she should be able to become a better medical ninja than Shizune. Moreover, Haruno Sakura learns superpowers very quickly. She is the fastest person in the 7th team. She can touch the trick of superpowers in just 1 day. If she teaches herself, she should be able to train Haruno Sakura into an excellent medical ninja. It's a pity that this excellent girl is a student of the dead white hair. Tsunade left the 7th training ground. She wanted to continue to find Shizune to drink. Uzumaki Naruto was covered in blood, and his face was swollen like a bun. He said vaguely with a sausage mouth, Will I die? Kings, he was beaten by Tsunade several times and several bones in his abdomen were broken. Although the injuries have been healed by Tsunade, the nightmare-like pain still remains. So strong. You are worthy of being Mr. Yagyu. Uchiha Sasuke got up in a mess and looked at Tsunade's gradually receding back in shock. She is worthy of being Mr. Yagyu's girlfriend. As strong as a monster. If I can also have this power, I should be able to kill that man completely, right? At this time, the Hyuga family mansion. Ding. The system said, gain 10 growth points, and the current growth value is 85 bronze points. 10 points? It is indeed very effective in actual combat. Yagyu ate sugared watermelon and recalled the scene of Team 7 being beaten infinitely. It is indeed effective to fight once in a while, but fighting all the time can improve very little. At least you have to complete a training before fighting, because the purpose of fighting is to master the abilities that have been learned before. Today is the first time for the 7th team to use Rasengan for fighting, so they can gain a certain degree of growth value. It is past midnight. Sign in. Get the character challenge ticket. Hyuga Hinata. Come, please accept the challenge within 3 days. If you refuse or do not accept the challenge for more than 3 days, the sign-in reward will be stopped for 1 week. Challenge content. Have S*X with Hyuga Hinata. Complete the challenge and get Tenseigan. The system congratulated. Congratulations to the master for winning the mysterious prize. Huh. Lu Shengyue paused while eating watermelon. Even after he heard the sign-in content, he felt a sense of surprise in his heart. Challenge tickets are good, and Tenseigan is also very strong. It is fun, and you can get rewards. It is perfect. But the problem is, Hinata. Chapter 6-5 Late Night Gentle Fist. Hyuga Hinata has grown up. Yagyu Tsuki said in his heart, start the challenge. This damn sign-in reward of the broken system. Is it helping me to advance the progress of the harem? It's fun and you can gain power. It's like eating for free, and you have to pack it up. It's a pity that the rewards of the challenge tickets seem to be all powers within the world view. The power of the 100 heroes was obtained before, and now the reward is Tenseigan. Because Hinata is a Hyuga clan, the reward is Tenseigan. But don't say it. Tenseigan is indeed a considerable power. It is the power of 6 paths, which is as famous as Rinnegan. If Rinnegan is the legendary power of creation, then Tenseigan is the ultimate power of destruction. Tenseigan can cut the moon in one blow. Although I didn't think of forcibly pushing Hinata down, Tenseigan is a free ability anyway, and it's a free 6 paths level ability. Start the challenge. The time limit is 1 day. If the challenge fails, stop signing in for 2 weeks, and get Tenseigan after completing the challenge. The system said, Master, come on. What should I do now? Yagyu Tsuki stood up, stroking his chin thoughtfully, and slowly walked towards the training dojo in the Hyuga mansion. There is no emotional foundation for Sister Juru, so she can only be pushed down by force, but little Hinata's favorability is directly maxed out, so there is no need to force it. Hinata is soft, cute, and easy to push down. Although I have been very busy recently, busy with obtaining new powers, I have no time to deal with Hinata's affairs, and I also want to wait until Hinata grows up and turns 16 before doing those adult things. After all, Hinata is a good girl, and I must get along well with her, but at present, in order to get the challenge reward of Tenseigan, I can only promote the plan to accept Hinata first. Let's try to play straight first. If playing straight doesn't work, anyway, I have to get Tenseigan. Power is above all else. Only with power can you pretend to be cool and pick up girls. At this time, the dojo. Who? Hyuga Hinata sat cross-legged on the ground, feeling the flow of her own chakra. She was wearing a black vest and shorts that were very easy to move around in. The tight clothes were tightly attached to her skin, wrapping her petite and curvy figure, outlining a figure that was beyond her age. The black short hair was soaked with sweat, and the strands of hair stuck to her fair cheeks. A childlike giant. Hyuga Hinata was very small and delicate, but she had all the meat where it should be. She was a perfect top-level giant embryo. Ninjutsu, double lion fist. Hyuga Hinata suddenly opened her eyes, and light blue chakra emerged from her hands. After the chakra changed its form, it turned into a lion head. She stepped hard on the ground with her white and tender feet, and slapped the huge stone in front of her with the chakra lion head covering her hands. Boom boom, the palms covered with blue lions slapped the surface of the giant stone. In just a moment, the entire stone, which was several times larger than her, was shattered into pieces by the white and tender palms. The twin lion fist used by Hyuga Hinata was a move that Yagyu Tsuki taught her a few months ago. Although it is impossible to use the chakra's form change to ultimate like Rasengan, it is still a very powerful form change move. Hyuga Hinata put away the chakra, looked at the small stones scattered on the ground, and her cute face showed a worried expression. She muttered to herself, it should be okay, right? She was preparing for the Chunin exam tomorrow. She wanted to perform well in the Chunin exam and prove to her brother Yagyu that she was a qualified ninja. She was cowardly when she was very young, and even lost to her sister every time she fought, because she was afraid that her sister would be injured and that her hands would hurt others. Because of this, she was ridiculed as a waste, and even Hyuga Hayashi was disappointed in her. At that time, no one cared about her and no one recognized her. Every time she went out, she would be bullied by her peers. She is the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. Why is she so cowardly and has no talent? She always heard similar words, whether it was the identity of the eldest daughter or the disappointment of the Hyuga clan, which made her feel very stressed, even to the point of difficulty breathing. Brother Yagyu. Hyuga Hinata's mouth slightly raised, recalling things from a long time ago. In the past, it was a snowy day. She got separated from the housekeeper ninja and was bullied by her peers who grabbed her hair and laughed at her for looking like a ghost. At that time, she tried hard not to cry, because she knew that no one would care about her no matter how much she cried. When her mother was still alive, she would help her as long as she cried. But after her mother passed away, no one cared about her no matter how much she cried, and she was even severely disciplined by her father. But in the end, she couldn't help it. The pressure in her heart made her cry loudly in despair. When she thought that no matter how much she cried, no one would care about her, a white-haired man appeared. The man didn't care about his adult status at all. He piled all the 7- or 8-year-old children who bullied her into snowmen and placed them at the door of the Hokage building. The white-haired man told her, "Cry if you want to cry. You should cry when you are laughed at. After crying, work hard to become stronger and kill those who laughed at you. If you are a puppet without dreams, then treat me as your dream." In just a few words, Hyuga Hinata, who was desperate and helpless at the time, had a bright light in her eyes for the first time, and she had a goal called Dream for the first time. She thought that after her mother passed away, no one would care about her no matter how much she cried, but the appearance of Adak, Yagyu Tsuki, made her know that there were people in the world who recognized her. Yagyu brother is a hero who will save me as long as I cry. Advertisement. In response to Yagyu Tsuki's expectations, she began to become strong from then on, and began to practice seriously. She wanted to respond to Yagyu Tsuki's expectations and fulfill her childhood dream. So this time in the Chunin selection exam, she had to work hard to prove herself to Yagyu Tsuki and tell Yagyu Tsuki that the little girl you saved at that time has become very strong now. "Yo, that move just now is great." A faint voice echoed throughout the dojo. Yagyu Tsuki sat by the window and smiled faintly at Hyuga Hinata. Although the power of Hinata's attack just now was not as strong as the Rasengan of Team 7, Lolita had to be praised anyway. Hyuga Hinata, who was thinking about something, was startled by the sudden appearance of Yagyu Tsuki and suddenly raised her cute white face and looked at the moon sitting by the window in panic. "Why is Yagyu brother here? Father is so annoying. Why didn't Yagyu brother tell me that he was a guest?" Yagyu Tsuki waved. Yaguchi brother Yagyu." Hyuga Hinata panicked for a moment, then showed a happy mood in her eyes. She trotted to Yagyu Tsuki on her white and tender jade feet. Just when she wanted to hug Yagyu Tsuki happily, she took a step back like a frightened little rabbit. "I sweated a lot after the training just now. If I hugged brother Yagyu, would he smell it? Father is really annoying. If he had told me in advance that brother Yagyu would be a guest, I would have taken a shower and changed into clean clothes." Yagyu Tsuki picked up Hyuga Hinata and put her on his lap, stroking Hinata's little head, smiling and praising. "You have become stronger, Hinata." "Yaguchi brother Yagyu. I have sweat." Hyuga Hinata felt the warmth of Yagyu Tsuki's palm. Shyness flashed in his eyes, and he moved his, but awkwardly. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and said casually, "It's okay. Even cute women fart, and it's normal to sweat during training." Yagyu brother, did you receive a gift?" Hyuga Hinata saw that Yagyu Tsuki didn't care about sweating, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned on Yagyu Tsuki with his whole body, happily enjoying the time that belonged to her. "What gift?" Yagyu Tsuki was puzzled. He hadn't received any gifts recently, but there were quite a few female ninjas who gave him gifts in the past. Hyuga Hinata frowned cutely, raised his little head and looked at Yagyu Tsuki's handsome face, and said strangely, "No? So strange. I clearly asked Lord Tsunade to pass the gift to brother Yagyu. Didn't Lord Tsunade pass the gift?" "No." Yagyu Tsuki looked at Hinata strangely. The little girl said these two sentences quite fluently. "I clearly asked Master Tsunade," Hyuga Hinata whispered. She was thinking secretly in her heart. Did Master Tsunade forget to pass it on? Or, what's the reason? Just give it to Brother Yagyu next time. Please crazy be ***ch? She must have forgotten when she was crazy. Yagyu Tsuki said. Crazy be ****ch? Hyuga Hinata was alert all of a sudden. She always felt that the name of Crazy be ****ch was ambiguous. The incident that Tsunade went to Yagyu Tsuki that day came to her mind. Could it be that? Did Master Tsunade like Brother Yagyu? So he deliberately didn't pass on the gift? Hyuga Hinata puffed her lips slightly, and a sour jealousy surged in her heart. She respected and liked Yagyu Tsuki from the bottom of her heart. Her dream since childhood was to work hard to get Yagyu Tsuki's recognition. Although she is soft and shy, she still has a strong possessiveness. Because of her experience with Yagyu Tsuki since childhood, she thinks Yagyu Tsuki belongs to her. Because all her happy experiences are about Yagyu Tsuki. Although Yagyu Tsuki always teases her, she will also feel very happy. Hyuga Hinata's cute face is red, and she asked softly in a low voice, Yeah? Yagi, what you said to father that day, does it count? She clearly remembered the conversation between Yagyu Tsuki and Hyuga Hayashi that day. Of course, she only heard the engagement talk at the beginning. She remembered that Yagyu agreed to get married at that time. Marriage, of course it counts. Yagyu Tsuki said. Then, if that is, Hyuga Hinata hesitated, poking with two white fingers, and was hesitant for a long time without saying a word. Because of Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai, she is now very anxious, worried that Yagyu Tsuki will be snatched away by others, so she wants to get engaged to Yagyu Tsuki before everyone else. There is no need to be so shy, just say it directly. Even with Yagyu Tsuki's top hearing, he couldn't hear Hyuga Hinata's mosquito-like voice, but he could roughly guess what little Hinata was going to say. Hyuga Hinata took a long breath, took out the greatest courage since childhood, closed her eyes and shyly shouted, If I can win the Chunin selection exam, Yagyu, please consider getting engaged to me. At this time, outside the dojo door, Hyuga Hanabi knelt on the ground, opened a crack in the door and looked at the things in the dojo curiously. Hearing Hyuga Hinata's courageous declaration, she gradually widened her eyes and looked at Hinata dumbfounded, exclaiming, Oh my God, sister is so bold. Well, very good. Hyuga Hayashi's resolute and serious face showed a satisfactory smile. When you are holding his grandson, the ninja may die at any time. So hugging the grandson in advance is the most joyful thing. Of course, it is best to be a granddaughter. Ninja. Before Hina said firmly, he wanted to get Lu Xingyue's recognition and became the most important person in Lu Xingyue's eyes. He began to recognize Yagyu Tsuki's strength and was indeed qualified to become the son-in-law of the Hyuga clan. Although his bad character was problematic, at least the brat was very strong and cared about Hyuga Hinata. That was enough. Yes, father. Hyuga Hanabi followed Hayashi respectfully. At this time, in the dojo, there is no need to get engaged. Wait until you are 16 to get married directly. Yagyu Tsuki gently pinched Hinata's face. He never thought that Hinata would actually have the courage to say such a thing. Advertisement under the current situation. If they get engaged, the harem will definitely be in chaos. Although there is no harem at present, at least they should wait until the harem is well developed before marrying the women in the harem at the same time. Only children will make choices, and adults want everything. Besides, now we have to focus on strength, so there is no time for engagement. We can think about those things after we are completely invincible. Those who are controlled by desires are useless, and those who can control desires are strong, and the sign-in reward is greater than all women. Really? Hyuga Hinata said excitedly. Engagement is just an engagement, and it may be cancelled at any time, but marriage is the most certain answer, and marriage at the age of 16 is 4 years later. Yagyu Tsuki affirmed, I have never lied to you. I will definitely do what I promised. Hinata is a good girl, a Lolita that she raised herself, so Hinata must have a place in the harem. Alas, if only those crazy women who act crazy all day long were as easy to deal with as Tion. To be honest, Hinata is not that easy to deal with. It can only be said that the timing of her appearance is very right. It is difficult to improve the favorability of girls with fancy tricks. Appearing at the right time can impress girls. Only routines can win people's hearts. Then Brother Yagyu should rest early. After Hyuga Hinata responded, her cute white face turned red, and the blush even spread to her neck. Her little mind was blank now, and she was so shy that she almost fainted. So shy. I actually said those words just now. How can I dare to look at Brother Yagyu in the future? Oh my God. What should I do? I said everything when my head was hot. Ah, I want to faint. She was jealous just now, and she was worried that Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai would get ahead of her, so she said those shy remarks when her head was hot. Yagyu grabbed Hyuga Hinata's wrist, hugged Hinata's petite body from behind, and deliberately said in a very sexy tone, "Don't leave in a hurry. Since we have agreed to get married in the future, I will teach you some interesting things tonight. Still want to go to sleep? You are dreaming. In order to obtain the new power Tensigen, Hinata must be trained hard tonight. Practice for me. Late night gentle fist." At first, I wanted to play a straight ball, but I didn't expect Hinata to lead the topic to marriage, so it was just right to continue this topic. Hinata's room. The whole room was covered by the barrier, and the dim candlelight illuminated the room. Hyuga Hinata was wearing a black and white maid outfit. Her round and beautiful legs were covered with white knee-high socks, and she was nervously sitting on the bed. Hyuga Hinata was very flustered now, but she agreed to Yagyu's proposal because she wanted to have Yagyu brother before everyone else. But I was so scared. And maid outfits and such, it's too embarrassing. Ishangyu looked at the white silk Lolita sitting in front of him, wearing a maid outfit, and nodded with satisfaction. Well, perfect. Lolita is really great. Lolita control? What's wrong with men perverting? Since we have to play happily, we must play role-playing. But to be honest, there is a sense of guilt, as if I am deceiving a little girl. Ishang brother. Please, please. Hyuga Hinata closed her eyes. Her fair and cute face was red. She was confused and panicked now, and more of a fear. A fierce battle began. This night, Hyuga Hinata grew up a lot. Chapter 66. Obtaining the Tensigen. A dramatic development. 5 hours later. Early morning. Hoo. Hyuga Hinata had no strength in her body, breathing rapidly and lying softly on Yagyu Tsuki's chest, her fair skin flushed with crimson. She grabbed the quilt to cover her entire head, and then huddled into the quilt cutely. Hyuga Hinata was very shy now. Her heart was beating faster. She no longer had the courage to look at Yagyu Tsuki's face, and she was even shy to the point of fainting just now. Yagyu Tsuki was speechless, and the loli was so shy that she fainted. So should I continue or stop? Of course, Hinata woke up after a while. What should I do? Hyuga Hinata huddled in the quilt. Her red face was very cute, and her little head was dizzy thinking about things. What should I do? What should I do now? Since I have been married to Yagyu brother, I should be his legitimate girlfriend now, right? But I am so shy, and it still hurts a little now. Ding. Complete the challenge. Get the Tensigen. Yagyu Tsuki's eyes turned sky blue, with a faint silver in his blue pupils. In just a moment, he put away the Tensigen and returned to his usual black pupils. He can now clearly feel that his own strength has almost doubled. His current strength is probably powerful Tao level. Very good. Perfect. When Orochimaru, the dead demon, invades the village, then we can use Danzo the old dog to test some of the Tensigen's abilities. Uzumaki Nagato also has a Rinnegan that he can be proud of. So when I use the power of the Tensigen, I should see Nagato's very interesting expression. Yagyu Tsuki put his hands on the back of his head, looking at Hinata who was curled up in the quilt like a kitten, and thought secretly in his heart. To be honest, little Hinata is really great. Small and delicate, the whole body is very soft. The thin parts are evenly distributed, and the meaty parts are full. Yayunyang, do you know Tsunade-sama? Hyuga Hinata poked her head out from under the quilt, raised her cute red and slightly hot face, and looked at Yagyu Tsuki eagerly, like a pitiful little animal. That day, Tsunade ran to the Hokage's office aggressively, as if he had something very important to ask Yagunyang. But it seemed that Tsunade and Yagunyang had no grudges. Moreover, Tsunade is the strongest medical ninja. How could his memory be so bad? The reason why he didn't hand over the gift to Yagunyang was probably because he had ulterior motives. From Yagunyang's attitude towards Tsunade, it was hard to see that there was any grudge between the two. So was it really a so-called quarrel between husband and wife? Yagunyang can only be mine. Yagunyang tilted his head and fell asleep directly. He could enter a sleeping state instantly by controlling chakra. There was no need to lie to Hinata. Hinata might cry if she told him the truth. Besides, Hinata was a very innocent and kind little girl. There was no need to mention other women right after the incident. The harem problem could always be solved later. So go to sleep. Hyuga Hinata looked at Yagyu Tsuki, who fell asleep instantly. She puffed up her cheeks like a hamster in anger. She raised her little hand and gently poked Yagyu Tsuki's face. Then she hugged Yagyu Tsuki tightly like an octopus. Not long after, She felt very tired and said it was over. The sun was scorching and the sky was clear. The whole village was very lively today. Ninjas from other villages could be seen everywhere on the streets. There were Jōnin teams from Hokage, Jōnin teams from Takagakure, and Jōnin teams from Sand Shinobi Village. All of these ninjas came here to participate in this year's Chunin selection exam. The snack stalls on the street were also very busy because it was easiest to make money when it was lively. Advertisement: are you going to change your career to begging? Why do you look like you've been dead for 7 days? Lu Shengyue ate the sweet and sour fried noodles and looked at the people in Class 7 indifferently. Everyone in Class 7 had torn clothes, many bruises and blood all over their bodies, and large pieces of mud on their clothes and skin, no different from the beggars on the street. Everyone in Class 7 stood in a row. They were indeed no different from beggars on the street, because everyone who was beaten by Tsunade yesterday fainted for a night. After waking up, they found that it was almost time for the Chunin exam, and there was no extra time to clean up their appearance. No words to refute. Lu Shengyue took a big bite of fried noodles and said vaguely, "Go in. I'll wait for you in the finals." Everyone in Class 7 didn't move, but looked at Lu Shengyue with difficulty. "Why? Do you want to act like a spoiled child with me?" Lu Shengyue paused eating and looked at everyone in Class 7 strangely. Uzumaki Naruto elbowed Sasuke and urged him, "Sasuke, hurry up and tell me. You love to show off." "Idiot. Don't touch me." Uchiha Sasuke glared at Naruto coldly and said in a cold voice, "Since you asked the question, you should tell it yourself." Haruno Sakura sighed. "I give up." It was clearly something that the three of them had discussed together, but why did they all start to shrink at the critical moment? Team 7 just discussed that they wanted to let Yagyu Tsuki teach Team 7 because Master Tsunade's personality is too violent, and she is not as good at teaching people as Yagyu Tsuki. The most important thing is, Team 7 is used to getting along with Yagyu Tsuki, and they have nothing to say when they get along with Master Tsunade. Yagyu Tsuki looked at the timid Class 7 and said speechlessly, "Little brat, if you have something to say, just say it quickly. If you want to eat fried noodles, go buy it yourself." Haruno Sakura bit her lips lightly, hesitated for a moment, and said nervously, "Teacher Yagyu, can you please continue to teach us?" Class 7 thought that Yagyu Tsuki had no intention of continuing to manage Class 7, so she temporarily handed Class 7 over to Tsunade. "What's the reason?" Yagyu Tsuki asked. He could roughly guess what Team 7 was thinking. It was just that it was hard to get along with Tsunade. After all, the crazy B****ch was a woman who used her fists to hit the flesh. Although it was comfortable to be a hands-off boss, he couldn't be a hands-off boss completely because he had to sign in at Team 7. So he would definitely continue to train Team 7. Reason: Haruno Sakura was about to tell the truth when he saw Yagyu Tsuki's face, which looked like she was waiting to be praised. He changed his words very cleverly and said, "Because Teacher Yagyu is the best ninja I have ever seen. We want to become stronger little by little with your help. It will be very comfortable to get along with Teacher Yagyu. The master's wife is a medical ninja, so she should be very busy. How can we bear to disturb the master's wife at work? Although Mr. Yagyu is a bad guy, he is indeed a perfect ninja. And I would rather be taught by Mr. Yagyu, a top handsome guy, than to get along with Mrs. Tsunade, but I definitely can't say such words." Yagyu Tsuki took a bite of fried noodles and asked casually, "Really? How comfortable is it? You feel comfortable with me? This is the first time I heard someone say that. You are just a bunch of tools to help me earn points, and you feel comfortable? But don't say it. What the stinky kid said is quite nice. It's just very comfortable, pervert." After Haruno Sakura responded, her fair face turned slightly red, and she glared at Yagyu Tsuki unhappily. Uzumaki Naruto gave a thumbs up and said with a sunny and cheerful smile, "I like Yagyu teacher very much, so please continue to teach Class 7. Yagyu Tsuki said with disdain, "There is no point in a stinky man's confession. Don't say such embarrassing words. Even I would be shy. Anyway, it depends on your performance." "Yagyu teacher, just watch my performance carefully." Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and looked at Yagyu Tsuki coldly and seriously. "Performance? Then watch my performance carefully. I will prove the power of Uchiha to everyone." "Yagyu?" A light and pleasant voice sounded, and Yagyu Tsuki's shoulder was patted lightly. "Hey, Sister Hongha." Yagyu Tsuki turned and looked at Xiang Hong. "The exam is about to start. Why haven't you entered yet?" Xiang Hong glanced at Class 7, and after seeing the embarrassed state of Class 7, a strange look appeared in her eyes. Yagyu Tsuki deliberately sighed and said in embarrassment, "The little brats are acting like spoiled brats. It's really troublesome to be an excellent teacher. 0. Please give me flowers. It's good that you didn't lead Jōnin astray. Yuhi Kahaku glanced at Yagyu Tsuki and sighed in his heart. Yagyu brother has really changed, becoming more approachable than before. Yagyu Tsuki used to be so crazy that he was lawless. Hyuga Hinata hid behind Yuhi Kahaku, carefully showing her little head, nervously looking at Yagyu Tsuki in front of her, and said in a soft and subtle voice, Yagyu brother is so embarrassing, so shy. Advertisement. Yagyu Tsuki bent down, gently touched Hyuga Hinata's head, and asked with a faint smile, did you sleep well? When he left the Hyuga clan, Hinata was sleeping soundly with the quilt like an octopus. Huh. Everyone in Class 7 was confused, looking at Yagyu Tsuki, who cared about Hinata, in disbelief. Oh my god. Teacher Yagyu actually cares about others? Outrageous. It's outrageous. I'm fine. Hyuga Hinata felt the warmth of Yagyu Tsuki's palm, and shrank behind Yuhi Kurinai like a frightened little rabbit. When she saw Yagyu Tsuki, she would recall what happened last night, and she would feel shy and embarrassed when she recalled what happened last night. Oh my god. I was so bold last night. I actually told brother Yagyu. So shy. Really? Yagyu Tsuki didn't ask any more questions. He knew Hinata was very shy now, and it would take some time to slowly calm down. Loli is so nice. Sister Juru looked like she wanted to eat people after she was done. Thank goodness you can hear clearly. Yuhi Kurinai was surprised. She didn't hear what Hinata said at all, not to mention the whole sentence, not even a single word. She knew that Hyuga Hinata was very attached to Yagyu Tsuki, but in her eyes, Hinata was still a little girl with a soft personality and easy to be shy. So even if Hinata was attached to Yagyu Tsuki, it would be okay, because Hinata was a little rival in love who didn't pose any threat. It was a bit harsh to say rival in love. After all, Hinata was still a child. Yuhi Kurinai asked curiously, what did Lord Tsunade want to talk to you about before? Hearing this, Hyuga Hinata's ears moved slightly, and she raised her head and looked at Yagyu Tsuki eagerly. She wanted to know about Tsunade last night, but brother Yagyu fell asleep directly. Yagyu Tsuki calmly changed the subject, chuckled and teased, crazy woman. Who knew? Why didn't I realize before that Sister Honghong actually liked 8 trigrams too? What did you say to me? You white-haired B********************. D. A cold and indifferent voice sounded, and Tsunade walked towards Yagyu Tsuki with a cold face. She was caught as a free laborer yesterday, which made her very angry now. She was just about to walk around the busy streets to see if there were any gambling stalls. Then she heard a very familiar voice, and the owner of that voice actually said that she was a crazy woman. I haven't settled the score for catching me as a free laborer yet, and the white-haired B*********** D dared to say that I was a crazy woman? Master's wife. Master Tsunade. When the Team 7 saw Tsunade, they subconsciously called her Master's wife, and then suddenly remembered that Tsunade hated being called Master's wife, so they immediately opened their mouths to call her Master Tsunade. Master's wife. Everyone in the audience was stunned. Although the Team 7 changed their words quickly, as ninjas, they still heard the word Master's wife. The smiles of the two girls, Yuhi Kurinai and Hyuga Hinata, froze. Aburame Shino and Inazuka Kiba looked at Yagyu Air with a puzzled look on their faces. Tsunade frowned slightly and accused him in a strong manner. Stupid. Don't call me Master's wife. Master Tsunade, wait for me. Kato Shizen hurriedly trotted to Tsunade's side with a pink pig in his arms, and then felt the strange atmosphere at the scene and made a surprised sound. Yagyu Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he glanced at Yuhi Kurinai and Hinata lightly, feeling the questioning eyes of the two women, and said silently in his heart, Are you kidding me? Is it so dramatic? Damn those stinky tools in Team 7. Go to Chunin to take the exam quickly, don't make trouble here. Chapter 6-7 The Third Hokage's Awakening. Master's wife. Yuhi Kurinai raised her eyebrows slightly, looked at Lu Shengyue thoughtfully, and then looked at Tsunade with a strange expression. Looking at Tsunade's Juru that was beyond ordinary people, she showed a look of understanding after a while. Those who understand will understand. Lu Shengyue has liked Juru since the beginning, but I didn't expect that he would set his sights on Master Tsunade. No wonder Master Tsunade went to the village to find Lu Shengyue in a threatening manner some time ago. He must have been teased by Lu Shengyue, right? But judging from Master Tsunade's cold attitude, he should have nothing to do with Lu Shengyue, otherwise how could he be so cold? The title of Master's wife should be called by Lu Shengyue in the order of Team 7. Damn white-haired. Where did you go yesterday? I heard from Shizune that he seemed to see you in the tavern. Tsunade smiled, and the smile gave people a dangerous feeling. He clenched his white fist and slowly approached Yagyu Tsuki. After leaving Team 7 to me, you ran out to play by yourself, right? I was drinking happily with Shizune yesterday, and then Yagyu Tsuki took him away directly, and even asked me to teach the little brats in Team 7 to practice? Yesterday, the damn white-haired said that he had something to do, and if he had something to do, he would go out to drink, right? Tsunade heard from Shizune last night that he saw Yagyu Tsuki in the tavern, and Yagyu Tsuki was drinking happily with Yuhi Kurenai. Let me be a free laborer, and you go to drink with other women? Hyuga Hinata hugged Yagyu Tsuki, raised her head and looked at Tsunade carefully, and said softly, Yagyu. Yagyu brother was at my house yesterday. She was very concerned about Tsunade not passing on the gift, and deliberately did not pass the gift to Yagyu brother. Could it be that does Tsunade-sama have other purposes? But this matter is not so 70 important. Even if Tsunade-sama has any ideas, it is useless because I am now the girlfriend of Yagyu brother. After all, last night, this brat. Tsunade frowned slightly. Hinata's speech sounded like she was defending Yagyu, but it felt a little strange no matter how she listened. I always feel that Hinata is wary of me. It's an illusion. Hinata, it's time to go in for the exam. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Hinata, who was hugging Yagyu like protecting food, and shook her head with a little amusement. Hinata really likes to stick to Yagyu. If Hinata is a few years older, I might feel a sense of crisis, but Hinata is still young now, and it's normal to like to stick to people she respects. In her eyes, Hinata has no chance at all. No matter how frivolous and philandering Yagyu Tsuki is, he can't possibly do anything to a cute little girl like Hinata, right? The only thing worth noting at the moment is Tsunade-sama, but judging from Tsunade-sama's attitude towards Yagyu Tsuki, there is no so-called love in his heart. So I, a childhood sweetheart, have a big advantage. Really, what a weird thing I am thinking. Go take the exam. Yagyu Tsuki touched Hinata's head. There is no so-called Shura field. But think about it. At present, that crazy woman Tsunade wants to eat me alive. Little Hinata's personality is still very soft and shy, and Sister Hong Hong has not yet realized what happened between her, Tsunade, and Hinata. So how could there be a Shura field? Analyzing these things from the perspective of the parties involved is quite funny. Okay. Hyuga Hinata felt the warmth of Yagyu Tsuki's palm, and a shy feeling surged in her heart. She reluctantly let go of Yagyu Tsuki. Everyone in Class 8 entered the examination venue. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at the people in Class 7, waved his hands in disdain and said, You little brats, stop getting in the way here and go take the exam. Your attitude changes so quickly. Everyone in Class 7 complained. He was so nice when talking to Hinata. Why did he become so rude to us? Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, looked back at Yagyu Tsuki coldly, and said confidently, Teacher Yagyu, watch my performance carefully. I will use my strength to prove the power of Uchiha. Attitude? It doesn't matter. Because strict teachers produce excellent students. He wants to pass this Chunin selection exam to prove to everyone the power of Uchiha, and to prove to everyone that he, Sasuke, is the strongest genin of this class. Very soon, everyone in Team 7 walked into the examination venue. They didn't have time to talk so much nonsense now, because the exam was about to start in minutes. Yagyu Tsuki looked at Sasuke's back and said to himself speechlessly, Don't try too hard, brat. Don't really win. With the character of these brats in Team 7, if they can really become the winners of the Chunin exam, although Haruno Sakura is not so conceited, Sasuke and Naruto will definitely be proud. How can I still put pressure on Team 7 at that time? Although I can put pressure on them. Advertisement, but in the short term, it will definitely affect the progress of training. Just use the Rasengan to help me pretend, and then honestly leave the stage after defeat. There is no need to bet everything on victory. Alas, so troublesome. Being a teacher is troublesome. Stupid. Let's settle accounts. Tsunade grabbed Yagyu Tsuki's collar when she saw Hinata enter the venue. She was very angry with Yagyu Tsuki recently. She didn't get angry just now because Hinata was holding Yagyu Tsuki and was worried that she would accidentally hurt the innocent Hyuga Hinata. I ran to the village to make you pay the price, and then you caught me as a free laborer? After catching me as a free laborer, the dead white-haired man actually skipped work to drink? Damn it. Yagyu Tsuki took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, put it in his mouth and sipped it lightly, looking at Tsunade, who was as cold as a gunpowder barrel, and said lightly, Don't be so angry. Be careful of endocrine disorders. Tsunade-sama, do you have any misunderstandings? Yuhi Kurenai looked worried. She was really afraid that Tsunade would just do it directly, because she heard from the third Hokage that Tsunade had a hot temper. It's none of your business. Tsunade hadn't finished her words when she felt like vomiting from a hangover. She hurriedly covered her mouth with one hand, but the other hand tightly grasped Yagyu Tsuki's collar. Tsunade-sama? Kato Shizen hurriedly supported Tsunade, wondering in her heart. Tsunade-sama has been vomiting since yesterday. Is he sick? But Tsunade-sama is the best medical ninja. He can easily cure any disease. Tsunade frowned and said, I'm fine. Can you stop staring at my face and vomiting? Even I would be sad. Lu Shengyue said speechlessly, You are still clinging to me even though you are drunk. Are you trying to express your feelings under the influence of alcohol? Tsunade glared at Lu Shengyue and accused him arrogantly, Idiot, I didn't drink. Besides, I am a medical ninja. How could I drink and vomit? Lu Shengyue asked, You didn't drink and really didn't drink? Tsunade said, Drinking happily. Really? Lu Shengyue didn't ask any more questions and glanced at Tsunade's flat belly. No drinking, no illness. Besides, how could the strongest medical ninja in the whole ninja world drink, or be sick to the point of wanting to vomit? So, Lu Shengyue's mouth twitched slightly. Really? Is it so accurate? But without the breath of life, it should be not so accurate, right? Not what you think. Tsunade frowned slightly. She felt Yagyu Tsuki's gaze moving down, but there was indeed no sign of life. She must know better than anyone whether there was any, because she was a medical ninja. Yuhi Kurenai covered her mouth with her hand and whispered in Yagyu Tsuki's ear. What are you talking about? What do you mean by drinking or not? What do you mean by not thinking about? Is this a code word? Encrypted call, right? Dong. The bell at the top of the Hokage building was struck, and as the chakra resounded throughout the village like thunder, all the Jōnin in the village suddenly changed their expressions, because this bell represented the first level of alert, and the third Hokage was summoning all the Jōnin in the village. Hokage-sama? Yuhi Kurenai was slightly startled, and turned to look at the Hokage building in the distance. The last time the first level of alert bell rang was when the fourth-generation lady gave birth, which was the Nine-Tails Demon Fox Rebellion at that time. But why was the first level alert sounded during the Chunin selection exam? Determination? Yagyu Tsuki sipped the candy lightly and looked at the Hokage building in the distance. He had reminded the third-generation old dog before as a riddle man. The third-generation old dog seemed to have made up his mind. I'm bored. Let's go and take a look. Hokage building. Office. A group of Jōnin and special Jōnin stood in a row in an orderly manner. Everyone looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with a serious expression, patiently waiting for the order of the third Hokage. The whole place was silent, and the heavy atmosphere weighed on everyone like a mountain. They knew that since the first level alert bell would sound, there would definitely be a crisis that could endanger the village. Orochimaru has invaded the village, and Odogekure has been dominated by Orochimaru. Everyone should be prepared for the battle. I have sent people to guard the examination venue, with the priority of protecting the children in the village. Orochimaru will be left to me, and the Chunin selection exam will continue. 0. Disperse. Sarutobi Hiruzen had a serious expression, his old eyes were sharp, and his whole body exuded the aura of a superior. Yes. All the Jōnin in the audience responded, and everyone disappeared at the same time. Advertisement Orochimaru? Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. S-level rebel ninja. Things seemed to be more serious than imagined. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe, took a deep puff, exhaled a pale smoke, and said to the empty office, Yagyu Tsuki, is this the enlightenment you want to see? Even if it's your former beloved disciple? Yagyu Tsuki appeared out of thin air, sat down on the soft sofa, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who seemed to have aged a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen said firmly, I am the Hokage, and anyone who will harm the village is an enemy. He is the third Hokage, and the duty of the Hokage is to protect the village at all costs. He wants to take this opportunity to cut off the grudge with Orochimaru. After a period of thinking, he finally made up his mind. Because the young seedlings in the village are sprouting, the will of fire will illuminate the entire village, and being the third Hokage is to protect all of this. The corners of Yagyu Tsuki's mouth slightly raised, showing a mocking smile, and said, Are all those who harmed the village enemies? What were you thinking when you let the dead demon go? I'm not interested in seeing the old man's enlightenment. No matter how cool he is, it's useless. After you die, I will consider burning incense on your grave. Anyway, work hard. Old man, you still have the nerve to say enlightenment? He said that as a Hokage, he must protect the village, and anyone who harms the village is an enemy, but in the end, he was soft-hearted and let go of his beloved disciple who harmed the village. When his beloved disciple wanted to destroy the village, he began to say that he was enlightened. It's funny. The so-called enlightenment is like a belief that is firmly implemented until death. The enlightenment that swings back and forth is the most ridiculous joke. But no matter what, the third-generation old dog is still quite human now. I'll just look forward to the performance of the third-generation old dog for a little while. Of course, we have to deal with old Danzo first. After all, I'm tired of the trash at the top. I can take this opportunity to test the ability of Tensigen. Tensigen's ability should be quite interesting, right? Rinnegan can manipulate gravity to use Shinra Tensei and planetary devastation, and Tensigen can also manipulate extremely huge gravity. Tensigen's pupil power can even pull the moon. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed and scolded. Stinky boy, I haven't fallen to the point of being taught by you. Yagyu Tsuki said, since you rarely show off, I'll give you a piece of advice. Be careful of being stabbed in the back. Stabbed in the back? Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly stunned, thinking about what Yagyu Tsuki said. Stabbed in the back, it should be about knowing someone. Tsunade? How is that possible? Wait a minute. How will Orochimaru invade the village in 4.1? Sand Shinobi Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly, and a feeling of disbelief surged in his heart. Could it be that Orochimaru would use Sand Shinobi Village? If so, then Orochimaru must have planned for a long time. Very smart, Yagyu Tsuki praised, and then said with a faint chuckle, yes, it's the alliance you want. Don't worry, I will ask them for compensation after you die, and of course all the money will belong to me. At this time, at the door of the office, Tsunade folded his arms and leaned against the wall, listening to the conversation between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Yagyu Tsuki in the office, with a hint of cold murderous intent in his eyes. Orochimaru. This idiot. She had thought about many good tricks that Yagyu Tsuki had said before, but she never expected that the good trick that the dead white-haired one said was that Orochimaru wanted to destroy the village. Kato Shizen whispered, Tsunade-sama, Yagyu Tsuki doesn't seem to be planning to take action, so what should we do? Tsunade frowned and didn't answer Shizun's words. She felt that Shizun's question was very strange. What does it have to do with me if the dead white-haired one doesn't plan to take action? Shizun's words sounded as if I would follow the dead white-haired one's opinion. Ugh. Tsunade felt nauseous, and she quickly covered her mouth with her hands, forcibly suppressing the strong urge to vomit with chakra. What happened these 2 days? Is the dead white-haired one so powerful? Winning the prize in one go? How is it possible? But as a medical ninja, she didn't feel any signs of life. It should be that she was a little too stressed recently. Chapter 68. Yagyu Tsuki is her ex-boyfriend? Sasuke vs. Akado Kabuto. I didn't expect Orochimaru to want to destroy the village. It's a mistake for me as a Hokage. I plan to retire after solving this problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of cigarette, exhaled a pale smoke, looked at the photos of the past Hokage hanging on the wall, and stared at the photo of the first Hokage with a thoughtful look. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Yagyu Tsuki, who was lazily leaning on the sofa, and said in a serious and low voice, Yagyu Tsuki, become the 5th Hokage. You have the strength to rival the first generation. Use this power to become the new pillar of the village. Although Yagyu Tsuki has a lot of personality problems and is simply a serious problem child, he has the top power that can rival the first Hokage anyway, and can perfectly protect the village with this power. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed secretly in his heart. I'm old. After solving the problem of Orochimaru, he can retire peacefully. Before retiring, he must decide on a new Hokage to prevent Danzo from secretly controlling the entire village. Although Danzo has always wanted to be Hokage, Danzo is more suitable to be the root of the village and solve those things that Hokage can't do. One light and one dark. Only then can they be the strongest. Yagyu sipped the lollipop in his mouth and said in a casual tone, Hokage? It sounds interesting. After I become Hokage, I will lay off all the stinky men and let the female ninjas wear maid costumes to work. Don't be silly. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face turned black. It's meaningless to wear maid outfits. Let's bring some black bunny girls. I'm just kidding, Lu Xingyue said lightly. Anyway, you can rest assured and die. I have arranged everything later. I have no interest in being a Hokage. I would have become a Hokage before, and now I have to rely on sign-in rewards. Although becoming a Hokage may be fun, it will delay the ability to get sign-in rewards. If you want to talk about Hokage, Sister Juru is very suitable. After the third-generation old dog died in the battle, Tsunade was captured as the fifth Hokage, and Tsunade was a member of my harem. After rounding up, the whole village is still mine. Perfect. I still have things to do. You just wait for death slowly, stinky old 03. After saying that, Lu Shungyue ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen with a dark face, grabbed a handful of snacks for guests, and then got up, opened the door, and left the office. Tsunade crossed her arms and leaned against the wall, looking coldly at Yagyu Tsuki, who walked out of the office and asked, "Damn white hair, what are you going to do?" Yagyu Tsuki asked back, "Dog bites dog. What will you do?" Tsunade was silent. She had decided to stay away from the war a long time ago and never thought about participating in the disputes between villages again. But the previous decision was the previous decision, and now the matter is in front of her. Help teacher Sarutobi to solve Orochimaru together? Or watch the show like Yagyu Tsuki? How could she watch the show? Even if she decided to stay away from the war dispute, she was still a ninja of this village, a legendary Sannin respected by the ninjas in the village. Yagyu Tsuki gently pinched Tsunade's face and smiled lightly. Can't decide? Then I will help you make the decision and do what a medical ninja should do. Tsunade felt the touch of her face being pinched. Her fair and delicate face turned slightly red. She opened Yagyu Tsuki's hand unhappily and said coldly, "Don't touch me." "Pinch my face? That white-haired guy is really disrespectful. And why should that white-haired guy help me make a decision? Who do you think you are? Just a white-haired guy. But is this what a medical ninja should do? Let's do it." After thinking it through, Tsunade felt much better. Although the white-haired guy was a damned man, he said that there was no problem this time. Just do what a medical ninja should do, and there was no need to participate in the master-disciple feud between Sarutobi and Orochimaru. There's no need to think about so many things. Just do what you want. Yagyu Tsuki slapped Tsunade's face, and then pinched it hard. Tsunade, who was thinking seriously, felt the pain of the drum being squeezed hard. Her tall and proud body trembled slightly, her expression gradually became cold and scary, and her eyes showed shame and anger. She punched Yagyu Tsuki in the face. "Since you are looking for death, I will fulfill your wish now. I have something else to do. See you later." Yagyu Tsuki disappeared in an instant. He was going to the Chunin exam battle site and wait for the 3 members of Team 7 to help him show off. Boom, boom, boom. Because Yagyu Tsuki disappeared directly out of thin air, Tsunade's white fist hit the wall hard. The arm that seemed slender and weak without any signs of training burst out with a strong force. The whole Hokage building was shaking violently, and the wall was directly blown into countless powder blocks. After the wall collapsed, the scene of the office was revealed. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a cigarette with a confused face, looking at Tsunade with a red face and a cold and scary expression. Alas. Kato Shizen sighed. Every time Tsunade-sama gets angry, he will cause trouble. After each trouble, he has to pay a lot of money. Moreover, he always loses money in gambling and owes a lot of debts. Alas, life is so hard. But there is one thing to be happy about. That is, judging from Yagyu Tsuki's attitude, the reunion that Tsunade-sama hopes for is just around the corner. According to his observations in the past few days, Tsunade-sama currently has 2 rivals in love. One is Yagyu Tsuki's childhood sweetheart Yuhi Kurenai, and the other is Hyuga Hinata, who admires Yagyu Tsuki very much. As for rivals in love, Yuhi Kurenai is very threatening and can be regarded as Tsunade-sama's most powerful rival at present. Advertisement. As for Hyuga Hinata, although Yagyu Tsuki seems to dote on Hyuga Hinata, Hinata is still a child anyway, and there is no need to treat a child as a love rival, and how could Yagyu Tsuki attack a little girl? So Hinata is a non-threatening little love rival, and what Tsunade-sama should pay attention to now is Yuhi Kurenai. Of course, there may be women he has never seen. After all, he has not seen many women during this period, but for now, as long as he is careful and vigilant against Yuhi Kurenai, Natsu-sama will definitely be able to get back together as he wishes. We will win. Tsunade will definitely win. Kato Shizen suggested, "Tsunade-sama, let's go to the Chunin exam venue. Yagyu Tsuki should go there to watch the game of Team 7. We will definitely win, but Tsunade-sama is too strong-willed, always facing Yagyu Tsuki with a cold attitude. If his attitude could be better, they might have got back together long ago. Tsunade-sama is too arrogant, and he obviously cares about Yagyu Tsuki very much, but he always treats her with a cold attitude. Alas, I can't say anything yet. I get annoyed when I see that dead white-haired guy. Why do you go there to find him?" Tsunade looked at Shizen strangely. She always felt that Shizen's words were strange recently, and it felt like he was intentionally or unintentionally trying to match her up with that dead white-haired guy Lu Shungyue. Kato Shizen couldn't help but dissuaded her sullenly. Tsunade-sama, if you are angry, you might be beaten by Yuhi Kurenai. She knew that Tsunade was very lonely every day, so she hoped that Tsunade could be saved by the person she liked and have a happy relationship like a normal woman. Tell me, what are you thinking about? Tsunade said. This time, I must ask clearly what Shizen was thinking about during this period of time, and why he was strangely trying to match me up with the dead white-haired guy every day. Did Shizen mean that since those things happened, the dead white-haired man should be held completely responsible? Haven't you noticed? Yuhi Kurenai and Hyuga Hinata also like Yagyu Tsuki. If you continue like this, your ex-boyfriend will probably be snatched away by someone else. Kato Shizen covered her mouth with her hand and whispered the latest analysis in Tsunade's ear. After listening to Shizen's long analysis, Tsunade was silent. After a while, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she felt speechless. Ex-boyfriend? I went back to the village specifically to find Yagyu Tsuki to reunite? Hyuga Hinata is a child. There is no need to care. Yuhi Kurenai is the most powerful rival? It is likely that there will be other rivals? No wonder. No wonder Shizen has been acting strange recently. There are serious misunderstandings in relationships. She even misunderstood that I was looking for Yagyu Tsuki in order to get back together with her. She even misunderstood that I had dated Yagyu Tsuki and was then ruthlessly dumped by her. Stupid you. Tsunade was about to accuse Shizen, but stopped talking. Wait a minute. Since Shizen was misunderstanding, and I was looking for the dead white-haired man for the purpose of getting back together, does that mean Shizen didn't find out about what happened that night? If I deny that I didn't date Yagyu Tsuki, how can I explain that I was looking for Yagyu Tsuki all over the world? After I found Yagyu Tsuki, I was even kissed by Yagyu Tsuki in public. How can I explain these things? Should I tell Shizen the truth? How is that possible? It would be embarrassing to tell this to others. I am Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, one of the legendary Sannin, and I was held down by Yagyu Tsuki and forced to do those things. How can I have the nerve to say such things? Advertisement. If I tell others, what will Shizen think of me? But it is also annoying to be misunderstood like this. Why was I dumped by the dead white-haired guy? It is embarrassing to tell the truth, and it is also annoying to be misunderstood. What to do? Shizen, we are? Tsunade walked away quickly. Whatever. Misunderstandings are misunderstandings. It is better than knowing the truth. Where are we going? Kato Shizen chased Tsunade. Tsunade said weakly, Chunin exam venue. Kato Shizen shook his fist and encouraged. Come on, Sueisho Tianxia. Tsunade was speechless. At this time, in the Hokage's office. Ahem, cough cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep puff of cigarette and coughed a few times because of the smoke. He had just overheard what Shizen said. Although Shizen deliberately lowered his voice, he could still hear everything clearly. Don't look at his age, but he is at least a real Kaga-level strongman. I was wondering why Tsunade suddenly returned to the village. At first, I thought that Tsunade discovered Orochimaru's plan and returned to the village to stop the feud between the master and the apprentice. But I never expected. Tsunade returned to the village to reunite with Yagyu. When did these two people start dating? And Yagyu also dumped Tsunade? With Yagyu's personality, it makes sense. Sarutobi Hiruzen overheard it, and the Umbu hiding in the dark also heard it. Everyone who overheard it felt unbelievable, because Yagyu was willful and reckless, and Tsunade has a hot temper. Have they ever dated before? Oh my god. When they were dating, they probably cursed at each other and fought each other every day, right? Outrageous. It's really outrageous. But considering Yagyu Tsuki's personality, it seems reasonable that she dumped Tsunade. Time passed. The moon was bright in the sky, and the stars were twinkling. At the Chunin selection examination venue, the teams that successfully walked out of the Death Forest and had the earth-coiling axis stood in a neat and orderly manner on the battlefield. There were only 16 candidates present. There were 16 teams and 48 people in the candidates who successfully participated in the second exam, but only 6 teams were able to gather the scrolls and leave the Death Forest. Although there were 6 teams, there were only 16 people left. Because there was only one person left in one team, and the other 2 did not leave the Death Forest alive, and that team was the Jōnin team of the Sound Village. Their team initially planned to snatch the scroll of Team 7, and then a ninja in the team with Sasuke was killed on the spot, and the remaining 2 retreated and encountered Gaara and others. In the end, only one person left the Death Forest alive. The Jōnin standing on the battlefield were Team 3 where Hyuganiji was, Team 7 where Uzumaki Naruto was, Team 8 where Hyuga Hinata was, and Team 10 where Nara Shikamaru was. There was also the Sand Shinobi team led by Gaara, and the Sound Shinobi team with only one person left, the Red Copper Armor. A total of 16 people. This time, the Sound Village sent 2 Jōnin teams, but one of them besieged Team 7 at the beginning, and was defeated by the 3 people of Team 7. In other words, Team 7 solved 4 Jōnins from the Sound Village in the Death Forest. Team 7 originally planned to take the Earth Coiling Axis that Yagyu Tsuki cheated and directly arrive at the venue of the 3rd exam at full speed, but they didn't expect that the team of Yin Ninkan would go straight to their Team 7. Killing is the way to maintain balance. This is the so-called friendship in the ninja world, but this habit has been abandoned by us. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette and looked at the group of lower ninja teams with a gentle smile. Between villages, young ninjas become qualified ninjas through hard work and growth, through mutual understanding, and carry the name of the village to build a bridge called hope. This is the meaning of the Chunin selection exam. The will of fire is endless. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a pale smoke and said in a low voice, "In the name of the 3rd Hokage, I declare that the 3rd exam will start now." After that, Sarutobi walked to the top viewing seat and sat down next to the 4th Kazekage. Moonlight Gale was weak, with dark circles under his eyes, and he coughed. Those whose names are called will stay, and the rest of the candidates will go to the spectator seats to wait. As soon as he said this, the screen above began to draw the names of the candidates, and the names of the candidates flashed on the screen one by one, and finally stopped at Uchiha Sasuke versus Akato Armor. Moonlight Gale coughed and announced, "Uchiha Sasuke, Akato Armor, you two will stay, and the rest, cough cough cough. The rest will go to the spectator seats." Soon, a group of candidates walked to the second-floor spectator seats. Only Sasuke and Akato Armor were left in the huge battlefield. Chapter 6-8 instantly defeat the opponent with Sasuke's Rasengan. Time passed slowly, and the Jōnins on duty at the scene, from watching casually at the beginning, gradually became serious about watching the battle, and the 4th Kazekage, who was sitting at the highest point, looked at Uchiha Sasuke thoughtfully. Uchiha. The 4th Kazekage's eyes showed greed, and his mind recalled the scene of being instantly killed by Uchiha Itachi. On the surface, he was the 4th Kazekage of Sand Shinobi Village, but in fact he was Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sanin. Orochimaru, disguised as the 4th Kazekage, glanced at Yagyu Tsuki on the second-floor viewing platform in the distance, licked his lips, and squinted his eyes to look at Yagyu Tsuki. Although Uchiha's power is very attractive, he would rather get Yagyu Tsuki's power. If he can take over Yagyu Tsuki's body and have the power of the 1st generation, then he can use Yagyu Tsuki's power to obtain those mysterious secret techniques used by the ninja world. But it's a pity. Yagyu Tsuki is too strong, and he cannot get Yagyu Tsuki for the time being. Yagyu Tsuki has absolute violence that can defeat all plans. Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked a cigarette, glanced at the 4th Kazekage beside him, and said with a smile, "Does the Kazekage care about Uchiha Sasuke?" The Kazekage gave me a very familiar feeling. It should be Orochimaru in disguise. But since Orochimaru can disguise as the Kazekage, it means that the Kazekage is dead now, because Orochimaru actually has the strength to deal with the Kazekage. Orochimaru seems to be stronger than before. Orochimaru, who disguised as the Kazekage, said in a low voice, "Everyone cares about geniuses, right? It stands to reason that his plan this time is perfect and should be able to completely destroy Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen is old and no longer has the former glory. At present, the only one worth caring about in the whole village is Yagyu Tsuki. But Yagyu Tsuki will definitely not care about the life and death of the 3rd generation, and may even watch the show from the side. But the problem is, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, glanced at Tsunade on the second-floor viewing platform, where Tsunade was chatting with Shiza. Tsunade. Why did Tsunade return to the village? Tsunade is very strong, but it doesn't matter, because he knows Tsunade's fatal weakness. Hemophobia. Hehe. Teacher Sarutobi, today is your death. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and didn't continue talking. At this time, on the second-floor viewing platform, Yagyu, the Red Copper Armor, seems to have a very strange ability. Is Sasuke okay? Yuhi Kurenai looked at the battlefield below. At this time, Sasuke was being hugged by the Red Copper Armor, and the Red Copper Armor seemed to be absorbing Sasuke's chakra. Excessive consumption of chakra will kill you. You'd better persuade Sasuke to admit defeat. Yuhi Honglu frowned slightly, staring at the painful Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke had obviously absorbed a lot of chakra. If this continued, someone might die. Sister Hong Hong, I'll help you improve your eyesight when I have time. Sometimes giving up is more terrible than death. Watch carefully, you will win. Yagyu Tsuki sipped her lollipop and looked at the situation of the battlefield below. Uchiha brat is deliberately being wild. Who did he learn to be so wild? From me? He didn't learn to be handsome as a teacher, but learned to be wild as a teacher first. Brat. He could see that Uchiha Sasuke was deliberately caught, and even deliberately absorbed chakra, in order to give Akadon Kamo the illusion of victory. Lord Tsunade, go and chat with Yagyu Tsuki. You can use the analysis of the battle situation as a cover, and take this opportunity to restore your relationship with Yagyu Tsuki. Kato Shizune gently pulled Tsunade's clothes, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered in Tsunade's ear, while stealing a glance at Yagyu Tsuki and Yuhi Kurenai in the distance. What is Tsunade doing? If this continues, Yuhi Kurenai will take the lead. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. So annoying. Let me restore my relationship with Yagyu Tsuki? Restore a fart. There was no relationship from the beginning, but I can't tell Shizune too much. Saying too much will easily expose what happened that night. I'm so annoyed. At this time, the battlefield below. Stinky boy, you'll be dead if I catch you. My ability is to absorb chakra. The red copper armor wrapped his hands around Sasuke like a snake, and his low and hoarse voice gave people a sense of pride. Advertisement, he can absorb other people's chakra by touching them. Although it takes a lot of time to absorb a large amount of chakra, the ability to absorb chakra is a fatal existence for ninjas. Lord Orochimaru, watch me carefully. You were arrogant in the forest of death, weren't you? Why are you like a stray dog now? Of course, what can a student of Yagyu Tsukushi have? Akadon Armor sneered. He thought he was determined to win now, because as long as he was touched, Sasuke would be caught. What can a waste like you know about Yagyu teacher? Uchiha Sasuke's eyes condensed and turned into Scarlet 2 Tomo Sharingan. Suddenly, Akadon Armor's whole body became stiff and slowly loosened the arm that was wrapped around Sasuke. In front of Uchiha's power, any ability of yours is meaningless. That's it, waste. Uchiha Sasuke sneered. He held the wrist of his left hand with his right hand, and light blue chakra emerged from his palm. The chakra rotated like a small tornado, and finally formed a rapidly rotating Rasengan. As the Rasengan rotated, a fierce gust of wind was generated, blowing away the dust on the ground around Uchiha Sasuke. He held Rasengan slammed into Akadon Kai's abdomen. Rasengan. Boom, Akadon Kai was blasted away by Rasengan, his body spinning like a spinning top, and then he slammed into the wall heavily, spurting out a mouthful of scarlet blood. His head tilted and he fainted. All his internal organs were destroyed, and several ribs were broken. This one hit, on the verge of death. Rasengan? Everyone present had a change of expression, even the leading Jōnin. All showed an unbelievable expression. Wang Zhao, staring at Uchiha Sasuke on the battlefield. Rasengan, the ultimate delusion of chakra form change. The orphan of the Uchiha clan could actually master the Rasengan developed by the genius ninja 4th Hokage? You have to know that many Jōnin can't master the Rasengan, and a mere genin who is taking the Chunin exam can actually master the Rasengan level of ninjutsu. How could Sasuke know Rasengan training method? Could it be Yagyu Tsuki? Everyone in the audience looked at Yagyu Tsuki with a serious expression. They heard that Team 7 was doing nothing at first, and only did one C-level mission after becoming genin. But they never expected it. Yagyu Tsuki did not lead Team 7 to do nothing, but was still doing super powerful training. But the question is, how did Yagyu Tsuki teach genin to use Rasengan in such a short time? Outrageous. It's a bit outrageous. Chapter 6-9 Is Yagyu Tsuki so good at teaching people? Rasengan is a very dangerous ninjutsu. You actually gave it to a genin. You are just fooling around. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was sitting on the high ground, frowned and looked at Yagyu Tsuki below. Uchiha Sasuke is still a young genin. He has mastered the difficult Rasengan at a young age. After surpassing his peers, he is likely to be arrogant and go downhill. When a young child has strong strength, it may have a counterproductive effect. Yagyu Tsuki's arrogant and willful personality is a good example. It's like a baby holding a knife. Yagyu Tsuki felt the shocked gazes of the crowd, suppressed the complacency in his heart, glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen above, and said in a proud tone, "Stinky old man, who do you think you are talking to? No one can stop the dreams of young people. You are an old stubborn man who is behind the times. Danger? It's just a broken Rasengan. But you are still in danger? It's really funny. Basic Rasengan is such a crappy thing. I use it to make cakes at home. Nonsense. Sarutobi Hiruzen glared at Yagyu Tsuki, but didn't say anything more. After all, there were many ninjas from the village and other villages watching, and Yagyu Tsuki didn't have the face of the third Hokage. Sarutobi Asuma lit a cigarette, walked to Yagyu Tsuki and asked curiously, Sasuke can actually master Rasengan. How did you teach him to learn the form change? Outrageous. It can actually let a mere Jōnin learn the extremely difficult Unseal Ninjutsu Rasengan. You know, Rasengan is the ultimate form change, and a mere Jōnin who just graduated not long ago can actually master Rasengan in a short time. It doesn't need to be thought about to know that it must be Yagyu Tsuki's good teaching. But the problem is, how can a Jōnin who just left the ninja school, learn the chakra form change in a short time? It took me a year and 5 months to learn the chakra form change. Although no one taught me at that time, I had to rely on myself to slowly explore, but it took at least a year and a half. Yagyu Tsuki raised 3 fingers and smiled faintly. Wrong, it was them. As for how they taught, it's hard to say. If you didn't teach clearly, it only means that you didn't work hard enough. Teaching doesn't have much meaning, it's just to point people in the direction. The fact that Team 7 was able to master the Rasengan in a short time can only be said to be 50% due to talent, 30% due to plugins, and 20% due to their own education. Advertisement Uchiha brats relied on talent and plugins, and used Sharingan to understand the theory of Rasengan, so they could slap the Rasengan in a short time. And Nine-Tails brats relied on plugins, bursting out Nine-Tails chakra to form a demon fox coat, and then directly learned the Rasengan on the spot. As for Haruno Sakura, this kid relies on his talent, and has a very perfect talent for controlling chakra. Everyone around was stunned, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura in the distance. When Yagyu Tsuki said did she mean that all the members of Team 7 could use Rasengan? How is that possible? It is normal that he could teach Uchiha Rasengan. After all, Sasuke is one of the most talented among the Jōnin of this class, and it is understandable that he could teach Haruno Sakura, because Haruno Sakura is a top student in the ninja school. But Uzumaki Naruto is a loser who can't even use chakra properly. When he graduated from the ninja school, he didn't even understand the 3-body technique. How could this talent master the Rasengan, which is extremely difficult to learn, in a short period of time? Everyone around thought that among the Yagyu Tsuki was talking about, there must be no Uzumaki Naruto, the loser. Kurenai Yuhi couldn't believe it, and asked in confusion, does Team 7 know Rasengan? Sasuke and little Sakura are fine, but Uzumaki Naruto is a well-known loser, with a poor talent in controlling chakra, and even the worst student in the ninja school, so Yagyu Tsuki can teach Uzumaki Naruto Rasengan? It's a bit unbelievable. Although Yagyu Tsuki is the best ninja, it is Yagyu Tsuki's own talent after all. Even if he is a perfect teacher, he can't teach 10 students with poor talents. But the problem is that Lu Shungyue said it herself, so no matter how unbelievable it is, it should be true. No need to doubt it, you will see it later. Lu Shungyue put his arm around Shi Rihong's shoulders and deliberately said in a very sexy tone, you can also worship me as your master. I can be absent from Sister Honghong and teach you some very special skills in the early morning. Shi Rihong raised her face and looked at Lu Shungyue with a smile, and said in a joking tone, okay, if you can be loyal, I can go with you tonight. Being loyal to one person is being loyal. Being loyal to countless people is also being loyal. Which kind of loyalty are you talking about? Lu Shungyue touched Shi Rihong's drum and squeezed it hard. Advertisement, what do you think? Shi Rihong felt the pain of the drum. Her fair and delicate face turned slightly red, and she hit Lu Shungyue's hand unhappily. Yagyu Tsuki teased, I am very dedicated to ADJ, opening a harem. I can appoint a harem manager for you, but you have to keep it secret from others. Who cares? Yuhi Kurenai gave Yagyu Tsuki a look. Harem? That's a nice thought. As for the women Yagyu Tsuki is currently in contact with, first of all, Lord Tsunade's attitude is so cold, and it seems that he even has a grudge against Yagyu Tsuki, and Hinata is still a little girl who is not really shy. In this situation, you still want to open a harem? Yagyu Tsuki shrugged and said nothing more. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Yagyu Tsuki and Yuhi Kurenai, who were joking and flirting in front of him. His hand holding the cigarette trembled, and he took a deep puff of the cigarette and exhaled a pale smoke. Sarutobi Asuma was very upset. He found that Yagyu Tsuki and Yuhi Kurenai were not paying attention to him, so he turned around and walked towards Shikamaru and others. Alas, it's over. The battle side at this time. After reacting, Moonlight Gale raised his hand and coughed, announcing, ahem. The winner is Uchiha Sasuke. Next game, Tintin vs Temari. Moonlight Gale glanced at the big screen. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, glanced at the unconscious Akadon Kai with a cold and arrogant look, and sneered, "With your ability, how can you defeat the power that Mr. Yagyu taught me? Humph, it's so boring." Uchiha Sasuke snorted coldly, turned around, and walked slowly down the stairs to the second floor. It can actually solve the enemy with one blow. Is Rasengan so strong? When performing the mission in the Land of Waves before, Uzumaki Naruto used Rasengan to attack Konan, and was easily slapped away by Konan. Then all the members of Team 7 used Rasengan, but they couldn't scratch the skin on the palm of Teacher Yagyu. After that, all the members of Team 7 used Rasengan. Even if they attacked head-on and attacked without any defense, they couldn't cause any injury to Tsunade. So when Uchiha Sasuke used Rasengan to instantly kill the red copper armor just now, not to mention the audience present, even he himself was stunned. Because in his impression, Rasengan is not that strong. It can only be said that Team 7 had played all high-end games before. Whether it was Konan or Tsunade, these two women were all strong Kage level, and they were among the strongest in the entire ninja world. Tian and Temari and Uchiha walked towards the venue. Tenten had a confident expression on her face, and Temari also had a confident expression on her face. Both of them were very confident in their own strength. Yagyu Tsuki touched Sasuke's head, chuckled and praised, "You did a good job, little brat. I'll give you 5 points for this time. You have to mention my name when you show off in the future. If you get 100 points, you will get a mysterious prize." He didn't praise Sasuke's performance, but what Sasuke said was what he wanted. The power taught by Yagyu teacher. Very good. A good student is one who can help the teacher show off. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up, and he forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. He put his hands in his pockets and asked coldly, "Mysterious prize? A new power? Who knows, maybe it is." Yagyu Tsuki replied casually and ignored Uchiha Sasuke, watching the battle between Temari and Tenten below. Tenten showed all her strength at the beginning of the battle, while Temari, the little female brat, was playing around the whole time. There was no need to watch. The winner was already decided. The strength gap was huge. Chapter 70 Rock Lee vs. Gaara. Yuhi Kurenai poked Yagyu Tsuki with her arm, her delicate face full of curiosity, and asked, "Yagyu, how do you teach people? Can you teach me a little bit?" She was the first time to be a team leader, and Yagyu Tsuki was also the first time to be a team leader. Since they were both the first time to be team leaders, why could Yagyu Tsuki teach Jōnin so well? Uchiha Sasuke's strength just now has completely exceeded the Jōnin level, and even among the Chunin, he is one of the best. Yagyu Tsuki gently pinched Yuhi Kurenai's face and said with a smile, "Teaching is not very meaningful. It depends on the talent of the brat. Everyone has their own areas of expertise. Sister Hong Hong, you are more suitable to be a good wife and mother. Sister Hong Hong's talent is very mediocre. Even if she knows how to practice chakra, she can't master nature transformation and form changes. Her comprehensive strength has been locked in the special Jōnin dash. Since my own strength is limited, the scope of what I can teach will also be limited. I will have a chance to train Sister Hong Hong to become stronger in the future. It would be great if I could get a few chakra fruits from the sacred tree." Yuhi Hong opened Lu Shengyue's hand, rubbed her face that was slightly painful from being pinched, and said sullenly, "What do you mean? Do you dislike me for being weak? You are so good, Lu Shengyue. You are really the opposite of Tiangang. Let me be a good wife and mother, which means that I have poor talent and no strength, and let me give up being a ninja and run to take care of children, right? Wait a minute. It seems good to be able to take care of Lu Shengyue's children and be a good wife and mother." Lu Shengyue touched Yuhi Hong's head, deliberately put on a confident expression and said, "You are very weak. So weak that I can bully you at will. So you only need to be responsible for being cute and leave things to me. Sister Hong Hong doesn't need to be so strong. Anyway, there is an invincible person like me to guard her, and there will always be opportunities to cheat and upgrade in the future. For example, when I draw the reward of the fruit of the sacred tree that can produce energy, I will get a sacred fruit for Sister Hong Hong to eat and play with. As the saying goes, if one person succeeds, the whole family will ascend." Yagyu attaches great importance to Yuhi Kurenai, because when he first crossed over to the ninja world, the first person he met was Yuhi Kurenai, and Yuhi Kurenai used to take good care of him. He is a person who has a clear distinction between love and hate. Yuhi Kurenai felt the warmth of Lu Shengyue's palm, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised a beautiful arc, humming, "I'll eat the pie you drew first." Might Guy walked to Lu Shengyue, raised a thumb, and a gleam of light flashed through his white teeth. He smiled heartily and passionately. "Talent is important, but hard work is more important. My beloved disciple will prove that hard work can surpass genius. Lu Shengyue glanced at the battlefield below and Tian, who was defeated by Temari's 3-star fan, and said lightly, "Really? That little girl has lost." Advertisement Might Guy didn't care about Tian's defeat, but smiled heartily and said, "Failure is an experience. After failure, just work harder until you can work hard to defeat your opponent. This is youth and—" Lu Shengyue perfunctorily said, "Well said. I always want to beat you once." Might Guy put his hand on Lu Shengyue's shoulder. He wanted to defeat Hatake Kakashi, who was called a genius, and also wanted to defeat Lu Shengyue, who was crowned as the strongest. To defeat me, it's hard. If you are prepared to die, you should have a chance of winning. Lu Shengyue sipped his lollipop and glanced at Might Guy's thick eyebrows. Under normal circumstances, Might Guy would be easily defeated by himself, even if he used 8 inner gates, but it would be a different story if thick eyebrows opened the death gate. The death gate is the 8th gate of 8 inner gates. After thick eyebrows opened the death gate and Kryptonian, he could have a power beyond the level of 6 paths in a short period of time, and could even use airflow to distort the truth-seeking ball that surpasses all matter. Might Guy said, "You are my friend. Only when protecting important people can a ninja be prepared to die." His father taught him that when encountering an enemy that cannot be defeated, and the most important friend or important thing is in danger, then implement the ninja way. Yagyu Tsuki said disdainfully, "Don't talk so corny. Real men can't please me. To be honest, I'm quite curious about how strong the Death Gate is, and I want to try to see how far it can push me. The Jōnin of Sand Shinobi Village is very strong." Yu Hong frowned slightly, staring at Temari, who was in high spirits below. This female ninja from Sand Shinobi Village named Temari, no matter how you look at it, is far stronger than the Jōnin, and is even much stronger than many Chunin in the village. 0. Please give me flowers. Advertisement currently, Sand Shinobi Village is being used by Orochimaru, and Temari will probably join the war soon, right? Ordinarily, Orochimaru's disguise should be exposed, and then Sand Shinobi Village should realize that they have been deceived, but Yagyu Tsuki said that there is no need to expose the disguise. Yes. Whether or not it is used by Orochimaru, since Sand Shinobi Village has decided to start a war, it means that the top leaders of Sand Shinobi Village have had ulterior motives for a long time, and they should patiently wait for all the compensation after Sand Shinobi Village is defeated. And the third Hokage, who rarely agrees with Yagyu Tsuki's point of view, thinks that they should pretend that they have not discovered Orochimaru's disguise, and then take this opportunity to hit Sand Shinobi Village hard, and by the way, ask for a huge amount of compensation from Sand Shinobi Village. Oh, Yuhi Kurenai sighed secretly in her heart. Little fox and old fox. Hokage-sama is even more of an old fox. On the surface, he said that he wanted to get along with all the villages in a friendly manner, but secretly he was planning how to harm Sand Shinobi Village and how to ask for a huge compensation from Sand Shinobi Village. Sand Shinobi Village is very weak and is the weakest of the 5 major ninja villages. Currently, the strongest comprehensive village is Rock Shinobi Village, and the village with more resources is Konoha Village. Sand Shinobi Village attacking Konoha is a suicide mission, especially since Konoha knew in advance that Orochimaru was going to use Sand Shinobi Village to implement the plan. So Konoha was able to repel Sand Shinobi Village almost without any injuries. This is also the reason why Hokage-sama followed Yagyu Tsuki's advice and planned to take this opportunity to ask for a huge compensation. Sand Shinobi Village and Konoha are allies, and they can also take this opportunity to completely defeat the rebellious hearts of the Sand Shinobi Village leaders. Moonlight Gale looked at Tintin, who was carried away by the medical ninja, then looked up at the screen above. After seeing the randomly selected names of the players, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he announced weakly, "The next game, cough cough cough. Rock Lee vs. Gaara." Temari had just mocked Tintin for being weak, and Team 3 had just had a conflict with Gaara and others, and then Rock Lee and Gaara were randomly selected for a battle. Fate really plays tricks on people. By the way, Rock Lee is completely a smaller version of Might Guy, just like Might Guy's biological son, Kawa. Chapter 7 1 Second Kazekage's Bloody Limit. Gaara walked into the battlefield in full view of the crowd. "Go ahead, Lee." Might Guy patted Rock Lee on the back and said with a hearty smile, "Let everyone witness your ninja way." "Yes, Teacher Guy." Rock Lee saluted, then jumped over the fence and jumped from the second floor to the competition field. "I am Rock Lee. Please give me more advice. Failure is a normal thing, but I can't tolerate you mocking a ninja who is working hard. If I can defeat you, please ask Temari to take back what you said." Rock Lee put one hand behind his back and the other hand in front of him, posing as if he was ready to fight at any time. Tintin's defeat only shows that Temari is very strong, but Temari actually mocked Tintin as a useless ninja in the end. He couldn't accept that his friend who was working hard was mocked by others. Gaara folded his hands in front of his chest. His eyes were emotionless, and he looked at Rock Lee in the distance expressionlessly. He had no interest in talking to Rock Lee about those useless things. At this time, on the second floor, Temari and Kankuro looked solemn, staring at Gaara below with worry. Lord Kazekage ordered 623 last night to advance the plan. Gaara will burst out the power of one-tail Shikaku in this duel, and then the sand shinobi lurking around will use this as a signal to launch a surprise attack. In other words, after Gaara goes berserk and uses the power of one-tail Shikaku, the plan to establish the Konoha shinobi village will officially begin. But, do we really want to start a war? Moonlight Gale clenched his fist and put it to his mouth, coughing and raising his hand to announce, "Cough, cough, cough. The game begins." As soon as the voice fell, Leaf Hurricane. Rock Lee suddenly jumped up, jumped into the air, and kicked a spinning upper kick, fiercely lifting it to Gaara's head. Gaara did not move, and looked at the wireless approaching indifferently. Rock Lee, just as Rock Lee was about to kick him in the head, a large piece of sand rose from the ground, protecting Gaara like a shield, blocking Rock Lee's powerful kick. Is there a ninjutsu that can control sand? Let's try it first. Rock Lee jumped back and flipped twice, leaving a large distance from Gaara, looking at the sand that was surging like a shield around Gaara. Konoha Gale. Rock Lee exerted force on his legs, and the whole person was ejected like a cannonball. He launched a fierce attack on Gaara, but no matter what method he used to attack, he would be blocked by the rock-hard sand. At this time, on the second floor, strange ability, blood limit? Yuhi Kurenai pinched her white chin, looking at Gaara below thoughtfully, and after looking for a while, she muttered with a strange expression. Strange? Should I say weird? Those sands are like living life. She found that Gaara did not move, and did not even use any chakra. The sand was like a living being, automatically helping Gaara defend against attacks. What a strange ability. Advertisement. A cold and heroic voice sounded behind Kurenai. The successive Kazekages all have unique bloodline limits. The third Kazekage and the fourth Kazekage use magnet style. This kid, Gaara, right? The bloodline limit he uses is the same as the second Kazekage. After hearing the voice, Kurenai turned to look at the heroic Tsunade and greeted him politely, "Tsunade-sama." Tsunade nodded slightly in response, and looked at Gaara below with boredom, saying, "The bloodline limit of controlling sand is the ability developed by the second Kazekage through the tailed beasts. The sand used by Gaara is far from that of the second Kazekage." She had seen the second Kazekage and the sand escape he used, which was the power to create a small desert with a wave of his hand. The bloodline limit used by Gaara is simply one dimension behind the second Kazekage. Not to mention having seen the second Kazekage, she has even seen the first Kazekage. When she was very young, she secretly followed her great-grandfather Hashirama to the 5 Kage summit without telling her second grandfather Tobarama. At that time, she met the powerful first-generation Kages of the major ninja villages. The bloodline limit of the second Kazekage? Yuhi Kurenai was slightly stunned. She didn't understand how strong the bloodline limit of the second generation was. But since sand release was an ability developed through the research of the tailed beasts, Gaara, who possessed this power, should be very strong. Yagyu Tsuki lay on the fence, holding his face with his hands and watching the battle below in boredom. After hearing Tsunade's explanation, he said in a very casual tone, "The longer you live, the more you know." The old woman is knowledgeable. The tailed beasts are beasts called pets, and the bloodline limit developed through the research of beasts. The means of mortals are just the lowest level. In addition to the special bloodline limit of wood style, the strongest bloodline limit in the whole ninja world is Sharingan, which is truly the strongest and has the highest upper limit. Many losers can directly upgrade to Kage level after opening Mangekyo in anger. If the ability of Mangekyo is very useful, they can even directly advance to become a strong Kage. Uchiha Obito is an example. He was a waste before he opened Mangekyo. After opening Mangekyo and using Kimui, he could fight the fourth Hokage head-on. Although hard work is a good thing, you have to cheat to become stronger. Of course, Dust Release, Tensigen, Rinnegan, these are all bloodline nets. Sharingan can't become Rinnegan no matter how it is upgraded. Uchiha Madara can open Rinnegan because of Indra's reincarnation power. When Tsunade heard being called an old woman, Her face turned extremely cold, and she said in a cold voice, "You damn white-haired, you should know my temper. If you make me angry, you are looking for death. Old woman? How dare you say that? I will always look 18 years old no matter what." Yagyu was lazy and perfunctory. Really? That's quite scary. Tsunade bit her lips lightly, looking at Yagyu's indifferent attitude. A rage like wanting to tear someone apart surged in her heart. Her white hand slowly clenched into a fist just when she was about to punch Yagyu. "Tsunade-sama." Kato Shizen hurriedly held Tsunade's hand, shaking his head with a worried expression on his face. "You damn white-haired." "Bah, I was led astray by Tsunade-sama." Advertisement. Although Yagyu's words were very harsh, it was at least a compliment after all, which was just a roundabout way of praising Tsunade-sama is very knowledgeable. They are still in the reconciliation period, and it was Tsunade-sama who took the initiative to find Yagyu Tsuki to reconcile. Since she took the initiative to find her ex-boyfriend to reconcile, how can she reconcile with such a violent attitude? Yagyu Tsuki must have thought that Tsunade-sama was too violent before, so she dumped Tsunade-sama, right? Tsunade snorted coldly. She was in a very bad mood. She was just happily watching the game from a distance, and then Shizen kept urging her, saying that if she found Yagyu Tsuki later, Yuhi Kurenai would take the lead. Speechless. I can't explain so much. Yuhi Kurenai saw that Tsunade was angry, so she smiled and asked, "Can Sand Escape be automatically defended?" Tsunade said, "Automatic defense? How can there be such a convenient ability? All abilities are controlled and used through chakra." Yagyu Tsuki reminded, "You have lived to such an age, and it seems that you have not seen much of the world." The red-haired kid used automatic defense. Tsunade frowned slightly, forcibly suppressed the anger in her heart, and said coldly and forcefully, "Idiot. How can there be such a convenient ability? Damn white hair, I will tolerate you one last time." In the strange blood limit, chakra is also needed. Any ability requires one's own chakra to use. But what if those sands are living things with consciousness? Yagyu said, "Ask me quickly." "Hold it. I'm not interested in knowing." Tsunade snorted coldly. She really didn't want to know these things. There was no point in studying Gaara's sand escape ability. Yuhi Kurenai asked curiously, "Why?" 5.5. The red-haired kid's abilities are divided into 3 categories. Yagyu raised 3 fingers and said, "His, the tailed beast's his." Yagyu said, "The red-haired kid's automatic defense sand is a living thing with chakra and consciousness. To be precise, it is the will left by his mother after her death. Mother's love is the most determined will in the world." F***K. Everyone around was speechless. Even Might Guy had a strange expression after hearing it. The word F***K, said by Lu Shungyue, sounded like a curse no matter how you listened to it. Will? Tsunade was surprised. Chakra can actually have will, and even protect Gaara? She was a little curious now. "You are not interested. Don't ask more if you are not interested." Lu Shungyue didn't say anything more, and looked at the fierce battle below calmly. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly. She really had no interest just now, but now she has a great interest, because chakra is what she has been studying. But the problem is that she just said she was not interested, and now she is too embarrassed to ask more questions. Chapter 7-2. Will I win? I will lose. Damn. Weird statement. Yuhi Kurenai repeated what Yagyu said. No matter from which angle you look at it, it feels like a curse from Yagyu's mouth. But Yagyu meant that Gaara has 3 kinds of chakra: his mother's chakra, the tailed beast's chakra, and his own chakra. In other words, can Gaara use his mother's chakra to implement non-consumption sand defense? If so, no matter how hard Rock Lee attacks, it is a waste of energy. Yagyu glanced at Yuhi Kurenai beside him, and seeing Yuhi Kurenai's thoughtful attitude, he said, "There is no need to think so much, just a red-haired stitched warrior." Speaking of stitched warriors, there are also many stitched warriors in the village. The biggest stitched warrior is Danzo, who turned himself into a spliced android. Naruto leaned on the fence with both hands, watching Rock Lee's failure to break through the battle of sand, and shouted angrily, "What are you doing, Shaoli? Hurry up and teach this stinking guy a lesson." He was ignored by the Sand Shinobi village, led by Gaara, in the examination venue before. The most annoying thing was that Gaara actually asked Sasuke's name. When he took the initiative to introduce himself, he was ignored by Gaara and others again. Damn it. I must get back the 0-3 field. Rock Lee's attack was blocked by Gaara. If he continues to consume like this, will Rock Lee lose? Haruno Sakura lay on the fence, watching the game below. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. When the final battle comes, I will prove the power of Uchiha. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the wall, looking at the battle below with coldness and indifference. He was not interested in who won or lost, because all of them would lose to him. He had the Sharingan's precise insight and the Rasengan's attack power. The combination of the two made him almost invincible among the genin. At least, he thought so. Little Lee is a hard-working genius, and he will definitely prove his ninja way. Might Guy put his hands on his hips, looked at the game below with a resolute expression, and said firmly, he will prove the value of hard work to everyone else. Rock Lee was the hardest-working person he had ever seen, and the least talented person he had ever seen. But Rock Lee was a hard-working genius. Rock Lee was his most beloved student, and he taught Rock Lee everything he had. Because since the day he met Rock Lee's ninja way was his dream. But Rock Lee lost to Gaara from Sand Shinobi Village in the second exam. Haruno Sakura recalled the second exam, when their Team 7 encountered Gaara and others, and then Rock Lee came out to rescue them, but they still lost to Gaara in the end. Even at that time, Gaara single-handedly defeated many genins from other villages without any injuries. Might Guy raised a thumb, his white teeth flashed a light, and he said with a bright and confident smile, the lotus of Konoha will bloom again, and Rock Lee has not yet shown his true strength. Team 7 was slightly stunned. They had said this before in the Death Forest when Rock Lee was defeated. Yagyu Tsuki sipped his lollipop, glanced at Might Guy lightly, and said, you will lose. It is true that he will lose. There is no doubt that he will lose. Advertisement Gaara's current hard power has surpassed many Jōnin. His strength should be around the elite Jōnin level. If he uses the chakra of one-tail Shikaku, his strength should be able to reach the weak Kage level. He can even match the then current Mizuno Haku, but the red-haired kid can't control the power of the tailed beasts at present. Might Guy looked at Rock Lee on the battlefield below, raised a thumb, and shouted cheerfully, Little Lee, now is the time for you to implement the ninja way. Use all your strength to prove yourself. Rock Lee suddenly stopped attacking Gaara, looked up at Might Guy on the second floor viewing platform, and said in surprise, Teacher Guy, you mean, Might Guy affirmed, you are happy, right? What to take off? Everyone in Team 7 was puzzled. Yagyu Tsuki said casually, black stockings. Ah, really? Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto were stunned. Yuhi Kurenai lightly hit Yagyu Tsuki on the shoulder and rolled her eyes at Yagyu Tsuki. Yagyu, stop talking nonsense. She had been tricked by Yagyu Tsuki before. On Yagyu Tsuki's 5th birthday, Yuhi Kurenai asked Yagyu Tsuki what gift she wanted. Yagyu Tsuki didn't hesitate at all and directly said that Yuhi Kurenai should wear black silk and use her knees as a pillow once. Then, Yuhi Kurenai, who was only 13 years old at the time, was still very ignorant. She was foolishly put on black silk by Yagyu Tsuki and then let Yagyu Tsuki sleep on her legs. Now think about it. It's very embarrassing. Pervert. Tsunade saw Yagyu Tsuki and Yuhi Kurenai doing something secretly. She frowned slightly and a strange feeling surged in her heart. Yagyu Tsuki, you idiot. You had that incident with me that night, but you still have the nerve to talk to other women in front of me. You really don't take that night seriously at all. What a scumbag. Hyuga Hinata trotted towards Yagyu Tsuki from a distance, and then walked naturally between Yagyu Tsuki and Yuhi Kurenai, as if deliberately separating the two. Hyuga Hinata held Yagyu Tsuki's hand, and her face turned slightly red when she felt the warmth of her hand. She asked softly, Yagyu brother, will Rock Lee really lose? Hyuga Hinata didn't care whether Rock Lee won or lost. She just found a topic to intervene. In her eyes, Yagyu Tsuki was already her boyfriend. Advertisement, so even if the teacher Hong, whom she respected very much, walked in with her boyfriend Yagyu Tsuki, she would still be jealous. Hinata. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Hinata strangely. She felt that Hyuga Hinata's behavior was very strange, as if she was deliberately declaring her sovereignty to her. It must be an illusion. Hinata's behavior should be unintentional. After all, Hinata is a shy little girl. How can she understand so many little calculations between women? And Hinata, who is easily shy, has no obligation to declare her sovereignty to herself, because there is something between Hinata and Yagyu Tsuki. What can she use to declare her sovereignty? It should be an illusion. How can the cute Hinata have so many little thoughts? You will lose, but winning or losing doesn't matter. You must have the courage to face failure. Yagyu Tsuki gently pinched Hyuga Hinata's face, secretly sighing in his heart that it feels so good, like pinching a soft, sweet dumpling 660. It doesn't matter whether others win or lose, but you must win. No matter who the enemy is, you must be invincible and show overwhelming and absolute violence. Because bullying the enemy is really cool after winning. He likes the pleasure of crushing others, especially those self-righteous enemies. The audience was puzzled. Rock Lee jumped back, rolled in the air for a few rounds, and landed on the fingers of the giant stone statue. Teacher guy, that's great. Rock Lee sat cross-legged on the fingers of the stone statue, happy like a child, and quickly untied the weights tied to his 2 calves. The audience was even more puzzled. Rock Lee just untied the weights. Is it necessary to make it so happy and relaxed? Weights are very common in practice, right? Rock Lee threw the weights to the field below. Boom! The weights fell to the ground at a very fast speed, directly smashing 2 small pits on the ground. Thick gray smoke rose from the ground, rolling and spreading all over the ground. Hiss! Everyone in the audience gasped and stared at the 2 weights in the pit in a daze. Looking at the 2 ordinary iron leggings, even many Jōnin present were a little stunned. This weight is a bit outrageous. In other words, has Rock Lee been wearing such an outrageous weight just now, fighting against Gaara from Sand Shinobi Village? Judging from the size of the pit smashed, many Chunin-level ninjas would not be able to move with this weight on, right? Chapter 738 Inner Gates, the time to practice the ninja way. Leaf Hurricane. Rock Lee leaped up suddenly, and after landing on the ground, he seemed to disappear so quickly, and attacked Gaara in all directions at a very fast speed. Gradually, the speed of the sand defense could no longer keep up with Rock Lee's speed. Just by removing the weight, the speed was qualitatively improved. What a fast speed! Gaara crossed his arms and felt the gusts of wind blowing through him expressionlessly. The light blue wind was Rock Lee who was attacking fiercely. Shadow Dance Leaf. Rock Lee's arms trembled suddenly, and the bandages wrapped around his arms fell off completely, and then his legs bent and ejected like a cannonball. At this time, he burst out with even greater speed. 8 inner gates. The first gate, open. Rock Lee completely broke through the sand, and appeared below Gaara like an instant, then raised his leg and kicked Gaara's chin. Bang! Gaara was kicked into the air, but because of the heavy sand all over his body, he was kicked into the air very slowly. Rock Lee rose from the ground, chasing Gaara who was flying upwards, and then kicked Gaara in the abdomen fiercely, and then kicked several times in a row. Each kick made Gaara fly higher in the air. Lotus. The bandage tied on Rock Lee's arm wrapped around Gaara's body like a python, and then he hugged Gaara and spun quickly in the air. The 2 people who spun quickly fell to the ground with fierce momentum. Boom! The 2 people fell to the ground, and the ground shook violently. They smashed a small pit on the ground, and at this moment a figure jumped out of the pit. That figure was Rock Lee. What a weird feeling. Rock Lee frowned slightly, jumped back and somersaulted to the ground, keeping a relatively safe distance from the pit. He thought Gaara had a weird feeling. Advertisement, an indescribable weird feeling. Wow, so awesome. Everyone in Team 7 was shocked. They all looked at Rock Lee in disbelief. Rock Lee was even stronger than in the Forest of Death. Among the 3 members of Team 7, only Uchiha Sasuke could see Rock Lee's speed, while Naruto and Haruno Sakura couldn't see it at all. Might Guy put one hand on his waist and the other hand on Yagyu's shoulder, and said cheerfully and proudly, after seeing this move, do you still think Rock Lee will lose? He will lose. Yagyu Tsuki said lightly. The brats in Team 7 couldn't see clearly, but he could see every frame of the situation clearly. The thick-browed brat's attack was very fierce, but Gaara was still unscathed, and even his sand armor was not broken. It is possible to surpass genius with hard work, but it is definitely impossible to surpass cheating. With the current weak strength of the thick-browed brat, no matter how hard he attacks, he can't shake Shikaka's chakra. Want to become stronger? Cheat. Your student is a very good ninja, but this duel is not likely to be a good one. Tsunade glanced at Might Guy and said, I advise you to be prepared to stop the game. You should be able to see that Gaara's ability is very strange. The sand escape ability used by Gaara is a simplified version of the second Kazekage bloodline limit, but if it is combined with the one-tail Shikaku with the same attributes, it can burst out a fairly strong force. Although Gaara has not yet made a move, judging from the chakra, his strength is probably much stronger than Shizun. Shizun has the strength of a special Jōnin, and Gaara is at least Jōnin level. Tsunade-sama, please seriously witness Lee's performance. Might Guy did not look at Tsunade, but stared at Rock Lee below seriously the whole time. Lee, I will witness your ninjutsu, and show the results of your hard work so far. Weird. Hyuga Hinata blinked confusedly. She did not understand what Tsunade said about the ability being weird. Is the ninjutsu of controlling sand a very weird ability? What the adults said is so hard to understand. With everyone's attention, Gaara climbed out of the pit. There were cracks all over his skin, and those cracks that looked like wounds were repairing quickly. Unharmed. Advertisement, unharmed. Rock Lee's expression gradually became solemn. The move he just used was all his strength after opening the first door. But even the full-strength attack to open the first door could not cause any harm to Gaara, and even failed to make Gaara's expression moved. Is this the strength of a genius? He is born weaker than anyone else. In the ninja world where strength is supreme, chakra is the only power of a ninja, but his chakra has no attributes, which means he is born the most useless waste. Chakra has no attributes, so he can't use chakra. He can't use ninjutsu, nor can he use illusion. Even when he was in the ninja school before, he was much behind others in physical skills. Uzumaki Naruto can use chakra, but he who can't use chakra is a real talent. But he never gave up. Weaker than others? Then work harder. Still weak after working hard? Then work harder. If you are still weaker than others after working harder, then you will work 10 or even 100 times harder than others, and one day you will definitely surpass the genius. Is this all your strength? Very weak, with your strength. There is no way to make Temari take back that sentence. Gaara looked at Rock Lee expressionlessly, indifferently. He did not deliberately mock Rock Lee, as if he was just stating a fact. I am indeed very weak, and I don't have any talent. I have always been a person who is laughed at. In school, people say that I am a hot-blooded talent, good money Zhao, and I can't even pass the graduation exam, but I have been practicing physical skills hard. Then that day, I finally became a genin. Rock Lee had a firm expression and turned his head to look at Might Guy on the second floor above. Might Guy nodded and said seriously, "Use it. Now is the time for you to surpass the genius, Lee." "Yes, Mr. Guy." Rock Lee clenched his fists suddenly. Several blue veins bulged on his forehead, and his skin gradually turned dark red. "I want to prove that even if I don't know ninjutsu or illusion, I can still become an excellent ninja. This is all my life. This is my ninjutsu. 8 inner gates, the third gate, the gate of life." Ong, Rock Lee burst out with light blue steam, and the scorching high-temperature airflow blew in all directions like a gust of wind. A small whole island appeared on the ground with him as the core. Chapter 7-4 Who is Stronger? Yagyu Tsuki or 8 Gate. 8 inner gates? All the Jōnin in the audience looked solemn, staring at Rock Lee, whose body was covered with green steam. They never thought that Might Guy would teach Rock Lee the 8 inner gates. Are you crazy? Rasengan is dangerous because it is dangerous to the enemy, but 8 inner gates is dangerous because it is dangerous to the user. Every time a gate is opened, it will cause serious backlash to the user. If used incorrectly, it is very likely to die directly. It is a move that hurts the enemy as much as it hurts itself. All the Jōnin leading the team looked at Might Guy in reproach. Might Guy felt the blaming gazes of the crowd and said firmly, "Hard work can surpass genius. This is all Rock Lee has. I believe he can become an excellent ninja." When he first met Rock Lee, he had the same opinion as everyone else, thinking that Rock Lee was just a passionate teenager, and the so-called hard work and practice was probably just a flash in the pan. This was his thought at the time. Then he watched for a long time, and Rock Lee didn't have a flash in the pan. He practiced hard every day, and after practice, he challenged those so-called geniuses. After failure, he continued to practice hard, and after practice, he continued to challenge geniuses, repeating day after day, working 900 times harder every day. Finally, Might Guy was moved. He wanted to witness Rock Lee's ninja way, and wanted to see the moment when Rock Lee surpassed genius. There are fools in every era, and only fools will do things that risk everything to fulfill their dreams. Tsunade sneered sarcastically, and a trace of grief flashed in her amber eyes. Only life has meaning, and death only brings grief. There is no point in risking everything to fulfill a dream, and only living is the best choice. Dreams go to hell. Living is important. What's the difference between a person without dreams and a salted fish? No one can take away the dreams of young people. The real death of a person is living aimlessly. Lu Shengyue slapped Tsunade's butt, deliberately putting on a teaching tone and said, "Don't laugh at someone who is working hard. Be careful, I will spank you." It is important to live, but it is also important to firmly implement your beliefs. A dream that can be fulfilled while alive is a dream. Advertisement living is the most basic wisdom, because only when people are alive can they do something. You are looking for death. Tsunade was recalling the death of an important person, and her mood was in sadness, grief, and loneliness. The pain of the drum made her body tremble slightly, her fair and delicate face flushed slightly, and a sense of shameful anger surged in her heart. The dead white-haired man must be poisonous. He actually beat my drum in public. If someone saw it, it would be humiliating. The legendary Sannin was beaten by someone. This joke would make people laugh to death. Tsunade glanced at everyone in the audience and found that everyone was staring at Rock Lee. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, no one noticed. The dead white-haired man really deserved to die. If it weren't for the fact that in the Chunin test, I must beat you fiercely now. Lu Shengyue played the forehead of Tsunade lightly and said lightly, since what has happened cannot be changed, then change the future. People can only be valuable when they live. Is it valuable for living talents? The dead white hair is right. Suddenly, Tsunade feels a hostile sight, and she sees that after looking down and looking at the sight, and is seriously watching the Hyuga Hinata of the battle. Strange. Tsunade frowned slightly. Clearly, there was a hostile gaze just now, but the person he saw following his gaze was Hyuga Hinata, and that Hyuga Hinata was watching the game seriously. The most important thing was that Hinata had no reason to be hostile to him. Illusion. Tsunade retracted his gaze. Hyuga Hinata secretly glanced at Tsunade. She had just clearly seen her brother Yagyu playing Tsunade's drum. 8 inner gates. Everyone in Team 7 was puzzled. It was the first time they heard of the 8 inner gates move, but judging from the expressions of the team leaders Jōnin present, could it be that the 8 inner gates was a very powerful move? Each time a gate is opened, the strength can be increased. Opening the 8th gate can give you a power beyond the shadow in just a few seconds, but opening the 8th gate will kill you. Yagyu Tsuki briefly explained, looking at Rock Lee below. With the current strength of the thick-browed kid, he can only open the 4th gate at most. The 8 inner gates is the ability to increase the user's physical body. How strong the power can be used is fully used. Uzumaki Naruto asked curiously, is opening the 8th gate very powerful? Is it more powerful than Yagyu-sensei? Who knows, but the 8th gate can definitely kick the 3rd-generation old dog away. Yagyu took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and put it into his mouth and sipped it lightly. Haruno Sakura pinched his chin and said with serious thinking, since opening the 8th gate can surpass the Hokage, it should be more powerful than Yagyu-sensei. After all, it is a move that burns life. Yagyu brother is very powerful. Hyuga Hinata softly retorted that she thought Yagyu Tsuki was the most powerful ninja she had ever seen. Yagyu Tsuki thought for a moment, and a faint smile gave people a frivolous feeling, saying, it may be troublesome, but I will definitely win. Surpassing the shadow is just the threshold of the strong. Advertisement opening the 8 gates can have the power of the 6 paths level in a few seconds, but these few seconds are meaningless. I am a man with a cheat. Before having the Tensigen, it is undoubtedly a defeat to fight against the 8 gates, but after having the Tensigen, my own all-round strength has been multiplied by several times. Currently, the overall strength is much stronger than 6 paths Madara. As long as I don't stupidly resist the attack of the 8 gates, I can defeat the 8th gate no matter what. Of course, even if I resist the attack of the 8 gates, it's okay. Now I can heal myself instantly even if I am cut in half. What's more, if I really encounter the 8 inner gates, I will directly expand a field and open the 8 inner gates. The enemies of the gate should just lie on the ground and wait for death. Yagi and II is the best. Hyuga Hinata hugged Yagi and IIU and rubbed her face against Yagi and IIU's waist like a cute kitten. Because she was much shorter than Yagi and IIU, her face could only touch Yagi and IIU's waist. Haruno Sakura was speechless. Why didn't she realize that Hyuga Hinata was such a girl who was good at being coquettish and clingy when she was in the ninja school before? With Hinata's soft and cute personality, she would actually act coquettishly. This is also a kind of contrast. Yagi and IIU bent down and whispered in Hinata's ear, there are more powerful ones, do you want to try it? Hinata was very clingy after last night, but it's good. Being clingy to a cute loli is a man's romance. Hyuga Hinata felt the heat in her ear, and her cute face turned red. She lowered her head and whispered shyly, if Yagi and IIU wants, I can do it. Brother Yagyu is probably talking about something similar to what happened last night, right? It hurts. It's embarrassing, but there's a strange feeling of comfort. Chapter 75, Risking Everything, Rock Lee's Ninja Way. So cute. Yagyu Tsuki patted Hinata's head. Loli is so nice. Hinata is really great. If those crazy women are so obedient, I can complete the inner palace plan within 3 days. At this time, the battlefield. Even Gaara, who has always been very calm, frowned when he saw Rock Lee bursting with light blue airflow and asked in a deep voice, "What kind of power is this?" "Teacher Guy, please look at me carefully. Now is the time for me to implement the ninja way." Rock Lee gritted his teeth, endured the severe pain that shook his brain, scarlet blood flowed out of his eye sockets, and the high-temperature steam emitted from his body became even hotter. The light blue steam gradually turned into dark blue. "This is all I have now. The fourth gate of the 8 inner gates, the wound gate, open." Rock Lee clenched his fists tightly, his pupils turned from black to pale, his skin turned dark red as if burned, and cracks like tortoise shells appeared on the surface of his skin. The strong steam blew away the stones on the ground, and its terrible high temperature distorted the air. The wound gate is his limit, and it is all he has worked hard for so far. He wants to bet everything on this attack, to prove his ninjutsu to everyone, to prove to everyone that hard work can defeat genius. "Niji, watch carefully. This is the move I prepared for you." Rock Lee suddenly jumped up, flashing like a dark blue light, leaving a series of sonic booms wherever he passed. His speed has now reached the Mach level. What a fast speed! Everyone in the audience trembled in their hearts. With the dynamic vision of many Jōnin leaders present, they could not fully see Rock Lee's moving speed. This terrible speed that broke out in an instant has completely reached the Jōnin level. "With my Sharingan, I can't even see it clearly." Uchiha Sasuke's expression was solemn, staring at the battlefield with 2 Tomo Sharingan. He didn't see it at all. Rock Lee's moving figure. Rock Lee just disappeared out of thin air. With my Uchiha clan Sharingan's dynamic vision, I couldn't even see Rock Lee's moving speed. Meaning, Rock Lee is stronger than me? What a joke. Advertisement: there is such a monster among the Jōnin. Rock Lee's speed has completely surpassed that of the mist ninja demon from the Land of Waves. Damn it. The speed is okay, barely passable, but it seems that it can only last for a minute at most. Yagyu Tsuki held his face with his hands, looking at the high-speed moving Rock Lee calmly. He didn't need to use Tensigen. He could clearly see Rock Lee's speed, even any subtle behavior. The speed of the thick-browed kid fourth gate was very fast, but he was barely a special Jōnin, and it was a special Jōnin that could only last for 1 minute. Can it only last for 1 minute? Yuhi Hong frowned slightly. With her special Jōnin strength, she could only barely see Rock Lee's afterimage. Tsunade said in a deep voice, 8 inner gates has a heavy load. With Rock Lee's current tolerance, if he uses the fourth gate for more than 1 minute, it is likely to leave sequelae. Uchiha Sasuke's face was terribly gloomy, and a surge of anger surged in his heart. I couldn't see Rock Lee's moving figure even with Sharingan, and Rock Lee seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. But how come you can see it one by one? At this time, the battlefield. Shadow Dance Leaf. Rock Lee's body was covered with dark blue steam, and he appeared in front of Gaara like lightning and thunder, and then kicked Gaara into the sky. What a fast speed! Gaara's mouth was bleeding, and he flew quickly into the sky. The sand armor covering his body gradually fell off. He couldn't see Rock Lee's speed with his naked eyes, and the automatic defense sand couldn't keep up with Rock Lee's attack. Betting everything, this is my ninja way. Rock Lee attacked Gaara quickly in the air at Mach speed. 1 minute. That Yagyu teacher was right. 1 minute is indeed my current limit, so I will bet everything in these 10 minutes. The Chunin selection exam is an opportunity for me to implement the ninja way. I have been practicing hard since I was a child, and I have dreamed of becoming a qualified ninja. I have worked hard to surpass the belief of genius and responded to the expectations of Mr. Guy. I want to bet everything on this minute. Mr. Guy, please look at me carefully. I will prove my ninja way. Advertisement 0. Please give me flowers. 0. Li Lianhua. Rock Lee hugged Gaara, and the bandage on his arm was wrapped around Gaara's waist. The two of them spun rapidly in the sky, and a dark blue gust of wind was generated after the rotation. Then the two of them fell heavily to the ground at Mach speed. Boom boom, the two of them fell heavily to the ground, shaking the entire Chunin examination venue. The two of them smashed a fairly large pit on the ground. Schwa Rock Lee jumped back from the pit, and then fell to the ground with weak legs. Who? Rock Lee sat on the ground exhausted, and the heart-wrenching pain spread all over his body. Now even if he moved a finger, he would cause severe pain in his knees. He couldn't move now, and his whole body was as weak as if he had lost consciousness, so the previous blow was all his current strength. Oh, he wanted to prove his firm implementation of ninja way through the previous blow. Hyuga Niji, standing on the second floor viewing platform, looked at the exhausted Rock Lee below and said to himself, "Little Lee, are you going to kill me?" Rock Lee actually said that the terrible blow was a move prepared for him? Is Rock Lee going to kill me? Did he win? Everyone in the audience was puzzled, staring at the pit covered by thick smoke. They now wanted to know whether Rock Lee won or not, and what state Gaara was in now. Is he dead? Sand binding coffin. The indifferent voice resounded throughout the venue, and the sand rose from the ground like a living thing, quickly wrapping around Rock Lee's hands and feet. Oh no! Rock Lee gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain, got up and staggered backwards, but he couldn't move because he was weak all over. Finally, Feng and Nio's legs were entangled by the sand. The breeze blew, the gray smoke dispersed, and everyone in the audience gradually saw the situation in the pit clearly. Gaara slowly climbed up, his cracked skin peeling off large pieces of sand armor, and he was now almost unscathed. Sandstorm funeral. Gaara slowly raised his hand, aimed at Rock Lee who was entangled in the sand, and then clenched his hand into a fist. Chapter 7-6. After working hard, I was defeated by genius. Little Lee. Might Guy held the fence tightly with both hands, staring solemnly at Rock Lee who was entangled by the sand below. Even he didn't expect that Rock Lee's full-strength attack after opening the fourth gate didn't hurt Gaara at all. What was the strange power that Gaara used at the moment of landing? Before landing, Gaara used a very strange sand to cover his whole body, thus defending against Rock Lee's full-strength attack of the fourth gate. Yagyu Tsuki said calmly, "Give up." Might Guy's expression was solemn, and he was hesitant. He said in a deep voice, "This kid wants to prove something even if he risks his life. How can I deny his efforts so far?" Idiot. Tsunade frowned. Rock Lee is in a state where he is unable to fight again, but Might Guy, as a teacher, is still insisting. Dreams? Are they really that useful? Are they more valuable than life? The old woman scolded well. It is a good thing to work hard to fulfill your dreams. It is admirable to be determined to implement the ninja way at the risk of everything, but only living people can fulfill their dreams. Yagyu Tsuki held his face with his hands and looked down calmly at Gaara who was gradually entering the tailed beast cloth state. Is the red-haired kid transforming into a tailed beast? Just now, he defended against Rock Lee's fourth gate full-strength attack with part of the power of one-tail Shikaku. Otherwise, with Gaara's current strength, he would not be able to withstand Rock Lee's full-strength attack without injury. To be honest, Rock Lee has done well enough, because Gaara in the tailed beast cloth state is at least at the level of elite Jōnin. Currently, among all the Jōnin in the village, almost no one can defeat Gaara at full power. Old woman. Tsunade's face darkened, and he grabbed Yagyu Tsuki's collar fiercely and said forcefully in a cold and indifferent voice, "Damn white hair. I have tolerated you for a long time. Let's find a place to fight seriously later. If you lose to me, you will be dead." Yagyu Tsuki chuckled lightly. "Have you tolerated it for a long time?" "Yes. After all, older women are like wolves and tigers. Come to my house tonight and let you indulge yourself once." Yagyu brother. Hyuga Hinata puffed up her mouth slightly, looking at Yagyu Tsuki eagerly, with a completely cute, jealous look. "Tonight is a one-on-one duel. You are forbidden to use all ninjutsu, and you can only use one hand. If you stand still and move one step, you will lose. The loser will always obey the winner." Tsunade saw Yagyu Tsuki leaning forward a little, with a trace of panic in her eyes, and subconsciously took a step back. She was still quite afraid that Yagyu Tsuki would suddenly hug her and kiss her hard in front of so many people. "Do you dare?" If the dead white-haired man did not use all his moves and only used one hand to fight, and even taking a step back was considered a defeat, then she would have an absolute grasp of victory. Although this proposal was very rogue, a bit like a child's tantrum. But there was no way. The dead white-haired man was really strong. Yagyu Tsuki asked, "Absolute obedience?" Tsunade affirmed, "Do what you say." Yagyu Tsuki asked, "Really?" Advertisement. Tsunade nodded. "Really? Okay. I will satisfy your coquettishness this time." Yagyu Tsuki said, "Forbidden to use ninjutsu? Use only one hand? Move one step and you will lose? No problem at all. I will directly expand a domain." The domain that opens for about 0.05 seconds should allow Tsunade to stop thinking for a few minutes. Domain is domain. Ninjutsu is ninjutsu. All ninjutsu are prohibited, but domain is not prohibited. "Sorry, I will reply to Sister Ru. You are just giving it away for free." Tsunade was slightly stunned. She was just saying something angry. She didn't expect that Yagyu Tsuki would actually agree to such unreasonable and capricious battle restrictions. "Wait for death." Tsunade sneered. "You will definitely win. If you still can't beat the dead white-haired guy with so many restrictions, then there is no need for you to be a ninja. Just find a place to farm honestly. Yagyu brother. Hyuga Hinata held Yagyu Tsuki's hand. She knew that Yagyu Tsuki had great strength, but after being restricted in so many things, how could he defeat Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin? All ninjutsu are forbidden, only one hand can be used, and any movement is considered a loss. How to fight this? What if Lord Tsunade takes advantage of this bet and directly proposes to marry Brother Yagyu? Although Brother Yagyu rarely promises others anything, he is the kind of person who will do it as long as he promises 0.014301203, Feilu 194472020. Advertisement, is it okay? Yuhi Kurenai said worriedly. She also knew the character of Yagyu. Yagyu was proud of being a top strong man. As long as she promised to do something, she would definitely complete it as promised. What happened between Yagyu and Lord Tsunade? It turned out to be so big. And judging from Lord Tsunade's attitude, it was obvious that he was really angry with Yagyu. It's hard to bear. It's okay, I will win. Yagyu waved his hand. Idiot, Tsunade hadn't finished her words when she felt a hangover like nausea rushing to her brain. She hurriedly covered her slightly cool and thin red lips with her hands. Strange. What happened? At this time, the battlefield. Gaara wins. Moonlight Gale frowned, looking at Rockley, who was lying on the ground with his hands and feet twisted. When he saw that Rockley was going to get up to fight, he hurriedly opened his mouth to announce Gaara's victory. I haven't lost yet. Rockley got up tremblingly, with scarlet blood flowing all over his body. He slowly raised his trembling right hand in front of him and put on an offensive posture he usually used. I have always believed that as long as I practice twice as hard as a genius, I will definitely become stronger. I have always believed it, but no matter how hard I try, I can never be as good as a true genius. Rockley's hoarse voice choked, and 2 tears rolled down his red eyes, and the tears rolled down his cheeks and fell to the ground. I put all my efforts and faith into it. I worked hard day after day and failed day after day. Finally, I was able to show my hard work until now when I took the Chunin selection exam. I worked hard and lost to a genius. This guy hasn't given up yet? Everyone in Team 7 looked serious. Rockley was seriously injured and dying, but he still hadn't given up on the Chunin selection exam. Don't rush me. I'll let you drink his blood right now. Mom, you are looking forward to his blood, right? Half of Gaara's body turned into a yellow raccoon cat, and the sand condensed into a thick tail behind him. He has now entered the tailed beast cloth state. Chapter 77 Gaara goes berserk with the power of the Tensigen. Hee. Gaara showed a cruel and bloodthirsty smile, slowly raised his hand and aimed at Rockley. The sand on the ground with bloodline flew up and attacked Rockley's head like a python. In an instant, Bang Might Guy appeared in front of Rockley, raised his hand to scatter the fierce sand. Rockley was fuzzy, looking at Might Guy's back, and said in a hoarse and choked voice, Teacher Guy, I lost. I tried hard. I have been trying hard, and I have worked twice as hard as everyone else. But I lost. Literally. Might Guy's nose was sour. He turned around and hugged Rockley tightly, and said with tears in his eyes, You did a good job. You have tried very hard. Rockley fainted. Moonlight Gale took a deep look at Gaara and announced in a deep voice, The winner, Gaara. Suddenly, several medical ninjas on standby ran into the venue, and the stretcher carefully carried Ji-Luke away. Everyone in the audience watched with heavy hearts as Rockley was carried away by the medical ninja. They never thought that Rockley would lose, and ended up in a miserable defeat after opening the 4th door. The speed and attack that Rockley just showed were completely at the level of a special Jōnin, and Gaara from Sand Shinobi Village was probably a Jōnin or elite Jōnin. The most important thing is, all the Jōnin present could clearly sense that the chakra that Gaara used just now was very strange. There is a problem. There is a big problem. The chakra gave people the feeling that it was like the 9-tails demon fox that was causing trouble in the past, full of negative emotions of evil and hostility. Tsunade held the fence with her hands, looking down at Gaara who was talking to himself below, with a thoughtful look in her eyes, muttering, The power of one tail? She could see that Gaara used the tailed beast chakra just now to defend Rockley's attack without injury. But Gaara actually used the tailed beast at this time. Could it be that Orochi Square Root had executed the plan in advance? Uzumaki Naruto was in a heavy mood and said unwillingly, I tried so hard. I wanted to prove myself. I had such strong strength, but I still lost to that guy from Sand Shinobi Village. Is this the only result I can get after all the efforts? Gaara. Uchiha Sasuke looked grim, staring at Gaara in the distance. Gaara's current state gave him the same feeling as when Uzumaki Naruto exploded with red chakra in the Land of Waves. Advertisement, damn it. Whether it's the idiot Naruto, Gaara, or even Rock Lee, how come they all have such strong power? The speed Rock Lee just showed was much stronger than that of Uchiha Sasuke, but Gaara was able to defeat Rock Lee without any injury, which was enough to show that Gaara's strength was terrifying. Does it mean that he will definitely lose against Gaara? Damn it. The one who can win must be me. So cruel. Haruno Sakura muttered. She didn't expect Rock Lee to lose. Rock Lee tried to use all his strength to implement the ninja way, but he was defeated by the cruel reality in the end. Hyuga Hinata didn't comment and didn't even care who won or lost. Since last night, she only had eyes for Yagyu Tsuki. There is no need to care about anyone except Yagyu. Dreams are the fantasies of the lower class. If everyone can realize their dreams, the existence of power will be meaningless. Yagyu Tsuki said lightly, no matter how hard you try, you will eventually bow to the cheater. So, what should I do now? Orochimaru's plan for that dead demon has been advanced. Gaara is on the verge of going berserk, but the third exam has just begun. At present, among the stinky tools in Team 7, only Uchiha Sasuke has helped me to show off. Uzumaki Naruto and Haruno Sakura have not appeared yet. When Uzumaki Naruto appears and uses the Rasengan, that will be the real way to show off. The best teacher will train the useless student to counterattack. Everyone present will show interesting expressions at that time. But after the war, using Danzo to test the power of Tenseigan is an interesting thing I have been looking forward to for a long time. So what should I do? Wait a minute. After this war, we can continue with the third Chunin exam. There is no need to rush. It will only take a few days. Then, let's start. Yagyu Tsuki looked down at Gaara, who was on the verge of going berserk. His eyes condensed, and his black pupils turned into a pale blue with white. Tenseigan, since you want to go berserk, I will help you. Advertisement. Yagyu Tsuki condensed Tenseigan. Suddenly, Gaara knelt on the ground with his head in his hands, and a strong chakra burst out of his body. This chakra formed a gust of wind-like airflow, cutting a blade-like scratch on the ground. Tsunade was slightly startled, staring at Yagyu Tsuki's Tenseigan. She felt a breath very similar to Rinnegan from the light blue Tenseigan, which gave people a sense of oppression like deterrence. Damn white hair, your eyes. Old woman, I have a task for you. Yagyu Tsuki did not answer Tsunade's question, but picked up Hyuga Hinata next to her.
Protect her well.
Yagyu Tsuki threw Hyuga Hinata to Tsunade. Tsunade subconsciously caught Hyuga Hinata. Tsunade and Hyuga Hinata looked at each other, and the two women looked at each other, both blinking in confusion. Sister Hong Hong, you'll be there for a while. Well, you go over there too. After thinking for a moment, Yagyu Tsuki picked up Yui Kurenai like a kitten and threw her back to Tsunade. Tsunade held Hyuga Hinata in one hand and subconsciously caught Yui Kurenai with the other hand, and then the three women all looked confused. 283. What the hell? Yagyu Tsuki hugged the three members of Team 7, pointed at Gaara who was accelerating and running below, and said lightly, you little brats, try to stop him, and it's okay to kill him with all your strength. If you can't agree to Gaara, I'll think about it. Let Tsunade, that crazy woman, teach you for a month. Understand? It's a good opportunity to use Gaara as a free tool. It's difficult to defeat Gaara with the current strength of Team 7, but we should be able to get a lot of growth points. Even if we don't get that much, we will definitely get points. Understood. The three members of Team 7 trembled in their hearts. Although they didn't understand what was going on, they still had to agree to Mr. Yagyu's order immediately, otherwise they would be taught by Master Tsunade for a month. Previously, Team 7 was beaten badly in this one time. If it lasts for a month, Team 7 will probably be missing limbs. Master Tsunade's teaching. It's scary to think about it. Am I a ghost? Tsunade's face turned cold. Damn dead white hair. Actually used me to threaten Team 7? And it was actually very effective? Is Team 7 so afraid of me? But the most important problem now is... Tsunade glanced at Gaara below, who was speeding up and running away. Strange. He was actually speeding up and running away. Could it be that the dead white hair did something with those eyes? Chapter 78. One Tail Shikaku appears and the war begins. Gaara felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and the burning pain spread all over his body. His bloodthirsty and cruel expression became distorted and hideous. He knelt on the ground, holding his aching abdomen. Blood-red chakra appeared all over his body, and this chakra exuded evil hostility. Gaara's sudden change caused everyone present to tremble in their hearts, and the expressions of the elite Jōnin hiding in the dark gradually became much more solemn. Did Orochimaru's plan come forward? In other words, the war is about to begin. This guy, Uzumaki Naruto, stared at Gaara below in a daze. After staring for a while, he showed an incredible expression and asked in confusion, "Teacher Yagyu, why does Gaara feel so familiar to me?" He felt that Gaara's chakra seemed to be very similar to the stinky fox and the seal. Yagyu pointed at Gaara in the distance with a lollipop and deliberately said in a mysterious tone, "You are the same kind?" The same kind? Uzumaki Naruto was shocked. Could it be that Gaara also has a monster inside him? "Teacher Yagyu, what's going on now?" Haruno Sakura grabbed the corner of Yagyu Tsuki's clothes, her fair face full of worry, and glanced at the silent Jōnin present. The leading Jōnin present didn't say much, but it was this oppressive and heavy atmosphere that made her feel scared. The atmosphere was strange. Teacher Yagyu's order just now was also strange. He asked us to stop Gaara? Will we be punished for interrupting the Chunin selection exam at will? What's going on now?
War.
Yagyu Tsuki said. War. Haruno Sakura was confused. How could a war break out of nowhere? She was about to ask some questions.
Ah!
Gaara held his head and roared in pain. His eyes turned into pale golden animal pupils, his arms turned into claws formed by sand, and the blood-red chucks that emerged from his body formed a steam-like high-temperature airflow. Boom! The scorching hot steam covered the whole venue. The terrible breath caused everyone's expression to change slightly. Gaara finally turned into One-Tail Shikaku. Roar! One-Tail Shikaku's huge body like a small mountain sat in the Chunin selection examination venue. It raised its head and let out a sharp roar, bursting out a huge flow of chakra, which has completely surpassed the ordinary Kage level. Tailed beast. After everyone in the audience was stunned for a moment, everyone looked at Shikaku with a solemn expression, looking at the huge raccoon cat appearance like a small mountain. Because of Shikaku's ridiculously huge chakra, everyone could feel a huge pressure. Advertisement at this time. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was on the third floor, looked at the raccoon cat Shikaku like a small mountain and felt the chakra that was like destroying the world. A hint of sharpness appeared in his old eyes. Very similar. This feeling is very similar to the Nine Tails Rebellion in the past. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at the fourth Kazekage beside him. Orochimaru's plan was actually advanced. Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, was looking at the Ten Tails Shikaku, which was like a small mountain in the distance below, with a little confusion. His plan was to put Gaara on the verge of going berserk, and through the verge of going berserk, let the Jōnin present realize that they must succeed in stopping Gaara from going berserk. After everyone realized it, Gaara fled directly to the distance, leading away the Jōnin who wanted to stop Gaara from going berserk. His plan was to use Gaara to attract a wave of hatred, but he didn't expect Gaara to go completely berserk in an instant, and even turned into the final form of One-Tail Shikaku. What's going on? Even if Gaara changed his plan temporarily, it would take time to enter the final form of the tailed beast. But why could he completely transform in just a few seconds? Could it be? Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, looked at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance below, and muttered with a hoarse smile, could it be Yagyu Tsuki's doing? Since Yagyu Tsuki can force Gaara to run away, it means that Yagyu Tsuki has the unique ability to completely control One-Tail Shikaku? But Yagyu Tsuki doesn't have Sharingan, so how can he control One-Tail Shikaku? Could it be the power of Wood Style? Interesting. Does Wood Style have any secrets that I haven't discovered? Orochimaru, disguised as the Wind Shadow, greedily looked at the calm and composed Yagyu Tsuki in the distance, licked the corner of his mouth and said hoarsely, what a fascinating power. Ha ha ha. The air outside is still comfortable. Lousy can finally leave the damn seal. Shikaku roared excitedly to the sky. Every movement of his huge body like a hill could cause violent tremors like an earthquake on the ground. It sprayed circular wind pressure from its mouth, destroying everything around it with a mentality of revenge. Boom! After Shikaku fully appeared, the whole village broke out into war. Fierce collisions could be seen everywhere. Hundreds of ninjas from Sand Shinobi Village and Sound Village appeared one after another and fought with the Konoha shinobi who had been ambushed. Shwa, a mass of figures rushed into the examination hall. These ninjas who appeared one after another were all Otonin and Sand Shinobi ninjas. Might Guy, Kakashi, Asuma, and other Jōnin reacted, and immediately joined the battle at full speed. Advertisement ninjutsu. 4 purple flame formation. 4 figures landed on the 3rd floor of the Chunin examination hall, standing in 4 directions to surround Sarutobi Hiruzen. The 4 Odonin quickly formed seals at the same time, and then all of them slapped their hands heavily on the ground. Ong, a dark purple barrier rose from the ground, surrounding the entire huge Hokage building, isolating Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru from the outside world. Long time no see, Teacher Sarutobi. Orochimaru tore off the leather-like face, revealing a pale, well-behaved woman's face, and even had a curvy figure. Yes, it was an old woman. He used his ability to possess a body and reincarnate, and possessed a woman with the unique bloodline limit. In his eyes, gender doesn't matter. As long as the ability is strong enough, anyone can be a container. Orochimaru, you said hello too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised, took a deep puff of cigarette, exhaled a pale smoke, and looked deeply at Orochimaru, who was using a woman's body. At this time, on the other side, woman? The dead demon's hobby is quite unique. Yagyu Tsuki touched his chin and lightly hit Orochimaru in the barrier in the distance. To be honest, the dead demon possessed the body and transformed into a woman, which is still a bit perverted. Yagyu teacher. Uchiha Sasuke was about to say something. Work hard, you little brats. Yagyu picked up Uchiha Sasuke and threw Sasuke to Shikaku in the distance, and then grabbed Naruto and little Sakura and threw them hard. For Red Yang. After throwing Team 7, Yagyu clasped his hands together, of Nori, and slapped them to the ground. A dark red energy wall rose from the ground, forming a huge square barrier, surrounding Team 7 and Gaara, who had transformed into a tailed beast, isolating those ninjas who were going to attack Gaara. Yagyu glanced at the ninjas isolated outside by the barrier, and said lightly, you bunch of trash, don't get in the way. Let Team 7 enjoy the experience alone. Gaara, who is transformed into a tailed beast, is a very good experience pack. The 3 troublesome tools of Team 7 should be able to gain some points through this battle. If the experience pack Gaara is stopped by others, how can Team 7 help them gain benefits? So they must be separated by a barrier. There are too many people who can stop One-Tail Shikaku from going berserk, whether it is the watermelon-headed Might Guy, or the dead-eyed Hatake Kakashi, or the crazy woman Natsu. All of these people can successfully stop Shikaku from going berserk. Tsunade can knock Shikaku unconscious with a few punches, and especially after Might Guy opens the 7th door, he can kick Shikaku from the village to the outside of the village. Chapter 79. I Fight the Tailed Beast? Really? Yagyu Tsuki put his hand to his mouth as a megaphone and shouted, when you are about to die, remember to open the scroll I gave you. Tsunade glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was fighting with Orochimaru, then glanced at Team 7 in the 4 Red Suns barrier, then frowned at Yagyu Tsuki and asked coldly, idiot, what are you doing? The dead white-haired man actually ordered Team 7 to stop it. Shikaku, who had chakra beyond Kaga level, even used a super high-level barrier to divide the battlefield. Did he think Team 7 had lived too long? It was just sending Team 7 to die. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and said in a casual tone, it's okay, it's okay. People are creatures that become stronger in despair, and you all think that the tailed beasts are too strong. The tailed beasts are just beasts with huge chakra. The tailed beasts have the highest chakra amount in the entire ninja world, but just having chakra doesn't mean much. Chakra amount is just a toy that can determine the upper limit, and can perfectly use its own chakra as the strong one, but all the tailed beasts can't use chakra properly. In his eyes, the tailed beasts are just beasts, almost no different from the summoning beasts. If you insist on talking about their value, they are just a mobile power bank. Moreover, he knows his limits. How could he let the tools of Team 7 die? After all, he still needs to exploit the tools to get rewards. He had previously given Team 7 a scroll, and Team 677 could summon him as long as he opened the scroll. So, it's harmless. Where are you going? Tsunade saw Yagyu Tsuki leaving. Dog butcher, protect your sisters. Yagyu Tsuki smiled slightly, and then disappeared out of thin air. What do you mean? Tsunade frowned slightly. Dog butcher? Protect the sisters? The sisters refer to Kurenai and Hinata, but why did the dead white-haired say they were my sisters? Is it because I am the oldest among them, or the dead white-haired refers to the status of the sisters in the harem? It should be the latter. The damn white-haired girl actually wants to start a harem? Damn it. Advertisement Yui Kurenai was still being carried by Tsunade, her limbs hanging in the air. She turned her head to look at Tsunade, who was thinking, and said awkwardly, Tsunade-sama, can you please let me go? Huh. Tsunade was slightly startled, looked at Yuhi Kurenai who was being carried by her, and then looked at Hyuga Hinata who was being held by her. Suddenly so many things happened. She completely ignored these two women. Tsunade let go of Kurenai and Hinata, coughed lightly and said awkwardly ahem, "Gee, don't pay too much attention to me. So annoying. The damn white-haired girl is really annoying. I am a powerful man who is one of the legendary Sannin, but now I have to be a nanny for the damn white-haired girl, and I have to protect the woman that the damn white-haired girl likes." Speechless. Just protect him once. Yuhi Kurenai was also embarrassed. What kind of a development is this? And Yagyu Tsuki said that he was going to kill the dog. Who was the dog?
Ah,
Kato Shizen sighed. Tsunade-sama failed to reconcile with Yagyu Tsuki, and now he has to protect these women who have a crush on Yagyu Tsuki. Tsunade-sama is so pitiful. Suddenly, Tsunade and Yuhi Kurenai's expressions changed drastically. They looked at each other at the same time and could see something in each other's eyes. Could it be that? Yuhi Kurenai and Tsunade said at the same time, "Shimura Danzo." Could it be that Yagyu Tsuki was going to take this opportunity to get rid of the leader of the machine, Shimura Danzo? Oh my god. This is serious. Hyuga Hinata raised her little face, looked at Yuhi Kurenai who looked ugly, and asked in confusion, Hong teacher, what's wrong with Yagyu brother? No. Before Yuhi Kurenai finished speaking, a sharp cold light flashed by, and a masked Otoshi wielded a kunai and slashed at Hinata's neck at a very fast speed. Just now, all the enemies present were as agreed, and no one took the initiative to attack Hyuga Hinata and others, because just now Yagyu Tsuki was present. The ninja who was crowned as the strongest by the 5 major countries was present. Whoever dared to attack was tired of living. Advertisement Yagyu Tsuki just stood there, which could deter all the enemies present. But, since Yagyu Tsuki left, then they could catch Hyuga Hinata, and use Hinata to force the Hyuga clan to withdraw from the battlefield. Hinata! Yuhi Kurenai was startled, just when she was about to pull out the kunai to resist the attack. Get out of here. I don't have time to care about you idiots. Tsunade frowned, raised her hand and slapped the sound ninja's face. Pa! The crisp sound resounded throughout the venue. The sound ninja was slapped and flew far away, rolled on the ground for several times, and then hit the wall heavily. He spit out a mouthful of scarlet blood, then his head tilted and he fainted. Let's go. Tsunade didn't even look at the sound ninja, frowned and hurriedly chased after Yagyu Tsuki. She didn't have time to deal with the sound ninjas. She just wanted to see what Yagyu Tsuki was doing. Where to go? Kato Shizen wondered. To find the dead white-haired, Tsunade said coldly. Yuhi Kurenai and Hyuga Hinata looked at Tsunade's heroic back and sighed in their hearts. What a strong woman. Yeah. Chino, you follow the medical ninja to evacuate the crowd. The teacher has something to deal with here. Hyuga Kurenai glanced at Inazuka Kiba and Aburame Shino, gave an order and quickly chased after Tsunade. Tsuki, are you really going to get rid of the village leaders? If Shimura Danzo dies, the village structure will change drastically. I'll go too. Hyuga Hinata also chased after him. At this time, inside the 4 Red Suns barrier, the 3 members of Team 7 looked at One-Tail Shikaku in confusion, while One-Tail Shikaku also looked down at Team 7 in confusion. Huh. The expressions of the 3 members of Team 7 gradually changed from confusion to unbelievable faces, staring at One-Tail Shikaku's body like a small mountain. They thought that what Teacher Yagyu said was to stop the normal human-sized Gaara, but they never expected that what Teacher Yagyu ordered them to stop was the terrible monster with a body as huge as a mountain, and even stomping his feet could cause earthquake-like vibrations. How to fight this? I fight the tailed beast? Really? Hey! Are you kidding me? How can we stop this monster? Uzumaki Naruto's mouth twitched slightly, looking at the mountain like One-Tail Shikaku. A sense of crisis surged in his heart, and he secretly swallowed his saliva. Chapter 80 Tensegen's Breath of Destruction. The whole village was in chaos and was divided into several battlefields. Orochimaru used impure world reincarnation to summon the first generation and the second Hokage, who were suppressing Sarutobi Hiruzen the whole time. Team 7 and the others had no way to deal with One-Tail Shikaku for the time being, and even the Rasengan could not hurt Shikaku. Might Guy and Hatake Kakashi and the others suppressed the Sound Village and the Sand Shinobi Village the whole time. At this time, the Hokage's office. The village is in turmoil now, and I will just wait quietly. After the war, I will blame Hiruzen for his mistakes, and I will take this opportunity to become the 5th Hokage. Shimura Danzo pushed open the door of the office, walked into the office slowly with a cane and thought about things in his heart. He had always had a deal with Orochimaru before, and the two of them studied the secrets of Sharingan together, and this time Orochimaru's plan to invade the village had his Shimura Danzo's contribution. He deliberately leaked secrets and deliberately let Orochimaru invade the village, hoping to use this opportunity to completely eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen and become the 5th Hokage of the village. Even if he couldn't eliminate Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could blame Hiruzen for the war and force Sarutobi Hiruzen to resign as the 3rd Hokage. No matter what, this time, the position of Hokage is determined to be won. When Shimura Danzo walked into the office, he saw Yagyu Tsuki sitting on the Hokage chair. He narrowed his only exposed eye slightly, and a trace of dangerous coldness flashed in his eyes. Yagyu Tsuki, what's the meaning of Hokage? Don't tell me that becoming a Hokage is your dream. There is no need for you to pursue your dream passionately, but no matter what, power is a very desirable thing. Yagyu Tsuki crossed his hands and rested his chin, looking at Shimura Danzo standing at the door indifferently, and said, "Would you like to try it?" The commander's posture is quite comfortable. The reason why Danzo Old Dog is crazy about Hokage should be a kind of obsession with his past weakness, or it should be said that he wants to completely defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen 10 times. Danzo Old Dog becomes Hokage to protect the village? Nonsense. What can this stinky old man protect? He runs faster than a dog when something goes wrong. In the past, when the 2nd Hokage encountered a crisis, the courage of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo was tested, but Danzo retreated in fear when facing death, while Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped forward without hesitation. Therefore, Senju Tobirama safely handed over the Hokage to Sarutobi, while Shimura Danzo missed the opportunity to become the Hokage. Perhaps it was because of this that he developed 10 kinds of obsessions like demons. Advertisement anyway, it doesn't matter. The old man's thoughts are not that important. Why did you appear here during the village war? Shimura Danzo questioned. He slowly untied the bandage wrapped around his right arm, revealing a pale right arm that exuded vitality and a large row of Sharingan embedded on his right arm. He was very smart and naturally knew the purpose of Yagyu Tsuki's appearance here, which was nothing more than taking this opportunity to get rid of him. Waiting for you. It's rare for me to be interested in a date with an old man. Don't let me down for the gift I carefully prepared for you. Yagyu Tsuki sipped the lollipop in his mouth and looked at the Sharingan on Shimura Danzo's right arm. You want it, my power. If the Uchiha kid saw the right arm of the old dog Danzo, he would be so angry that he would faint on the spot and pinch his philtrum. Yagyu Tsuki said, I'll give you a chance, try your best to get me. I don't plan to let you fall asleep easily tonight. Stinky kid, you underestimate me too much. Since you took the initiative to deliver yourself to my door, I will take this opportunity to occupy your blood limit. Shimura Danzo made a seal with one hand, and a Sharingan on his right arm condensed, and his whole body exuded a huge pupil power. Since we are all taking this opportunity, let's just start the game. Yagyu Yu's smile gradually became cold and cruel. He bit the candy in his mouth hard. His eyes turned into light blue Tensigen with silver mist, and a strong chakra burst out from his body. This chakra contained the ultimate destructive power. Boom boom, a fierce wind like a blade blew, and the shaking ground cracked like an earthquake. In an instant, the entire Hokage building was directly reduced to ashes, turned into a stone wasteland with 10 minister-shaped pits. This attack that instantly destroyed the entire Hokage building attracted the attention of almost all the strong men in the village. Even Orochimaru and others who were fighting were attracted by Yagyu Yu's chakra. Whose chakra is this? It feels very similar to Yagyu Tsuki's aura. Sarutobi Hiruzen blocked the kick of the impure world's 2nd generation, and then suddenly turned back to look at the giant pit in the distance. He just felt a chakra full of destructive power, and this chakra alone has surpassed the Kage level. And that chakra feels like the chakra used by Yagyu Tsuki, but it is different from the chakra that Yagyu Tsuki usually uses. 0. Please give me flowers. Could it be someone else? Advertisement. The most important thing is, the owner of that chakra that exceeds the Kage level seems to be fighting with someone at this time. Who is he fighting? Sarutobi teacher, you are still so naive that you actually look around during the battle. Orochimaru controlled the impure world 1st generation, Immure world 1st generation, and kicked Sarutobi Hiruzen away with a kick. He also wondered who the owner of that chakra full of ultimate destructive power, which was above all things, was. Could it be Yagyu Tsuki? How is it possible? Although Yagyu Tsuki has a huge chakra, even beyond the level of the tailed beasts, it is not as terrible as the destructive chakra just now, and the most important thing is that Yagyu Tsuki's chakra is full of vitality, and it is the chakra of the wood-style Kekkei Genkai. 0. The destructive chakra just now is exactly the opposite of Yagyu Tsuki's aura. Could it be someone from the Akatsuki organization? It is very likely. The destructive chakra just now is very similar to the chakra of Akatsuki leader Pain. Sarutobi Hiruzen must be dealt with as soon as possible. If the owner of that chakra is really Pain, then things will become very troublesome. At this time, the street. What is this? Tsunade paused suddenly, and because of her sudden pause, the giant RU on her chest trembled slightly. Even she looked at the distance in amazement, the huge pit wasteland hundreds of feet long. She just felt a huge and terrifying chakra full of ultimate destruction. The feeling was like the feeling when she first saw Nagato Rinnegan a long time ago. She knew that the owner of this chakra of destruction was definitely not Yagyu Tsuki, because the chakra of Shimura was a life force very similar to that of his grandfather. Whose chakra was that just now? Could it be Shimura Danzo? Very likely. Although she had never seen Danzo take action, since Danzo was the leader of Umbu Root, he should have some very powerful trump cards. If that was the case, then Shimura would be in danger, because the chakra just now full of destructive power was much more powerful than the chakra that Shimura had exploded in the Land of Waves. Chapter 81. Yagyu Tsuki's Strength. Danzo was stunned. Yuhi Kurenai looked solemn, looking at the giant pit in the distance, and asked, Tsunade-sama, do you know who that person is? Tsunade frowned slightly, and said in a deep voice, this is also the first time I have seen this kind of chakra. It is very likely the ability of Shimura Danzo. It should be Brother Yagyu, right? Hyuga Hinata whispered, but unfortunately no one heard her mosquito-like voice. Although she did not understand as much as everyone else how outrageous the destructive chakra was, but when she was doing something with Yagyu Tsuki yesterday, she felt a breath very similar to the chakra just now. So the owner of the chakra that everyone is talking about should be Brother Yagyu, right? But the feeling of this chakra is very similar to the chakra when using the Byakugan. Kato Shizen asked, Master Tsunade, what should we do now? 943, Tsunade hesitated for a moment and said, go and have a look. If that chakra is really the ability of Shimura Danzo, the dead white-haired man is very likely to be in danger now, and he may even lose to Shimura Danzo. The dead white-haired man has not paid the price for what happened that night, so how can he watch the dead white-haired man lose to Danzo? Trouble. Very troublesome. Why did the dead white-haired man go to solve Shimura Danzo for no reason, and now he is directly in danger? To be honest, he will definitely lose against that chakra, but no matter what, it is better for two people to work together than for the dead white-haired man to mess around alone. All the ninjas in the whole village, especially Jōnin and above, can clearly sense the chakra just now. Some people think it was Orochimaru's trick, some people think it was the leader of Akatsuki, Pain, and some people think it was the ability of Shimura Danzo. But no one thought it was Yagyu Tsuki's chakra, because almost everyone in the village had felt Yagyu Tsuki's chakra, and Yagyu Tsuki's chakra contained life force. And the chakra just now was full of absolutely violent destructive force, so how could it be Yagyu Tsuki's chakra? At this time in the pit, the moon? Why can I see the moon? Advertisement, because I'm lying on my back. Then why am I lying on the ground? Why was I knocked out when I have Izanagi? That stinky kid, just now in front of me when... No, I should ask him what he did just now. What's going on?
It hurts.
I actually feel pain. I obviously opened Izanagi. Why didn't I change my fate of being seriously injured? What happened? Shimura Danzo lay on the ground with blood all over his body, staring blankly at the clear moon in the sky. He felt the pain in his whole body that shook his brain, and a sense of confusion gradually surged in his heart. Izanagi can change the experience of serious injury and death. I clearly activated Izanagi before the battle, but now he is seriously injured and lying in a pool of blood. Why didn't Izanagi activate and change his fate of being seriously injured by Yagyu Tsuki? What happened? What did Yagyu Tsuki do in the moment just now? What is that chakra full of destructive power? And what are those light blue eyes with silver mist? Does Yagyu Tsuki have some abilities that I didn't know from the intelligence? Stinky old man, when did you start to have the illusion of activating Izanagi? Yagyu Tsuki sat on the stone, looking down at Shimura Danzo indifferently and proudly, pinching his chin and sneering, using Sharingan as a substitute, you are really an unprecedented ninja. Illusion? Shimura Danzo staggered to his feet, staring at Yagyu Tsuki's arm with an ugly expression. The pale arm covered with Sharingan was exactly his Danzo's arm. My hand? How is it possible? Shimura Danzo suddenly raised his left hand, and touched the empty shoulder on his right. When he didn't touch anything, he suddenly turned his head and found that his right arm full of Sharingan had disappeared. What is going on? What does illusion mean? Advertisement illusion. I was actually trapped by an illusion? Shimura Danzo's pupils shrank. Could it be that he was cast into an illusion by Yagyu Tsuki the moment he walked into the office? But he has Shirsue's eyes. How could he be trapped in Yagyu Tsuki's illusion? Could it be that? Shimura Danzo suddenly raised his head and looked up at Yagyu Tsuki, who was sitting on the stone, staring at Yagyu Tsuki's light blue Tensigen Zero. Could it be that Yagyu Tsuki's strange eyes are pupil skills, and they also have pupil power that is enough to crush Shirsue's eyes? Shimura Danzo asked in a deep voice, "What are your eyes? You seem to understand something, although there are some deviations, but you are still quite smart." Yagyu Tsuki played with his arms inlaid with Sharingan. He did not give Danzo the old dog any broken illusions, but he rewrote Danzo's cognition for a moment. One of his Tensigen abilities is to rewrite other people's cognition, although it is a short-term effect, and it is impossible to completely rewrite a person's cognition, but at least it can influence the battle situation. In the moment when Danzo opened his Izanagi, he rewrote Danzo's cognition, making Danzo mistakenly think that his Izanagi was opened. Although Danzo is very weak in his eyes, it is still quite troublesome to be able to revive 10 times, so cut off first. Danzo's arm is fine to play with slowly. Shimura Danzo said in a deep voice, "Your eyes give me a feeling that is very similar to the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan. There is no need to doubt. With your weak capacity, you can't understand my eyes," Lu Xingyue said proudly. Don't say that old dog Danzo can't understand Tensigen. Currently, no one in the ninja world has seen Tensigen, because this is a power that transcends the current ninja world by a dimension. It is the power of 6 paths, which is as famous as Rinnegan. You wimps are at least Kaga level. 0.7 Losing an arm doesn't need to lose your fighting spirit. Try harder to please me. Lu Xingyue's sarcastic smile gave people a feeling of arrogance. Arrogant brat, no matter how strong the power is, I will use it. When I become the 5th Hokage, you will be my right-hand man. Shimura Danzo untied the bandage on his right eye and then slapped the ground with his hand dipped in blood. Summoning technique. Bang, pale smoke rose from the ground, rolling and surging to cover the pit, and a large orange mammoth ran out of the white smoke. Summoning beast. Dream taper. Such a simple move. You are already behind the times. Lu Xingyue looked at the approaching mammoth proudly and slowly put his hands together. Don't say I'm bullying you. You are at least Kaga level. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Chapter 8-2 Lightning Style. Chilin. Ong, several super large tornadoes rose from the ground, sucking everything in the venue into the eye of the wind, and then cut those things like a meat grinder. The super large orange mammoth was directly cut into countless pieces, and then turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared out of thin air. Several tornadoes emitting destructive power besieged Shimura Danzo from 4 directions at a very fast speed. Wind style? Such a terrible power. Shimura Danzo had a solemn expression and condensed chakra on the soles of his feet and stuck it to his face to prevent being sucked into the eye of the wind by the wind pressure of the tornado. He saw that the summoning beast was instantly killed by the tornado and glanced at the white Sharingan arm that Yagyu was playing with. Damn it, I am a Grandmaster Wind Style ninja, so I can see how terrible the wind style used by Yagyu Tsuki is. It is an S-level wind style that combines form change and nature transformation. If the Sharingan arm is still there is no need to care about this terrible wind style, and I can even ignore the wind style and attack directly from the front. But the problem is, now that I don't have the Sharingan arm, I can't use Izanagi to rewrite my fate. If I am swallowed by the tornado, I am afraid I will be rolled into a pulp in an instant. Shimura Danzo looked at the infinitely approaching tornado. He knew that he had no choice to retreat now. As long as he released the chakra condensed on the soles of his feet and retreated, he would definitely be sucked into the eye of the tornado, so he could only resist the tornado from the front. Shimura Danzo touched his right eye. Was he going to use Shirsue's eye to use his Izanagi? How is that possible? This is his trump card, used to control Yagyu Tsuki to help me become the Hokage. Although it will consume a lot of chakra, that's the only move he can use for now. With style, thrusting spear. Shimura Danzo burst out all his chakra, and hard vines emerged from his right shoulder. All the vines condensed together to form a big tree, and he was protected in the middle by the tree as hard as steel. Boom, boom, several tornadoes engulfed the big tree, and the airflow rolled up the dust on the ground, forming a thick haze like smoke, making it impossible to see the situation inside. Sitting on the top of the stone, Lu Shangyue looked down at the area covered by gray smoke with his hands on his face, and said speechlessly, "Pathetic ability, shameful trick. Your move seems to consume a lot of chakra. I just hit it casually. Can you not defend so desperately? It seems like I am bullying you. To be honest." Advertisement a little speechless. I did hit it casually because I was in the mentality of testing my ability. I only used the lowest level of Tensigen ability, and I haven't used the real power of Tensigen yet. And even with my subsequent attack, Danzo the old dog has already started to defend with all his strength. The gap in strength is too big. How can I play this? Are Kaga level strongmen so weak? I used to think that ordinary Kaga levels could play for a while, but now they can be killed by just a casual play? But it's normal. Danzo is not as strong as Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Sarutobi Hiruzen has already degenerated to a weak Kaga level. Danzo is only an elite Jōnin at the moment. He needs to have a full arm of Sharingan to barely reach a weak Kaga level in terms of strength. Danzo was quite strong when he was young, but he has become weaker since he studied Sharingan, although Sharingan is the highest Kekkei Genkai. But without the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, it is difficult to control the consumption of Sharingan, and it is difficult to exert the true power of Sharingan. He can't even turn off Sharingan, which means he consumes chakra all the time. And Danzo, this stupid bird, directly put on an arm of Sharingan. If there is no restraining power of first-generation cells, Danzo would have been drained by Sharingan long ago. An ordinary Sharingan with an arm is not as useful as a Mangekyo. If you put on an arm of Mangekyo Sharingan, it's okay, but you put on an ordinary Sharingan with an arm, which is meaningless and has to bear huge consumption. He even relies on Izanagi and uses Izanagi as a substitute. Is he sick in the head? If Danzo had continued to study wind style, he would have been at least a strong Kaga level now, but it was a pity that Danzo wasted his wind style talent. Huh. You can actually force me to this point. You are indeed the strongest ninja I have ever seen. Shimura Danzo climbed up from the pool of blood, with many knife-like wounds all over his body, and scarlet blood was flowing out of the wounds. He held a kunai in his hand and stared at Yagyu Tsuki with an ugly expression. The wood style he just used almost consumed nearly half of his chakra, but it also defended against the destructive tornado. Yagyu Tsuki pinched his chin, looked down at Shimura Danzo indifferently and proudly, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised showed a sense of sarcasm, saying, "You are a waste who doesn't even understand what power is, and you still fantasize about becoming a Hokage all day long, blindly pursuing power beyond your own ability. You are really a pathetic old man who makes me pity you." Advertisement Danzo old dog really didn't understand what power is, and he was blindly pursuing the back of the former strong man. Sharingan is very strong, and the power of wood style is also very strong. Combining the two can make you strong? Wrong. On the contrary, you will become weaker. Uchiha Madara can open Rinnegan after combining the two because Madara has bloodline, and Uchiha Obito can increase his own chakra and life after injecting first-generation cells because Uchiha Obito also has bloodline. The bloodline of the Uchiha clan is perfectly compatible with first-generation cells, but Shimura Danzo has no bloodline at all, and combining the two will only make him weaker. Arrogant brat, I am the best candidate for the 333rd Hokage of Hokage. No one is more suitable to be the Hokage than me. Only I can protect this village. Shimura Danzo was very excited and spit out a gust of wind towards the kunai. The gust of wind wrapped around the kunai and turned into a wind blade. Wind-style vacuum sword. Shimura Danzo suddenly jumped up and slashed at Yagyu Tsuki's neck with the wind blade. If he persisted for a while, the Umbu root should arrive here. When the root arrives, even Yagyu Tsuki will definitely lose. Two fists cannot defeat four hands. Even Yagyu couldn't resist the full-strength siege of nearly hundreds of Umbu-gen ninjas, not to mention that there are many bloodline limit ninjas in Umbu-gen. Although I really want to test my new power, it's useless to test it with a waste like you. I'll just use a blow within the range of ordinary ninjas to kill you in case you say I'm bullying you. A pale blue electric current emerged from Yagyu's palm. He really wanted to show off the ability of Tensigen immediately, but the strength of old dog Danzo was weaker than imagined. Testing the ability with such a waste weakling couldn't test anything. It's like an elephant stepping on an ant to death. Can this show how strong the elephant is? Chillin. Yagyu waved his hand, covered with electric current. Boom boom, black clouds covered the sky, blue lightning flashed between the clouds, and the deafening thunder roared through the sky. The sky lightning turned into a blue Chillin, and then fell toward Shimura Danzo at supersonic speed. Chapter 8-3 Danzo died in battle, and his right eye was gouged out. The deafening thunder penetrated the sky, and everyone in the distance could catch a glimpse of the blue lightning falling to the ground in an instant. But everyone's thinking speed was not as fast as the lightning. Before everyone could react, the Qilin formed by lightning had already swallowed Danzo. Boom boom, the thunder fell to the ground, and the entire pit wasteland flashed with dazzling lightning. As the lightning dissipated, the scorched land was exposed. This area seemed to have been burned by a fire, and large areas of burnt black land could be seen everywhere. Shimura Danzo was struck by lightning and turned black. He lay on the ground with thick black smoke all over his body, and there was a faint current on the surface of his skin. This is the real lightning. With your capacity, you should not be able to understand this lightning style that can control the weather level. Yagyu put the arm covered with Sharingan into the storage space of time and space, then jumped from the top of the stone and landed on the ground, smiling faintly towards the Shimura Danzo who was scorched by lightning. Although it is meaningless to keep the Sharingan, it is a pity to destroy so many Sharingans, and they may be used in the future. So let's keep it for now. Although Kirin is the strongest lightning style, it is not that strong in the eyes of the top masters. The real top masters are the ones who are cheating in the bloodline limit war. Even if they use the strongest lightning style, it is still a bit embarrassing. But it is still a very interesting move, and it is very cool and a magical skill to bully weaklings. I will accept your right eye with a smile. Compared with controlling others to become Hokage, I will use it in more interesting places. Yagyu Tsuki grabbed Shimura Danzo's hair, lifted up Shimura Danzo's burnt face, and then raised his hand to dig into the Sharingan in Danzo's eye socket. Hypnosis brainwashing is such a top-notch ability, it is a waste to use it to control others to become Hokage. A real man should use hypnosis brainwashing ability to control those self-righteous enemies. When I meet Conan in the future, I will directly give Conan a distinguished heavenly gods. Something interesting should happen. I didn't expect you to be so strong. If I had your ability, I should be able to become Hokage as I wish. Shimura Danzo's burnt lips moved slightly and made a hoarse sound. Yagyu Tsuki was surprised. Are you still alive? You are really tenacious. Is this eye your goal? I will take it with me when I die, at least to prevent you from using this eye to harm the village. Shimura Danzo burst out all his chakra, and a strange black rune appeared on his chest, and a large amount of dark blood spurted out of the rune. Inner four-symbol seal. The black blood sprayed on the ground, and all the places that were stuck by the black blood sank into the black blood, and Shimura Danzo was also gradually sinking into the pool of blood. The inner four-symbol seal is a domineering ability that can absorb everything around into a strange space. He had already applied this seal on himself to prevent the enemy from getting Shirsue's eyes after dying in battle. Are you planning to die with your eyes? You are really lonely enough. Yagyu Tsuki ignored the dark blood on the ground and easily dug out Danzo's right eye, then jumped back and landed in the distance. A meaningless struggle. How can a seal of that level move me? If you want to die, just die by yourself, stinky old man. Yagyu Tsuki took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, and put it into his mouth, sipping it lightly, looking at Danzo who was gradually sinking into the black blood. Advertisement. After he opened the Tensigen, he could ignore all low-level seals. If he wanted to seal him, he had to use at least the same level of seal as the one that sealed Kaguya. You can actually ignore the seal. Shimura Danzo gradually lost consciousness. He was already on the verge of death when he was swallowed by the Kirin. Now he was just breathing with a strong will. Hiruzen, I have never been able to become Hokage, and I have never been able to catch up with you. You are a leaf bathed in the sun, and I am a root buried in the soil. If I could muster up the courage during the second generation test, I might be the one to become Hokage. Shimura Danzo was completely swallowed by the black blood, and the whole person seemed to disappear out of thin air, leaving only a large pool of scarlet blood on the ground. Shimura Danzo died in battle. Yagyu Tsuki put Shirsue's right eye into the bottle, then put the bottle into his jacket pocket, and then stretched as if he had just finished overtime. It's done. It's time to call it a day. Although he failed to test the power of Tensigen, he got the ability of hypnosis anyway. He will wait until he meets a capable ninja in the future to test the full power of Tensigen. After the two stinky old men Sarutobi and Danzo died in the battle, Uchiha Itachi should return to the village once, right? After all, Uchiha Itachi, that beast, really likes this broken village. He can even kill his parents to protect the village. What a beast. But in any case, it's a good thing that Uchiha Itachi sneaked into the village. He He can take this opportunity to use Itachi and Kisame to test the real six paths power of Tenseigan. Tsunade and others fell into the charred pit, looking at Yagyu Tsuki's back as he was about to leave, and several women shouted at the same time. Shit, white hair. Yagyu brother. Advertisement Yagyu. They were full of doubts now. Where did Shimura Danzo go? Why was there only Yagyu Tsuki present? Has Danzo been dealt with by Yagyu Tsuki? And who was the owner of the chakra that was full of destructive power just now? Yagyu Tsuki paused, turned around and looked at the hurried Tsunade and others, raised his hand and smiled and greeted. Za, harem army? What a good picture. Tsunade frowned slightly, glared at Yagyu Tsuki unhappily, and asked anxiously, Hey, where is Shimura Danzo? Yagyu Tsuki kicked the crutch at his feet to Tsunade's feet, smiled faintly and said, Danzo is dead. I can only find these few relics from the dead. Everyone in the audience looked at the crutch on the ground. Everyone showed a strange expression, and they felt speechless, Dashatsi, in their hearts. Two, dead? Shimura Danzo is dead? Yagyu Tsuki said it so lightly. You know, Shimura Danzo is the leader of the largest Umbu organization in the village, but Yagyu Tsuki just said it lightly, saying Shimura Danzo is dead? And he seems to be in a good mood now? Tsunade glanced at the scorched ground and was slightly startled when he saw a large piece of dark blood. The blood seemed to contain a very scary chakra. Then he looked at Yagyu Tsuki, who was unharmed, and asked hesitantly, Are you okay? Whether it was the scorched land or the large piece of black blood, it meant that a fierce battle had taken place here in a short period of time. Yagyu Tsuki walked in front of Tsunade, touched his chin, and looked at Tsunade lightly. After a moment, he asked curiously, Are you worried about me? Tsunade's fair and delicate face blushed slightly, and he turned his head away and said coldly, Who cares if you live or die? Chapter 8 for Legendary Eyes? Shimura Danzo, is he really dead? Yuhi Kurenai asked hesitantly. It had only been 2 minutes since Yagyu Tsuki left the Chunin selection exam venue. In just 2 minutes, Yagyu Tsuki had solved Shimura Danzo? Is it that outrageous? Yagyu Tsuki affirmed, He's dead. Yuhi Kurenai complained a little speechlessly. It's only been 2 minutes. It didn't even take 2 minutes to solve a Kaga-level strongman in 2 minutes, because these 2 minutes also counted the time Yagyu Tsuki took to go find Shimura Danzo. In other words, Yagyu Tsuki was very likely to have solved Shimura Danzo directly within 1 minute. Is it really that outrageous? Winning or losing is a matter of a moment. When I'm serious, I'm still quite good at killing people in seconds. Lu Shengyue touched Yui Kurenai's head and said with a faint smile, Seeing how hard I work, Sister Hong Hong, please reward me tonight. Dealing with Danzo is a matter of one move in seconds. If I can fight a piece of trash like Danzo for several rounds, then my Tenseigan's 6 paths power will probably cry. After losing his Sharingan arm, Danzo is just a piece of trash who can only stand and output. If he is replaced with a mechanical ability like Abido, it will be more or less a bit troublesome. Yuhi Kurenai tapped 717's chin with her finger and said with a gentle smile, If the reward you mean is cooking, then I can cook a big meal as a reward for you. Tsunade looked at Yuhi Kurenai strangely. She found that after Lu Shengyue said that teasing remark, Yuhi Kurenai seemed a little shy at that moment. Strange. Kurenai Yuhi's reaction was very strange, like a girl who had just fallen in love. Didn't Shiraki and Kurenai Yuhi have anything going on? Shiraki and Kurenai Yuhi were childhood sweethearts, but nothing happened between them. And Shiraki took the initiative to find me that night. Meaning, compared with women like Kurenai Yuhi, does Shiraki want to have something happen with me more? It makes sense, but I think I'm overthinking it a bit. Hyuga Hinata gently pulled the corner of Kurenai Yuhi's clothes and whispered softly, Can you take me with you? I also want to go to teacher Kurenai's house. Advertisement, it's a lie. It's too dangerous to be alone with a man and a woman. How could she let her boyfriend, who she thinks of, be alone with another woman in a room all night? Of course. Kurenai Yuhi touched Hinata's head and sighed secretly in her heart. Hinata is also very close to me, Ade. So cute. Kato Shizen stared at everyone in silence, and finally sighed silently. What the hell? We just dealt with Shimura Danzo. Why is the atmosphere so relaxed? Yagyu Tsuki's relaxed and indifferent attitude is like she just slapped a mosquito to death. And what the hell is Tsunade-sama doing? Actually letting her ex-boyfriend, who she thinks about day and night, to flirt with other women? Has Tsunade-sama compromised? And Yagyu Tsuki can have many girlfriends at the same time? Tsunade asked in confusion. Who was that chakra just now? Yagyu Tsuki asked curiously. What chakra? Tsunade said. The chakra that exceeds the shadow. Everyone in the audience stared at Yagyu Tsuki. They also wanted to know who the chakra that was full of destructive aura just now belonged to. Could it be Shimura Danzo's chakra? How is that possible? The chakra just now was stronger than Yagyu Tsuki. If the owner of that chakra was Shimura Danzo, how could Shimura Danzo be killed by Yagyu Tsuki in seconds? Could it be that there is another enemy? Yes, it's Yagyu brother, Hyuga Hinata whispered, but unfortunately everyone's attention was on Yagyu Tsuki, and no one heard her mosquito-like whispering. You were talking about this chakra, right? Yagyu Tsuki's eyes turned pale blue, with some silver-white mist in his pupils, and his whole body exuded a chakra full of destructive aura. Advertisement on, as Yagyu Tsuki used Tensigen, the terrible aura of destruction covered the entire venue. Although there was no malice in this chakra, it still made everyone in the audience feel a sense of crisis. The chakra of Yagyu, which is above everything in the universe, has completely exceeded the scope of contemporary Kaga-level masters, and even exceeded the concept of contemporary ninjas. Are your eyes a bloodline limit? Tsunade looked solemn, staring at Yagyu's pale blue eyes. She had seen Yagyu use this strange eye before Gaara went berserk. It should be a bloodline limit similar to Sharingan, right? But the question is, the bloodline limit of Shirbai Mao is the power of wit style, plus the strange field bloodline limit, and Shirbai Mao's strange eyes. Could it be the third bloodline limit? The owner of 3 bloodline limits? Unprecedented. Yagyu put away the Tensigen and said, wrong answer. It's a bloodline net, and you will be punished to kneel on the washboard tonight. I didn't bet with you. Tsunade said speechlessly. She didn't bet with Yagyu, and Yagyu was playing a punishment game on her own. Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand and said, there's no need to be curious. With your knowledge, you can't understand this power. It's enough to know that I'm strong. He didn't deliberately mock Tsunade and others. He just told the truth. Because the history of the ninja world has not recorded the legend of Tensigen, Tensigen is another dimensional power beyond the current scope of the ninja world. Tsunade pointed at Yagyu Tsuki, turned his head to look at Yuhi Kurenai, and asked, can I beat him? We can't understand? Knowing that he's strong is enough? The damn white-haired man really deserves a beating. What are you pretending for? No matter how strong the dead white-haired man is, didn't he still lie on me obediently that night? Damn, what am I thinking? Just get used to it. Yuhi Kurenai shrugged. She had long been accustomed to Yagyu Tsuki showing off her strength. She used to show off her strength to her almost every day. Immune. Yagyu Tsuki raised a finger and explained, if you must say, it is an eye that is as famous as the real Rinnegan. It is definitely not a pirated product like Uzumaki Nagato, but the power of the real Rinnegan. The Rinnegan used by Uzumaki Nagato is a pirated one. Nagato cannot use the real power of the Rinnegan because the Rinnegan is the eyes of Uchiha Madara. Nagato can only use the basic power of the Rinnegan. For abilities such as Tengai Shinsei and Will Grave Prison, Nagato cannot use any of them. Rinnegan. Everyone in the audience was slightly stunned. Yagyu Tsuki said that his eyes were as famous as the Rinnegan. Rinnegan is the eye of the legendary sage of 6 paths. Could it be that Yagyu Tsuki's eyes are also the legendary power of creation? The chakra that Yagyu Tsuki just emitted seemed to be a power that surpassed everything in the universe. It might really be the top power of the legendary level. But the problem is, Yagyu Tsuki actually has this trick up his sleeve. Is there no limit to this guy's strength? Chapter 8-5 Tailed Beast Bomb. Ding. 15 growth points are gained, and the current growth value is bronze, 100 points. Since 100 points have been reached, the sign-in reward is upgraded to an advanced level. The current points are silver, 0 points. The clear and pleasant female voice of the system sounded in Lu Shengyue's mind. The tools seem to have changed. Has the Uchiha kid opened the 3 Magatama? Lu Shengyue sipped the candy in his mouth and glanced at the dark red 4 red sun barrier in the distance. Since he opened the Tensigen, he can clearly sense the so-called pupil power. The pupil power of the Uchiha kid is obviously stronger than before, so these 15 points should be the points obtained after Sasuke Sharingan was upgraded. Lu Shengyue's mouth corners slightly raised. Very good. Stinky tools, keep working hard. Don't let the teacher down. Immortality is just around the corner. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Yagyu Tsuki, who seemed to be thinking about something, and called out with a puzzled look on her pretty face, Yagyu? Yagyu Tsuki sensed the application for reverse summoning and flicked Yuhi Kurenai's forehead, and smiled faintly, disband. Disband? You can move freely. The strong have a lot of things to do. I appreciate your kindness, but don't think that helping me will only cause trouble. Just do what you can do. As soon as the voice fell, Yagyu Tsuki disappeared out of thin air. Everyone in the audience was speechless. Yagyu Tsuki's way of speaking gave people the feeling that they were sightseeing in the battlefield. Okay, in fact, think about it. At first, I wanted to help Yagyu Tsuki, and then after rushing here, I found that Yagyu Tsuki had easily solved Shimura Danzo, and it was indeed like sightseeing without any help. Shizen, go to the hospital to help the wounded. I'll go to 3rd Hokage. Sarutobi teacher. After Tsunade finished speaking, he quickly went to Sarutobi Hiruzen to see if there was any way to remove the barrier. Advertisement after all, no matter what. Sarutobi Hiruzen is the former teacher. At this time, inside the 4 Red Yang barrier. No matter how Team 7 attacks, they can't hurt Shikaku at all, because Shikaku is now in a completely tailed beast form, which is a world of difference from Gaara falling asleep and waking up Shikaku. The reason why Shikaku is in a completely tailed beast form is because Yagyu Tsuki used the power of Tensigen to forcibly wake up Shikaku, who was sleeping in the seal. Because of the forced awakening of the Tensigen, Shikaku is not a fake Jinchuriki form at this time, but a tailed beast that can destroy a country in the true sense. Rasengan. Uzumaki Naruto's dozen shadow clone used Rasengan at the same time, attacking Ten Tails Shikaku in an all-round way without blind spots. Uchiha Sasuke saw Uzumaki Naruto's mindless attack and cursed inwardly with an ugly expression. Super idiot. Rasengan can't hurt Shikaku at all, even if Naruto, the idiot, uses Shadow Clone to attack infinitely, he can't damage Shikaku's skin as hard as steel. Facing an enemy of this level, mindless attack is definitely meaningless. But since Yagyu teacher asked Team 7 to stop Shikaku, there must be some solution. Damn it. Think about it quickly. Yagyu teacher asked us to stop Shikaku. One-tail Shikaku raised its dragon-like tail, and as the tail was raised, a strong airflow was generated. The airflow contained destructive chakra, which directly tore the ground, causing a terrible scene like an earthquake. Just by raising the tail, it can cause a destructive scene. Hole. Look at me using Rasengan to hit you. A dozen whirlpools. Naruto's shadow clone did not retreat, but attacked Shikaku at a faster speed. Retreat? Plan? Just do it. Idiot, that tail is weird. Uchiha Sasuke used 3 Tomo Sharingan to stare at Shikaku's slowly raised tail, and a sense of crisis-like fear surged in his heart. If he was hit by that tail, he would almost certainly die. Boom. Shikaku whipped Naruto with his tail. The wind pressure generated by the tail was like a super high-level powerful wind style, which directly blew away all of Naruto's shadow clone, and Naruto was slapped away by the tail. Bang! Naruto was slapped far away and hit the wall of the barrier hard. A large piece of scarlet blood spit out of his mouth, and then he fell heavily into the stone waste area. Advertisement. Naruto, Haruno Sakura and Sasuke looked ugly. With the current strength of Team 7, let alone stopping Shikaku, even the 3 of them couldn't hurt Shikaku with all their strength, and if they were hit by Shikaku's tail, they would be seriously injured at least. Zero, please give me flowers. Zero. How to fight this? Are you the same as me? Uzumaki Naruto pushed away the rocks and staggered up from the wasteland. His body was covered with scarlet blood, and he stared at the hill like Shikaku with a serious expression. Haruno Sakura and Sasuke saw that Uzumaki Naruto was still alive, and they both secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Even Uchiha Sasuke didn't realize that he was actually worried about Uzumaki Naruto. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto, who was standing steadily with blood all over his body, and secretly sighed in his heart. Naruto, really tough. Still alive? One-tail Shikaku moved his chubby body and looked at the shaky Uzumaki Naruto. It had whipped Uzumaki Naruto with its tail 3 times, and each time Uzumaki Naruto could firmly get up and then muster up the courage to launch a reckless attack on it. One-tail Shikaku pondered. Is this kid Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? It feels like I have seen him somewhere. It seems like I have seen him, but it also seems like I haven't seen him. He should have seen him, and it was during the Sage of Six Paths era, when he saw someone who looked very similar to Uzumaki Naruto. Who is it? Hey, stinky raccoon cat. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to that guy. Uzumaki Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He just resonated with Gaara for a moment, and saw the scene in Gaara's memory. Gaara has been regarded as a monster since he was a child, and he has seen the experience of looking like himself. Raccoon cat? You are as annoying as that dead fox. Shikaku was stunned for a moment, and a trace of anger flashed in his light golden animal eyes, and a huge amount of chakra burst out of his body, which has completely surpassed the ordinary Kage level. It hates people calling it a raccoon cat the most. Tailed Beast Bomb. Shikaku condensed dark chakra in his mouth, and the chakra turned into a ball of energy, which was filled with a destructive aura. With it as the core, a strong wind was generated, blowing away everything on the ground around him. Tailed Beast Bomb. One of the strongest moves of all tailed beasts, with the power to destroy a small country in one blow. Chapter 86. At the critical moment, Yagyu Tsuki appears. You guy. Uzumaki Naruto wanted to give a lecture to wake up Gaara, who was sleeping in pain, but after seeing the tailed beast bomb in Shikaku's mouth, he gradually widened his eyes and looked at Shikaku in a daze. Hey, what kind of move is that? It looks scary. The tailed beast bomb looks very similar to the Rasengan, but it looks several times scarier than the Rasengan. Damn it. It's going to kill us with one blow. Uchiha Sasuke used the 3 Tomo Sharingan to stare at the tailed beast bomb in Shikaku's mouth. Even he was frightened by the chakra full of destructive power contained in the tailed beast bomb. This chakra is terrible. The tailed beast bomb used by Shikaku at this time is probably far more powerful than the thunder attribute Rasengan used by Mr. Yagyu at that time. So scary. Haruno Sakura's legs went weak and he fell to the ground, staring blankly at the tailed beast bomb that was gradually forming. If we were hit by such a terrifying tailed beast bomb, our Team 7 would definitely be wiped out, right? What should we do now? Team 7 has no ability to defend and can't even hurt the tailed beast. In this case, they can either wait for death or turn around and run away with all their strength. But the problem is that they can't escape because of the 4 red young barrier. So annoying. It's all Mr. Yagyu's fault. How can our Team 7 defeat such a terrifying monster that exceeds the ordinary Kage level? Damn it. This is the only way to do it now. Uchiha Sasuke opened the scroll and injected a small amount of chakra into it. Although he wanted to solve Shikaku with his own strength, the gap between himself and Team 7 and Shikaku was too big. If this goes on, Team 7 will definitely die, so they can only summon Mr. Yagyu. Roar! Shikaku spit out the tailed beast bomb in his mouth. The tailed beast bomb, which was full of destructive breath, flew out, leaving canyon-like cracks on the ground wherever it passed. Even the strong wind from the tailed beast bomb was enough to tear the ground apart. Dark light flashed like a meteor, and Hatake Kakashi and other Jōnin outside the 4 red sun barrier were shocked by the chakra contained in the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb used by Shikaku reminded everyone present of the Nine Tails rebellion in the past, when the Nine Tails demon fox also used the same terrible moves. Advertisement: although the tailed beast bomb used by Nine Tails at that time had a chakra far beyond one tail Shikaku. No matter how you look at it, the tailed beast bomb used by Shikaku is a natural disaster-like power that exceeds S-level ninjutsu. It's the only way. Hatake Kakashi didn't think much, raised his forehead protector to reveal the 3 Tomo Sharingan, and prepared to use the move that was still under testing. Although he couldn't fully control this move now, it might even consume too much chakra and die. But I promised the teacher that I would protect Uzumaki Naruto. Just as Hatake Kakashi concentrated his chakra into his left eye, the scroll in front of the 3 members of Team 7 suddenly emitted a large amount of white smoke. Yagi Ushio appeared out of thin air in front of Team 7. Damn kid, have you lost? It's much faster than I'm happy. Yagyu Tsuki sipped the candy in his mouth, looked down at the 3 members of Team 7 lightly, and his eyes paused on Sasuke's 3 Tomo Sharingan. Although it was faster than expected, it was still a little reward. Yagyu teacher behind. Haruno Sakura's pretty face was pale, and she trembled and pointed at the tailed beast bomb behind Yagyu Tsuki, which was approaching infinitely and full of destructive power. Naruto 5 points, Sasuke 7 points. Yagyu pinched his chin, glanced at the people in Team 7 thoughtfully, then smiled at Haruno Sakura and said, "You got 0 points this time?" Later, Team 7 was not in the mood to care about the score. Even Sasuke was looking at the tailed beast bomb approaching infinitely in fear, but they reminded Yagyu that the words had not yet been finished. "Be quiet, beast." Yagyu did not look back at Shikaku, but slowly raised his palm and dark matter emerged. With the black matter, a huge gravitational vibration barrier appeared. The tailed beast bomb, full of destructive breath, stopped in front of Yagyu as if it was still. As his hand slowly clenched into a fist, the tailed beast bomb was compressed into a light spot by the huge gravitational force, and finally the tailed beast bomb disappeared directly out of thin air. Yagyu's gravity can pull the moon, so to destroy a mere tailed beast bomb, just raise your hand. Disappeared? The 3 members of Team 7 were stunned, and the hundreds of ninjas outside the barrier were also dumbfounded. Everyone couldn't believe that Yagyu Tsuki could receive the pressure of the tailed beast containing terrible chakra just by raising his hand. This strength is too outrageous. Shikaka's huge body froze, staring at Yagyu Tsuki with an unbelievable expression. After seeing Yagyu Tsuki's light blue eyes, his body like a raccoon trembled slightly. That is the power of 6 paths. Who is this white-haired man? He actually has the power of 6 paths chakra, which is very similar to the Sage of 6 paths. Don't talk nonsense. I have time to listen to the beast. Yagyu Tsuki clasped his hands together, and countless python-like vines rose from the ground, and all the vines intertwined to form a giant dragon. The giant dragon flew out and entangled one-tail Shikaku. Would escape? Shikaku was entangled by the wood dragon and fell to the ground with his whole body weak. He lost consciousness in just a moment. Bang! Shikaku turned into white smoke and disappeared, returning to Gaara's state, and the fainted Gaara was entangled by the wood dragon. Advertisement. Yagyu clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Well, perfect. Whether it was the 3 members of Team 7 inside the barrier or the hundreds of ninjas from various villages outside the barrier, everyone had a confused expression at this moment, staring at Yagyu's confident back in a daze. 0143012003, Feilu, 194492120. What is going on? The tailed beast is very powerful, right? Very strong. The tailed beast bomb is terrible, right? Very terrible. But Yagyu killed him in seconds. After Yagyu appeared, Shikaka died in an instant. The strength of Yagyu Tsuki can no longer be described as outrageous. The overwhelming and unreasonable absolute power is just like the power of God. This is Yagyu Tsuki, the ninja crowned as the strongest by the 5 major countries. Orochimaru clasped his hands together in 1.2, maintaining the state of impure world reincarnation, controlling the 1st generation and 2nd generation to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. At the same time, he glanced at the 4 red suns barrier in the distance, greedily looked at Yagyu Tsuki's confident back, licked his mouth and said coldly, "Terrible man, the more I want to get you." Suddenly, Evil Earth Senju Hashirama suddenly stopped attacking, and his powerful fist stopped in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. He gradually regained a little consciousness, turned his head to look at Yagyu Tsuki in the barrier in the distance, and then looked at the wooden dragon wrapped around Gaara. The corners of his mouth slightly raised an arc, revealing a seemingly relieved smile. The wood style used by that kid seems to be stronger than mine. The young are formidable. In just a moment, the Edo Hashirama lost consciousness and continued to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen fiercely. Chapter 87. Let me introduce myself. I'm Uchiha Madara. Wow. So awesome. Team 7 looked at the fainted Gaara, and everyone gradually showed a shocked expression. They had just fought Shikaku for a few rounds, so they naturally knew how difficult Shikaka was to shake. But Yagyu teacher just appeared, and instantly killed a monster like Shikaku, and even easily destroyed the tailed beast bomb full of destructive chakra. This strength is simply incredible. Although Yagyu teacher is frivolous and willful, as long as Yagyu teacher is around, no matter what happens, you will feel very safe. Uzumaki Naruto looked at Yagyu Tsuki with admiration, with golden stars in his eyes, and said excitedly, "Yagyu teacher, what was that move just now? It's so cool." Just now, Yagyu teacher seemed to use an invisible force that could not be seen by the naked eye, and easily destroyed the terrible tailed beast bomb. What did Mr. Yagyu use just now? Anyway, it's very cool. I want to learn it. Yagyu Tsuki slightly raised his chin and deliberately said with a proud attitude, "Right. How many points do you give for saving the situation this time?" Uzumaki Naruto gave a thumbs up and smiled brightly. "Full marks?" Yagyu Tsuki nodded with satisfaction and said jokingly, "Full marks? Very good. Then I will wait for the moment of crisis after 03. It seems to be quite good to save the situation at the right time. Think about it. No matter what the first person to appear does, it doesn't make much sense. On the contrary, the person who appears at the critical moment is the hero. Only the person who appears at the most desperate and critical moment can leave the deepest impression in people's hearts. In other words, it is more pretentious to appear last." Haruno Sakura lost his fear of Shikaku after Yagyu Tsuki appeared, and gradually returned to his usual state. But after hearing Yagyu Tsuki's declaration of the last appearance, a sense of crisis gradually emerged in his heart. "Naruto, don't talk too much in the future. What if you cause us to be in danger all the time in the future? Haruno Sakura turned around and punched Naruto. The powerful force directly knocked Naruto away. After rolling on the ground for several circles, Naruto lay on the ground with his 4 legs up in the air and a confused face. Haruno Sakura touched his nose and snorted coldly. If you talk too much, be careful that I will beat you up. With Yagyu teacher's willful and playful personality, it is likely that he will deliberately create danger for Team 7 in the future, and then watch the show secretly and watch Team 7 fall into despair, waiting for the most desperate moment to come out and pretend to be cool. To be honest, it is really possible. Advertisement after all, that is Yagyu teacher. Sakura-chan, you have already beaten? Naruto Uzumaki climbed up, holding his abdomen, and looked pitifully at the aggressive Haruno Sakura. Why does it feel more painful for Sakura-chan to hit people than before? Is it because of the strange power training? It's better not to make Sakura-chan angry in the future. Uchiha Sasuke put his hands in his pockets, looked at Yagyu Tsuki's face coldly, and said, Yagyu-sensei, was that pupil power just now? The moment Yagyu-sensei attacked just now, it seemed that he exuded a strong pupil power, which had a very similar feeling to Sharingan, but the chakra aura was completely different. Moreover, Yagyu-sensei's eyes did change just now, from black to light blue pupils. Does Yagyu-sensei also have a blood limit of pupil power? Yagyu Tsuki deliberately smiled mysteriously. You can say that. Do you want to learn? I want to learn. I want to learn. Please teach me that powerful move. Uzumaki Naruto's eyes lit up, and he hurried to Yagyu Tsuki and pushed Sasuke away, then looked at Yagyu Tsuki with expectation. How could Sasuke beat me to it? I should learn first. Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly and glared at Uzumaki Naruto coldly. With your ability, you are not qualified to master the eye power. Super idiot. Eye power is the power of blood limit, and a mere idiot still wants to use the eye power? Ridiculous. Yagyu Tsuki asked, do you really want to learn? I really want to. Uzumaki Naruto nodded firmly. Uchiha Sasuke did not speak, but stared at Yagyu Tsuki seriously, thinking secretly in his heart. Was that the power of Yagyu-sensei's bloodline limit just now? Can we really learn it? If we can really learn that power, we will be one step closer to revenge. Advertisement, I always feel like I'm being fooled. Haruno Sakura muttered. Really? I really want to, but it's impossible. With your abilities, it's impossible. Lu Shengyue waved his hand and said disdainfully. After that, he pointed at his eyes with his finger. His black pupils gradually turned light blue. He continued, if you want to use the power just now, you must at least have eyes similar to mine. Everyone in Class 7 was speechless. Since Class 7 couldn't learn, why did Teacher Lu Xing ask this specifically? Was he deliberately showing off his eyes? The corners of Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He took a big step back and pointed at Lu Shengyue, shouting angrily, Cole, you were just kidding us. If you can't learn, why do you ask us? I was so looking forward to it just now. Lu Shengyue took out a lollipop, unwrapped it, put it in his mouth, and sipped it lightly, saying lightly, don't say that. One day you will have similar powers. Suddenly, the space behind Gaara fluctuated, and the space gradually twisted into a spiral. A masked man appeared with the twisted space and picked up Gaara, who was in a coma. He is Uchiha Obito. Who is it? The faces of the 3 members of Team 7 changed slightly. The people outside the barrier stared at Uchiha Obito in confusion. Everyone in the audience was wondering who this masked man who suddenly appeared was. And the masked man used time and space, right? It's a very convenient ability to hide from my perception. Yagyu Tsuki turned around and looked at Uchiha Obito in the distance. Even before Obito appeared, he didn't sense Obito 273's chakra, but it's normal. Because Obito was in a different space just now, no matter how strong his perception was, he couldn't sense the chakra in a different space. Yagyu Tsuki, I wanted to see you a long time ago. Uchiha Obito carried Gaara on his shoulders, and with only one Sharingan exposed by the mask, he stared at Yagyu Tsuki in the distance calmly. His purpose this time was to take one tail away in the chaos, and he also wanted to meet the rumored Yagyu Tsuki once, to see if Yagyu Tsuki had the ability to disrupt his plan. Yagyu Tsuki raised the corners of his mouth slightly, deliberately put on a disgusted expression and said, you have to wait in line to confess to me, but there is no chance with a stinky man. Uchiha Obito actually showed up. Shao really likes to give them away one by one. Sharingan? Uchiha Sasuke was slightly startled when he saw Obito Sharingan. His face gradually darkened and he asked excitedly, who are you? Why do you have Uchiha Sharingan? The Uchiha clan has been exterminated. Currently, the only known surviving members of the Uchiha clan are himself and Uchiha Itachi. Could it be that this mysterious masked man has a transplanted Sharingan like Kakashi? A dangerous light flashed in Uchiha Obito's eyes. He glanced at the crowd indifferently. His sight paused for a moment on Kakashi outside the barrier, then he looked at Yagyu Tsuki indifferently again, and said proudly and lowly, "Yes, let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Madara. You should have heard of my name to some extent, right?" Chapter 88. Obito is confused. Are Yagyu Tsuki and Madara in collusion? Uchiha Madara. The expressions of all the people present gradually became solemn, staring at the masked man who called himself Madara. Some people in the audience were full of doubts, some looked unbelievable, and some even looked at the mysterious masked man in a daze. A few people present had heard of the name of Uchiha Madara. He was a legendary Chōnin who was as famous as the first Hokage, and was a top powerhouse who almost destroyed the 5 major countries. Yes, it was the legendary ninja. In the history of the ninja world for several years, there were only 3 ninjas who could be called legends. One was the legendary first Hokage Senju Hashirama, and the other was the current living legend Yagyu Tsuki. And the last ninja was Uchiha Madara, the strongest ninja in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Madara? Yagyu Tsuki sipped the lollipop in his mouth and looked at Uchiha Obito curiously, his eyes pausing for a moment on Obito's Sharingan. As an excellent time traveler, he naturally knew the true identity of the masked man. He was Obito, who was sickly catching tailed beasts all over the world and wanted to launch infinite Tsukuyomi to see Lin. Identity doesn't matter. The problem is Kamui is very troublesome. It can be said that Kamui is the strongest time and space ability in the current ninja world, and it is also the most capable of escaping and surviving. As long as Uchiha Obito is serious about escaping, no one in the ninja world can stop Obito. Even if Yagyu Tsuki can use time and space teleportation, he can't control Kamui's space law. Of course, since he is a human, he must have weaknesses. Using Kakashi's eyes, you can enter Kamui's space, but the problem is that Kakashi's dead fish eyes seem to be unable to use Kamui properly at present. Who is Uchiha Madara? Is he from the Uchiha clan? Everyone in Team 7 looked at the masked man with confusion, and after a moment, Haruno Sakura and Naruto looked at Sasuke at the same time. Since he is a man named Uchiha, then Sasuke should know the masked man, right? Uchiha Sasuke used the 3 Tomo Sharingan to stare at Uchiha Obito and said coldly, "The Uchiha clan has been exterminated. The only Uchiha ninjas left are him and me. I have never heard of Uchiha Madara." He has never heard of Uchiha Madara since he was a child, and the Uchiha clan has been exterminated. The family tree in the village also states that the only remaining Uchiha clan members are him and Uchiha Itachi. How could there be a third person? Could it be the Uchiha who escaped the night of genocide? Outside the barrier, Tsunade looked at Uchiha Obito coldly and said in a cold and strong voice, "You just pretend to be a Sharingan and call yourself Uchiha Madara? It's ridiculous. Uchiha Madara died a long time ago. Who are you? This pretentious man." She had seen Uchiha Madara and her death. At that time, her great-grandfather helped Madara hold a funeral. How could a dead person from decades ago stand here in good health? And, judging from the mysterious masked man who calls himself Madara's dress, he should be the same organization as Conan and others who appeared some time ago, right? Uchiha Obito turned his head to look at Tsunade in the distance. His scarlet Sharingan narrowed slightly. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low and hoarse voice, "You are right. I died a long time ago, and now I am just an empty shell. In other words, I can't use the power I had when I was alive, so I need the tailed beast to restore my missing power. Yes, I am dead, and only an empty shell is left." Advertisement, Lin. Nonsense. Tsunade frowned slowly, thinking secretly in his heart. Could it be Uchiha Madara is still alive? And the mysterious masked man in front of him is the Uchiha Madara who died in the past? How is it possible? But the chakra of this masked man is very dangerous, very similar to the Uchiha Madara of the past. Could it be that he is really Uchiha Madara? Tsunade bit her lips lightly, and a feeling of annoyance surged in her heart. Damn it! What happened to this broken village? On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen was in danger. He was forced out of the Shiki seal by Orochimaru and planned to use this trick to die with Orochimaru. On this side, Shikaku was just stopped by Yagyu Tsuki, and suddenly a mysterious masked man who called himself Uchiha Madara appeared. This broken village was full of bad things. Speechless. Yagyu Tsuki said speechlessly, Are you guys in Akatsuki a role-playing club? Nagato likes to play God, Conan likes to play an angel, and you, a loser, actually like to play Madara. Akatsuki is really good at playing, and his mind is full of role-playing all day long. But don't tell me. When Conan plays the role of a high and mighty angel, it can indeed arouse men's desire to conquer. No one should hate the pleasure of pressing a cold and holy woman to the ground and giving her all. Uchiha Obito said in a deep voice, "What do you want to say? Yagyu Tsuki is such a strange person. I can't see through this man at all." Yagyu Tsuki said lightly, "Didn't you understand? It means, you are Uchiha Obito. Still want to pretend in front of me? I'll point it out to you directly. Obito. Uchiha Obito." Everyone in the audience trembled, and Might Guy and others subconsciously looked at Hatake Kakashi. You actually know. Even Uchiha Obito was slightly startled. He never thought that Yagyu Tsuki would know who his real identity was. In everyone's subjective memory, Uchiha Obito is a dead ghost. But why does Yagyu Tsuki know my true identity? I know more than you think. Yagyu Tsuki raised the corners of his mouth slightly, showing a mocking smile, and said, "Such as Project Tsuki no Mi." Uchiha Obito's body trembled slightly, and a strong eye power burst out. A trace of cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said in a deep voice, "You know too much. Why does Yagyu know Project Tsuki no Mi?" Advertisement: there are only 4 people in the whole ninja world who know Project Tsuki no Mi. One is the dead Uchiha Madara, one is the consciousness Black Zetsu born when Madara opened the Rinnegan, and the other is White Zetsu cultivated with first-generation cells. The last person is himself. Even Uzumaki Nagato and other people in the Akatsuki organization have never known the secret of Project Tsuki no Mi. But why does Yagyu know Project Tsuki no Mi? This man. What's the matter? Yagyu teased. Maybe I can read your mind. Let me read what you were thinking. Obviously, there are very few people who know Project Tsuki no Mi. Only the dead Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu, White Zetsu, and me Obito. But why did Yagyu Tsuki know this plan? Really? You actually know Black Zetsu and White Zetsu? What an unexpected man. Uchiha Obito frowned slightly inside his mask. He had never thought that Yagyu Tsuki would know so many things, and even knew the existence of Black Zetsu and White Zetsu. What's going on? Could Yagyu Tsuki really read minds? How is it possible? Haruno Sakura panicked, tugged at the corner of Yagyu Tsuki's clothes, and asked carefully, Can Yagyu teacher read minds? If Yagyu teacher can read minds, then wouldn't Yagyu teacher hear all the thoughts in his heart? So embarrassing. Just kidding. How can there be such a convenient ability to read minds? Yagyu Tsuki waved his hand, looked at Uchiha Obito in the distance, and said with a faint chuckle, "The reason why I know the secret of the moon eye is maybe someone has colluded with me." You idiot. You still want to show off to me? I'll fool you to death. Collusion, Uchiha Obito, promised, had an ugly expression behind his mask. He couldn't understand why Yagyu Tsuki knew the unique secret. Black Zetsu and White Zetsu were the consciousness of Uchiha Madara. After Uchiha Madara's death, Black Zetsu and White Zetsu would always guard the secret of the Eye of the Moon. That is to say, Project Tsuki no Mi is the only secret in the world. So how could Yagyu Tsuki know Project Tsuki no Mi? But if someone colluded with Yagyu Tsuki, then everything would make sense. Could it be that Uchiha Madara and Yagyu Tsuki had some plan between the two? To be honest, even Uchiha Obito is confused now. You. Hatake Kakashi stared at Obito with dead fish eyes, and after hesitating for a moment, he asked hesitantly, "Are you Uchiha Obito? Don't call me by that name. I am nobody, and I don't want to be anyone. In this world full of despair, what is the value of living?" Uchiha Obito gave up thinking about Yagyu Tsuki because no matter how hard he thought, it made no sense. The only thing he could be sure of now was that Madara had planned something with Yagyu Tsuki before he died. Let's go back and ask Black White Zetsu. Chapter 89. I catch the tailed beasts, and you catch the Jinchuriki. Is that a problem? Are you really Obito? But Obito is dead. Hatake Kakashi covered his slightly painful left eye and stared at Uchiha Obito in the distance. He was usually lazy and decadent, and rarely showed such panic behavior, but he felt that the mysterious masked man in the distance was very similar to Uchiha Obito who had died a long time ago. And listening to the masked man's answer, it seemed to confirm his identity. Obito was his most important friend and a memory that had trapped him for a long time. You are right, Uchiha Obito is dead. Uchiha Obito used the 3 Tomo Sharingan, looked at Kakashi indifferently in the distance, and said in a proud tone, "It doesn't matter who I am. It doesn't matter who I am. If you insist, just call me Uchiha Madara. Yes, Uchiha Obito is dead. Rinhara is dead. Obito is dead too. I am just an empty shell, an empty spirit with nothing. The world is now full of despair, and there is no meaning in living. Let me use the power of the tailed beasts to create a brand new world. In that world there is Rin, everything I once had, and hope called dreams. Just make good use of your Sharingan and recognize this desperate reality. Uchiha Obito stared at Kakashi indifferently, the Scarlet Three-Tomo Sharingan, and instantly recalled the past experiences in his mind. A world without Rin is cruel, a world without Rin is hopeless, and a world where Rin can live is valuable. Rin, no matter how much pain I go through, I will capture all the tailed beasts and create a world with you. No one in the audience spoke, and everyone stared at Uchiha Obito, because many people have not yet sorted out the matter. What is Project Tsuki no Mi? Why does Obito call himself Madara? What is Yagyu Tsuki no? Everyone present was confused. Advertisement, today I just say hello to you. One-tailed Jinchuriki will belong to me. We will meet another day. Uchiha Obito carried the unconscious Gaara and looked at the calm Yagyu Tsukishiro indifferently and proudly. As soon as the voice fell, the space around Uchiha Obito was distorted, and he gradually disappeared with the distorted space. He wanted to take one-tail Shikaku away in the chaos today, and then say hello to Yagyu Tsukishiro. Since the goal has been achieved, there is no need to stay here any longer. Going to war with Yagyu Tsukishiro now will affect the subsequent plans. We must wait patiently for Uzumaki Nagato's pupil power to recover. When Nagato recovers his pupil power, it will be Yagyu Tsukishiro's death anniversary. Yagyu Tsukishiro looked at Uchiha Obito indifferently. Obito had no intention of stopping the capture of Gaara's escape, but said very generously, "Since you want it, I'll give it to you." Seeing that Yagyu Tsunade didn't move, Tsunade frowned and shouted coldly, "Damn white hair, the tailed beast is a very important force. If it is captured by Akatsuki, things will become very troublesome." What the hell is the white hair doing? He actually watched the enemy capture the tailed beast? Even Uchiha Obito's character was slightly stunned by Yagyu Tsukin's attitude. He used Sharingan to look at the unconscious Gaara, and Three-Tomo Sharingan condensed. His consciousness sneaked into Gaara's sealed space. Then, he saw nothing. Shikaku was gone. Such a big one-tail Shikaku, the will was completely gone. Now Gaara is just an empty shell. Uchiha Obito threw Gaara to the ground, looked at Yagyu Tsukin with cold, murderous eyes, and said in a deep voice, "When did you capture the tailed beast?" He had been watching the battle all the time and didn't notice that Yagyu Tsukin took away one-tail Shikaku. Yagyu Tsuki chuckled lightly and said, "Don't be so willful. You said you wanted Jinchuriki, right? Since you want it, I'll kindly give it to you. I'll catch the tailed beast, and you catch the Jinchuriki. It's a perfect win-win situation." He just used the power of the Tensigen to cut off the seal between Shikaku and Gaara, and then forced Shikaku to sign the summoning contract. That is to say, now one-tail Shikaku is his summoning beast. Everyone looked at Yagyu Tsuki in confusion. Does that mean that the one-tail Shikaku in Gaara's body has been taken away by Yagyu Tsuki? All the Sand Shinobi village looked ugly. After losing one-tail Shikaku, Gaara would definitely die. After losing the tailed beast, with the weak military strength of Sand Shinobi village, they might be squeezed out of the ranks of the 5 major ninja villages. It's okay for Gaara to die, but the problem is that Shikaku is lost, and Shikaku is still in Yagyu Tsuki's hands. It's almost impossible to get the tailed beast back from Yagyu Tsuki. You can actually offset my pupil power. You really have a pair of strange and good eyes. Uchiha took the lead with an ugly face, and a feeling of anger surged in his heart. He stared at Yagyu Tsuki's light blue Tensigen in the distance. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and a trace of dangerous light flashed in his eyes. I tried to awaken Shikaku by using my eye power, but it was counteracted by Yagyu Tsuki's strange eye power. And Yagyu Tsuki's strange eyes could force one-tail Shikaku to sign a summoning contract without my noticing. Now one-tail Shikaku should be in Yagyu Tsuki's summoning space, right? What are Yagyu Tsuki's eyes? It seems to have a similar aura to Sharingan, but the chakra feels more like a white eye. It's really a pair of strange and dangerous eyes. To be honest, I never expected that Yagyu Tsuki actually had the trump card of eyes. For the time being, I can only give up one tail. Advertisement, by the way, because Gaara fell into the hands of your enemy, I had to bear the grief to pull out Gaara's tailed beast. Yagyu Tsuki took out a lollipop from his mouth and pointed at Uchiha Daiso in the distance. If you hadn't appeared, how could Gaara die? You are the enemy who wants to catch the tailed beast, and I am the hero who takes back the tailed beast. You take the blame. That's right. The Akatsuki organization takes the blame, and Uchiha Obito takes the blame. Although we can deal with you now, it will inevitably affect the subsequent plans. I will leave one tail with you for now. Uchiha Obito's whole body is hollow, and he gradually disappears with the distorted space. I will remember you. Yagyu Tsuki? Damn Yagyu Tsuki. Seeing that Project Tsuki no Mi is making progress, Infinite Tsukuyomi will soon be launched to create a world with Lin. But damn Yagyu Tsuki, he actually took the tailed beast away in one step. And why did Yagyu Tsuki know the plan between Madara and I? Go back and ask the giant black-white Zetsu. Maybe Yagyu Tsuki and Uchiha Madara have some plan. After all, Uchiha Madara is a very dangerous man. He didn't completely trust Madara, and believed in 30% and guarded against 70%. Lin, just wait patiently. No matter how strong the enemy is, no matter how bumpy the road ahead is, I will work hard to complete this plan and create a world with you. You are a villain, but you are also the leader behind Akatsuki, so don't leave so cowardly. Show some manliness and compete with me. Yagyu Tsuki said speechlessly. No matter how you hinder me, it's meaningless. I will definitely create a new world. Uchiha Obito looked at Yagyu Tsuki deeply, and then disappeared completely with the distorted space. Yagyu Tsuki's power is very strange, but it still can't compete with Rinnegan. When Uzumaki Nagato recovers his pupil power, he will be able to easily solve Yagyu Tsuki's obstacles. At present, we also need to find a way to revive Uchiha Madara in advance. With Uchiha Madara's power, it should be enough to suppress the ninja world. After all, there is no strong man like Senju Hashirama in the current ninja world. Yagyu Tsuki is very strong, but how can he defeat Uchiha Madara? He may even lose to Uzumaki Nagato, so there is no need to rush. Run fast. Yagyu Tsuki pouted. Chapter 90. The Akatsuki organization works hard to capture the tailed beasts. No matter how serious the obstacles are, they can move forward towards their dreams firmly. Yagyu Tsuki stroked his chin and sipped the lollipop in his mouth. He muttered to himself, when I think about it this way, why do I look like a villain? Uchiha Obito was trying to catch the tailed beast, while I just snatched it away casually. My behavior made me look like a villain. I was the villain? It's funny. Since Obito retreated, we can only test the Tenseigan ability later. Anyway, Uchiha and Kisame will appear in a while. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at Gaara, who was fainting and dying in the distance. Then what should One Tail do? If I hadn't drawn out the tailed beast just now, Gaara would have been abducted by Obito. Instead, because I drew out Gaara's tailed beast, it was a blessing in disguise that Gaara had a complete body. Sand Shinobi Village will thank me. Just talking. Anyway, I gladly accepted the tailed beast, and I can keep it as a pet for fun. Who? After seeing Uchiha Obito retreat, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. They were all shocked by Obito's chakra just now, and some people recognized him as the masked man in the Nine Tails Rebellion, the culprit who killed the fourth-generation couple. Everyone present looked at Yagyu Tsuki deeply. They could see that the reason why Obito retreated was entirely because of the presence of Yagyu Tsuki, the strongest. If Yagyu Tsuki had not appeared, how could Obito retreat so easily? Yagyu Tsuki, the strongest ninja of the 5 major countries. Just standing there, he could force back such a powerful enemy. Is this the value of being called the strongest by the 5 major countries? It really deserves to be Yagyu Tsuki. Obito. He is actually Obito. Hatake Kakashi covered his left eye, which was in great pain, and looked at the direction where Obito disappeared with mixed feelings. Obito is still alive. But why did Obito want to catch the tailed beast? Use the tailed beast to create a new world? Is it because of Lin? You seem to be fine with me, but the old dog of the 3rd generation doesn't seem to be so easy. Yagyu Tsuki glanced at the distance calmly, looking at the barrier covered by black smoke. Through the penetrating and perspective ability of Tenseigan, he could clearly see the phantom called Shinigami. The 3rd generation old dog has sealed the 1st generation and the 2nd generation, and is currently in a stalemate with Orochimaru, but no matter what, the 3rd generation old dog will definitely die. Advertisement: the 3rd generation old dog is a bit like a Hokage in the end. But with the current chakra of the 3rd generation old dog, it is impossible to seal Orochimaru. At most, it can only seal the souls of both hands.
Hokage-sama.
Everyone in the audience was shocked. They were confused by Uchiha Obito's self-introduction. They almost forgot that the 3rd Hokage-sama is in danger. Kakashi, let's go to the Hokage-sama first. Might Guy patted Kakashi's shoulder, sighed secretly in his heart, wanted to comfort Kakashi, but in the end he couldn't say anything. It's a very happy thing that the once important friend is still alive, but it's a nightmare that the former friend has become the enemy now. Uchiha Sasuke grabbed the corner of Yagyu Tsukishiro's clothes, frowned and asked hurriedly, "Teacher Yagyu, who was that person just now? Who is Uchiha Obito?" As a member of the Uchiha clan, I have never heard of Uchiha Obito's name, but Uchiha Obito Sharingan's pupil power is terrible, and it seems to have a very similar aura to Itachi. Yagyu Tsukishiro untied the barrier and responded in a casual tone. How should I put it? If Itachi is a big beast, Obito is a small beast. On the day when your Uchiha clan was exterminated, Obito was very happy to chop. On the night of the Uchiha genocide, Obito and Itachi were slashing Uchiha together. The genocide was not just Uchiha Itachi, but also the shadow of Uchiha Obito, Shimura Danzo, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and others. Did he participate in the genocide? Uchiha Sasuke's pupils shrank, and a feeling of anger surged in his heart, and a trace of cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. In other words, there are many targets for revenge? Damn it. I must gain stronger power and master the young attribute nature transformation as soon as possible. Yagyu Tsuki touched Sasuke's head and encouraged him with a faint chuckle. Work hard, brat. Very good. That's the mentality. The angrier the Uchiha brat is, the faster it will become stronger. When the Uchiha brat becomes stronger, he can also gain more benefits. Perfect. Teacher Yagyu, third-generation grandpa. Uzumaki Naruto looked worried, looking at the barrier covered by black fog in the distance. Zero. Please give me flowers. Zero Yagyu glanced at Uzumaki Naruto and said, barriers are rules and few people can break them. Although he can easily break the barrier, there is no need to help Sarutobi Hiruzen. Advertisement. I just watched the show honestly and be a happy person. Tsunade jumped and landed beside Yagyu. He looked at the barrier covered by black smoke in the distance and asked in a deep voice, damn white hair, what should we do now? You actually have to ask me about this little thing. Are you so obedient to me? Yagyu looked at Tsunade strangely. Tsunade glared at Lu Shangyue and said unhappily, you said you would help me make a decision? Zero hearing this, even Lu Shangyue was slightly startled. After a moment, the corner of her mouth slowly raised an arc, and she touched her chin and looked at Tsunade's beautiful face. You are miserable. What do you mean? Tsunade was puzzled. Lu Shangyue said, you are in love. Tsunade has a strong personality, but even with such a strong and opinionated personality, she actually asked for my advice, which means that she cares about me now. Although the idea is very narcissistic, but the fact is so. Stop being narcissistic, idiot. Tsunade's beautiful face blushed slightly, and she recovered in just a moment, raising her little face and looking at Lu Shangyue with contempt. She was just wondering what the dead white hair was going to say, but she didn't expect that he would say such a sentence. Love? Bullshit. Asking for the opinion of the dead white hair. Is it because you care about the dead white hair? Nonsense. I just want to ask what's wrong. Hee hee. Kato Shizen covered her mouth and laughed. Tsunade-sama is very stubborn. Yagyu is right. Tsunade-sama is now a girl in love, but Yagyu knew Tsunade's thoughts, but still did not take the initiative to propose reconciliation. Is she waiting for Tsunade-sama to speak? Alas, Tsunade-sama's mouth was hooked. Anyway, you guys can do whatever you want. I want to watch the show up close. Yagyu waved his hand and used the instant body to disappear directly out of thin air. He wanted to go to the barrier to watch the show up close. After all, the Shiki seal is a very rare move. Although many people can use it, few people use the 9.
Thanks for watching. You can find the next videos in the playlist linked in the info card, directly on my channel, or right here on the screen. And as always, if you have any feedback, feel free to share it in the comments too.